Chapter 946, Divine Soul Resonance. Chapter 946, Divine Soul Resonance. B. At Yu family inner hall, two middle-aged men sat opposite each other. Yu Jinchio's expression was rather ugly, with a frown that never left his face. "Brother Zhou, this divine martial hall, what do you think?" Yu Jinchio said. "Hard to tell. Looking at it right now, this divine martial hall's strength doesn't seem to be weak. Perhaps it's not what you and I can afford to provoke. Heh, if younger brother you had long known about this day, why act that way at that time? If you married Lier to Yin'er long ago, where would there be so many problems?" The one talking was precisely Vast Sun City's city lord, Zhou Jia. Hearing Yu Jinchio inquired about the divine martial hall's matters, Zhou Jia could not resist rebuking the other party. Yu Jinchio heaved a sigh and said, "How can this you not know Yin'er's feelings? It's just that Lier's temper, you're aware too. Her heart isn't on Yin'er at all. If she's pressed into a corner, she'll go for mutual destruction." Zhou Jia shot Yu Jinchio a glare and snorted coldly. But he also knew that what he said was the truth. Want to blame? He would have to blame his son for failing to live up to expectations. Being in a favorable position for so many years and could not even obtain Yu Mengli's heart. Regarding Zhou Yin and Yu Mengli's union, the two families were both happy to see it happen. Apart from inside the vast sun bright moon realm, there was actually still another way to obtain the sun-moon heavenly pupil. That was the union of an innate vast sun flame heart pupil and an innate moonlight heavenly eye. For so many years, the Zhou family and Yu family very rarely had these two types of innate spirit physique appear before. Even if they did, it also very rarely appeared in the same generation. No one expected that when it reached this generation, these two types of spirit physiques appeared in the two families at the same time. Hence, Zhou Jia and Yu Jinchio quickly became partners, wanting to matchmake Zhou Yin and Yu Mengli. Zhou Yin often came to the Yu family since young and mingled together with Yu Mengli. Except, as the two people gradually grew older, Yu Mengli slowly drifted apart from Zhou Yin. Especially after Yu Mengli saw Qin Yunzi, her heart no longer had room for others as well. Zhou Yin bitterly pursued Yu Mengli fruitlessly, but did not expect that a Yi Yuan would charge out halfway. With this, Zhou Yin had even less hope. Actually, the Yu family doing up this bright moon compet. This time, Zhou Jia was rather grateful instead prior to this. Zhou Yin breaking through to Dao profound realm, his vast sun flame heart pupil thoroughly awakened, its power increasing by folds. As long as he obtained the first place, he could marry Yu Mengli back home right and properly. Regarding Zhuo Bufan, Zhou Jia had actually already planned out well. He believed that as long as he paid an adequate price, he could absolutely let Zhuo Bufan throw the match. The final victor would still be Zhou Yin, but did not expect that a Lin Chao would charge out halfway again. With this, the two families were put into an awkward situation. If the one who won, in the end, was some major faction's disciple, Yu Jinchio would not go so far as to pull such a long face either. But this Lin Chao's origins were unclear. Looking from the strength he displayed, this divine martial hall was bound to be a leviathan. Towards such an unknown powerful faction, how could Yu Jinchio not worry? If Lin Chao went on to defeat Yi Yuan, then wouldn't it be pus? Plussing his daughter into the fire pit? Now that it's come to this, what other options are there still? There's only entrusting hope onto Yi Yuan, that brat. It's just that he's only first-level phaseless realm. In my view, virtually without any chance of winning. I think you'd best make preparations to renege on your word after that Lin Chao wins. It's just that this way, you'd probably have to offend that divine martial hall. Zhou Jia thought it over and over and came up with a PPY idea. The bright moon compet. Tian's commotion was blown so big, even the successor of a super holy land was startled. Once reneged, he would incur the ridicule of experts. But after Yi Yuan brought Lier into close seclusion, it's already been over 10 days. They still haven't exited seclusion till now. Tomorrow, they won't fail to make it in time, right? Yu Jinchio said hesitantly. Zhou Jia was speechless. The development of affairs seemed to be somewhat deviating a while from their original plan. If they really can't, there's only forcefully disrupting their seclusion. Zhou Jia said, "No way. What if they are currently at a critical juncture of treatment? Wouldn't it ruin an important matter?" Yu Jinxiu said, "The two great family heads discussed about it. In the end, they did not come to a decision either." In the lightning ocean, Yi Yuan and Yu Mengli marched forward hand in hand, and already walked as far as 90,000 feet. The radius of the lightning ocean was a distance of 100,000 feet. There was still 10,000 feet, and the two of them would be considered to have walked to the end. If someone was here, they would be able to discover that around Yi Yuan and Yu Mengli, a sacred Ma, S of light halo actually appeared, S-H-I plus Ning brilliantly. This made them look just like high and mighty divinities. These violent bolts of lightning, after entering this stretch of light halo, would become incomparably gentle. Originally thought that this road is extremely U and PY. Didn't expect that the two of us, you and I, walking over hand in hand, was actually so easy. Yu Mengli looked at Yi Yuan, her eyes filled with bliss. Receiving the lightning's baptism these few days, her divine soul strengthened several times. The two divine souls which split apart actually already grew to its original size. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I also never thought that our two divine souls actually produced a resonance. This strengthened our soul force 100 times. Even if this lightning ocean wants to cause us harm, it can't do it." On that day, not long after Yi Yuan and Yu Mengli held hands, facing the lightning's baptism, the two people's hearts linked up in consonance, and their divine souls actually produced a resonance. As long as the two of them were together, their soul force would magnify 100 times over. This way, the lightning's baptism to them became very easy. Even for Yi Yuan, it was also his first time feeling this sort of magical feeling. He savored it very much. Yu Mengli said with a slight smile, "If not for Big Brother Yuan disregarding your life and death, helping me to cross the difficult hurdle with your origin power, it probably wouldn't be that easy for the two of us to want to produce divine soul resonance." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Why make distinctions between you and me? Divine soul resonance, this sort of thing." Although Yi Yuan was aware, the level of difficulty was not an ordinary kind of high. The two people resonating must be two hearts joined together and know what each other was thinking about, as if they were one body, for it to succeed. But it was easier said than done to want to reach this step. Some Tao companions were husband and wife for several thousand years and were unable to achieve this step. The level of difficulty could be imagined. However, Yi Yuan helped Yu Mengli to divide her divine soul with his origin power previously. The two of their divine souls were actually already in perfect harmony, with no distinctions between each other anymore. That moment when they held hands, it was as if the two people got shocked by electricity. Two divine souls instantly linked up. That instant, there was you in me, me in you. Nothing else in this world could separate them anymore. That violent lightning was completely too weak to stand in compet. 1. Tying in front of the two people's divine soul resonance. In a twinkle, the finals arrived. But Yi Yuan and Yu Mengli still had not exited seclusion. Yi Yuan and Lin Chao's battle was antic. 1. Aided by millions of people. So below the arena, countless martial artists already gathered. Lin Chao's might, they already saw it. But that mysterious Yi Yuan, just what kind of person he was, they wanted to find out. It was just that time slowly trickled by. Yi Yuan still did not show up. On the stage, Lin Chao stood with his hands behind his back. He looked at Yu Jinxiu with a smile and said, "City Lord, Your Excellency, 2 hours have already passed, said since the start of the match. That Yi Yuan keeps failing to show up. Could it be that the Yu family wants to make so many people keep on waiting?" Chapter 947. The Lin Chao Who Was Courting Death. Chapter 947. The Lin Chao Who Was Courting Death. Yu Jinxiu was riding a tiger and found it hard to dismount right now. Being squeezed by Lin Chao like this, he really did not know what he should do. What was certain was that Yi Yuan and Yu Mengli's close seclusion definitely encountered some problems. The perils of dividing the divine soul. How could he, this divine king powerhouse, not know? Even if there was this soul-separating pill, this process was still incomparably dangerous. Yet, Yi Yuan was already his last hope. Initially, towards Yi Yuan, he was half skeptical as well. But witnessing Yi Yuan's heaven-defying alchemy Tao strength, Yu Jinxiu still decided to take his chances. Except, looking at it now, it seemed like problems really occurred. If your esteemed self can't wait, you can forfeit your right and leave, Yu Jinxiu said with a cold snort. He was at any rate the ruler of a city as well, a ninth-level Tao, profound divine king powerhouse. How could he be needed by a junior? Except, Lin Xiao did not seem to have the intention of skating over, saying with a faint smile, "This Lin naturally can't afford to wait. It's just that Bright Moon City organizing such a grand meet. You got to at least give this Lin a time limit, right? If Yi Yuan doesn't come out for a month, would this Lin have to stand here for a month's time? Furthermore, even if we're determining the loser, it seems like this Lin shouldn't be judged so, right?" Yu Jinxiu's face turned black. This Lin Xiao was not easy to deal with. Furthermore, this matter was Bright Moon City not taking the side of reason to begin with. Continuing to take it seriously clearly did not have any benefits for the Yu family. Just as Yu Jinxiu was caught in a bind, two figures descended from the air. The two people held hands, just like a pair of immortal lovers. After the divine soul resonance, Yi Yuan and Yu Mengli being together would give people a sensation of exceptional harmony. Seeing this scene, Yu Jinxiu could not help being very surprised. Just what in the world happened between the two people during these few days of close seclusion really made me surprised. I didn't expect that my final opponent is actually an old acquaintance. While talking, Yi Yuan leaped and went up to the arena. Truthfully speaking, that moment when Yi Yuan saw Lin Xiao, he was very surprised too. He never would have thought that his final opponent was actually Lin Xiao. Back then, Lin Xiao was utterly crippled by Yi Yuan in front of the Tranquil Cloud Sex Gates. Originally, he thought that even if he did not die, he would be wasted too. Did not think that so many years pass. Said, not only was he not crippled, he already reached peak phaseless realm. The scene just now, Lin Xiao took it into his sights too. Not only was he not surprised, but he was also instead incomparably delighted in his heart. The better Yi Yuan and Yu Mengli's relations. I plus P was, wouldn't he be happier breaking them up? This joy of taking revenge must be very wonderful. Lin Xiao said with a laugh, "Yeah, just earlier, I even thought that you couldn't come today, and I was very regretful in my heart." The two people were beaming from ear to ear. The audience below the stage were all very surprised when they saw the situation. These two incomparably mysterious young geniuses were actually long acquainted. Looking at the way they were talking, seemed like they were even old friends who had not met for many years. "Looks like you've prepared very long for the sake this day," Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile. That appearance had indescribable mockery. Yi Yuan smiled R-I-C. Ked Lin Xiao like a thorn. His face was still smiling. It was just that the smile became somewhat unnatural. "Yeah, I've waited over 10 years for today. Today, I'm going to take back everything I lost." Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently, "Looks like you're the same as Zhao Tianyin father and son, selling your soul for power. But in front of me, Yi Yuan, even if you sold your soul, what remains in the end is also just despair." Yi Yuan had a bearing that looked down on all life. This sort of bearing deeply wounded Lin Xiao's pride. Even if he, Lin Xiao, could think of hundreds of schemes, even if he, Lin Xiao's cultivation realm, was above Yi Yuan's, the final outcome was still a tragedy. Back then, the Purple Mansion sect bore down upon the borders with a great army, wanting to crush the Tranquil Cloud sect with absolute strength. In the end, not only did Yi Yuan rescue all of the captives with his strength alone, he even seriously wounded Lin Xiao, nearly causing his death. This sort of suppression that disregarded ranks simply made people despair. In truth, He really despaired back then. All of his skills was crippled. His heart was like dead ashes. But the divine Marshal Hall gave him a second life, letting him cast off his old self and take on a new self, giving him unrivaled strength. By relying on this strength, he even defeated the successor of the Skypool Celestial Empire. Yi Yuan was even more of a cinch. Haha, Yi Yuan, you're still that arrogant. But today's Lin Chao is already not the Lin Chao of yesteryear. Today, not only do I want to trample you underfoot, I even want to H away your woman. Let you experience a little what's called true despair. Lin Chao said with a cold laugh. Yi Yuan smiled. Lin Chao's words infuriated him. Very good. Remember the words you said just now. Yi Yuan said with a broad smile on his face. To Yi Yuan, his kins were not permitted to be affronted. Now, Lin Chao actually pointed the spearhead at Yu Mengli. His fury was successfully stirred up. Looking at Yi Yuan's smile, Lin Chao actually felt a chill from the bottom of his heart. Damn in it. What the hell am I afraid of? The present me can even defeat the Skypool Celestial Empire's successor. Why would I be afraid of a measly little Yi Yuan? Lin Chao secretly cursed in his heart. Provoking big brother Yuan like this, that Lin Chao is courting death beside Yu Jinxiu, Yu Mengli said coolly. After the divine soul resonance with Yi Yuan, she was deeply affected by Yi Yuan's thoughts as if it was her own. She knew that Yi Yuan was truly enraged. Yu Jinxiu looked at his daughter, rather surprised. He was uncertain where his daughter's confidence came from. But starting since just now, Yu Jinxiu discovered that his daughter seemed to be rather different. At this time, that sort of sickly paleness on Yu Mengli's face already disappeared thoroughly. That melancholy concealed in dullness also vanished without a trace already. The current Yu Mengli was elegant and poised, immortal qi lingering, appearing even more otherworldly and unattainable. One could say that Yu Mengli's entire temperament underwent a qualitative change. The current Yu Mengli was confident and calm, no longer that former little girl appearance. And her gaze when looking at Yi Yuan was with great tenderness between lovers, clearly still that little girl appearance. That sort of attitude belonged only to Yi Yuan. What on earth did Yi Yuan do to his daughter? How so? Yu Jinxiu said. Yu Mengli smiled and said, Father, just watch. Lier, Yi Yuan, he really cured you? Yu Jinxiu said, rather uncertainly. Yu Mengli nodded and said, Father, the Yu family won't have to ask people for help anymore in the future as well. Sun Moon Heavenly Pupil. Maybe it already really counts for nothing. Yu Jinxiu's entire body trembled, looking at Yu Mengli in disbelief. Sun Moon Heavenly Pupil was the Zhou and Yu two families' countless generations' pursuit. That was an ocular art capable of achieving deity realm. How could it not make people envious? But now, Yu Mengli actually did not even think anything of the Sun Moon Heavenly Pupil. He naturally knew what Yu Mengli was referring to. Innate Moonlight Heavenly Eye Physique plus the innate Battle Soul Physique. Yu Mengli would become a peerless powerhouse. Although the Sun Moon Heavenly Pupil was strong, it might not be able to rival the innate Battle Soul Physique either. In the Divine Tao era, innate Battle Soul Physiques, not one was not in existence who roamed the world unhindered. Chapter 948, Half-Dragon Physique Rampaging. Chapter 948, Half-Dragon Physique Rampaging. Since Yi Yuan has arrived, then begin. Yu Jinxiu said coolly. Rumble. At virtually the same time, a fierce impact sound echoed out. Yi Yuan actually unleashed an attack at Lin Chao with a momentum like a sudden peal of thunder, which left no time for covering ears. This punch shocked the grand array until it trembled. Lin Chao backed up 100 steps in a row before barely stabilizing his figure. His essence churned, the essence energy within his body being thrown into disorder by this punch of Yi Yuan's. Below the stage, it was dead silent, all stunned by Yi Yuan's punch. They had seen before with their own eyes how Lin Chao countered Zhou Yan's vast sun Flameheart pupil with one punch, sending him flying off the stage. But right now, Yi Yuan stood on the spot without moving a muscle, while Lin Chao was struck until he fell back 100 steps. With this comparison, Yi Yuan was also a bit too strong, right? Seeing that Yi Yuan was only first-level phaseless, many people already did not harbor any hopes. Lin Chao was peak 9th-level phaseless realm. That was how he had the qualifications to have a showdown with Dao Profound Realms. But Yi Yuan was only first-level phaseless. How to fight like this? But this punch, it made everyone view him in a completely different light. For this Yi Yuan to dare challenge the Bright Moon Compet. Tian's first place, his strength was indeed daunting. Looks like your fleshly body is very powerful. No wonder you were able to defeat those so-called geniuses. However, if it's only to this sort of degree, prepare to get wrecked by me. Yi Yuan said indifferently. Lin Chao finally managed to catch his breath, his expression incomparably ugly. He thought that his strength was already ridiculously powerful. He did not expect that the strength of Yi Yuan, who was only first-level phaseless, was actually so powerful. Just based on that punch, just now, the so-called geniuses were utter jokes in front of Yi Yuan. Lin Chao drew a deep breath and was just about to fly off the handle when all of a sudden, his expression changed drastically. An outrageous dragon pressure erupted. On Yi Yuan's skin actually grew numerous dragon scales. His two arms became two dragon claws, and one of them actually faintly some to gold color. That was the hallmark of the primeval dragon bone. His forehead actually grew two dragon horns. Seeing this scene, everyone drew a cold breath. Half-dragon physique. How thick a true dragon bloodline does this need? Yu Jianxiu's eyes erupted with rays of brilliance, as he said in astonishment. Dragon transformation. This was the hallmark of a human martial artist who cultivated the dragon race bloodline, reaching an exceedingly high realm. But human martial artists, extremely few people were able to reach the extent of half-dragon physique, because that requirement towards bloodline was way too high. At this time, apart from Yi Yuan's face, areas that could be seen on the body practically all grew dragon scales. It could be seen how thick his bloodline was. One had to know that dragon transformation was not as simple as merely growing dragon scales. After the dragon transformation, the martial artist's physique would have a qualitative leap. If this martial artist knew the dragon race's martial techniques, then the power of dragon race martial techniques would likewise have a qualitative leap. Unfortunately for Lin Chao, not only did Yi Yuan knew dragon race martial techniques, he knew extremely profound ones among the dragon race martial techniques. Yi Yuan looked at Lin Chao and said with a radiant smile, "Are you ready?" With a whoosh, Yi Yuan's figure vanished from sight. Rumble. An intense rumbling sound echoed. Lin Chao's body flew out like a cannonball. Poo work. Lin Chao directly spewed out a large mouthful of fresh blood in midair. That appearance was horrifyingly ghastly. Yet, this was only the beginning. Yi Yuan's Void Dragon Shadow Punch smashed towards Lin Chao with a force that toppled mountains and overturned the seas. Bang! 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 When everyone below the stage saw this scene, they virtually stopped breathing. Too strong. Achieving this extent just by relying on the power of the fleshly body, it was simply unimaginable. That insufferably arrogant Lin Chao from before was too weak to stand up to a single blow in front of Yi Yuan. This match today, Zhou Yan naturally would not miss it either. From the very beginning, he was watching the battle below the stage. When Yi Yuan and Yu Mengli descended from the sky, he felt all sort of emotions in his heart, completely awful. But looking at such a fearsome Yi Yuan, he could not help feeling a chill from the bottom of his heart. If it was him on the stage, he would likely already be bashed into minced meat, right? Vast Sun Flameheart pupil? Simply a joke. Facing the Yi Yuan in a rampaging state, everything was unfounded. Don't believe it? That Lin Chao on the stage was a living example. Half-dragon physique. Didn't think that this brat already grew to such an extent. A lower realm's ant actually already became a colossal dragon. Lord Hantong, if it's convenient, it's best to finish off this brat while you're at it. Hantong's gaze had been staring at Yi Yuan all along. He nodded and said, "And Li Han is right. However, Lin Xiao, this boy's strength has yet to be fully displayed. Half-dragon physique is not enough." Li Han was a holy follower who controlled Zhao Tianyin, father and son. Hearing Hantong's words, Li Han smiled too. On the arena, a beam of blood light shot toward the sky. A blood-red blade light erupted in adverse circuit stances, cleaving straight at Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan also did not think that Lin Xiao was actually still able to strike back under such a state. But although this blade light was impressive, it was still a little unskilled to want to harm him. His divine sense stirred. A large bell suddenly appeared in front of him. The Heavenly King bell emitted a beam of pale yellow protective L to withstand the blood-red blade light. Gong! The Heavenly King bell was smacked flying backward. Yi Yuan took advantage of the situation and put it away. Yi Yuan withdrew the half-dragon physique and restored his original appearance. Looking at Lin Xiao again, he was currently bathed in blood from head to toe. There was not an intact spot on his body from top to bottom. The Yi Yuan in a rampage did not show the least bit of mercy. It was virtually every fist hitting flesh. After breaking through to Phaseless Realm, the primeval Dragonbone's potential was developed a step further. His fleshly body also broke through to late-stage Tier 8 already. Half-dragon physique, coupled with the Void Dragon Shadow Punch, this set of combination was simply a bulldozer. Cruise. Plussing all obstacles. The fleshly body that Lin Xiao took pride in was not worth mentioning at all in front of Yi Yuan. The average person, even if their fleshly body reached late-stage Tier 8, they should also have been smashed into minced meat at this time. You're still able to maintain human form. Looks like you're the same as Zhao Tianyin, father and son. All cultivated heretic cultivation methods. I'm really curious right now, just what on earth is the force behind you plotting in the dark? Those people below should be together with you, right? You guys come into Bright Moon City. If there aren't accidents, it should be for the sake of the Sun Moon, heavenly pupil. Regarding Lin Xiao still having the strength to retaliate, Yi Yuan was not surprised. Instead, he asked Lin Xiao calmly. However, when those few people below the stage heard Yi Yuan's words, their faces all changed, including Holy General Hantong. They were already very low profile in the crowd. Furthermore, they deliberately restrained their vital activities, looking not much different from ordinary martial artists. He did not think that it was seen through with one glance by Yi Yuan. Ha. Yi Yuan, you indeed didn't disappoint me. The stronger you are, the more delighted when I kill you. Blood. God. Transformation. Lin Xiao shouted fiercely. All of a sudden, only to see Lin Xiao's blood qi billowed into the sky, his two pupils becoming scarlet red, his entire person being shrouded by a ma. A bloodlight too. Lin Xiao's aura was rapidly rising, getting closer and closer to Dao Profound Realm. Rumble. Finally, this huge chasm between Phaseless Realm and Dao Profound Realm was actually directly crossed over by Lin Xiao. Chapter 949, True Genius. Chapter 949, True Genius. Why you gotta be kidding, right? Phaseless Realm to Dao Profound Realm. The gap was broken through, just like that. Seeing ghosts. The disparity between these two realms is virtually the sum total of all the cultivation realms before. What kind of cultivation method can have such a huge boost? With this, Yi Yuan is in danger. That Lin Xiao was so terrifying at Phaseless Realm. Now that he broke through to Dao Profound Realm, wouldn't he be defying the heavens? The scene of Lin Xiao breaking through made everyone incredibly shocked. This hard-to-surmount chasm was actually crossed effortlessly just like this. Many people found it hard to accept it. Blood light covered the sky. The wounds on Lin Xiao's body could actually be seen recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. The martial artists below the stage were all endlessly terrified. Yi Yuan's indiscriminate bombarding earlier, even if Lin Xiao did not die, He definitely suffered extremely severe injuries too. But now, he recovered just like this? This Lin Chao was simply a freak. The current Lin Chao, his gaze showed scarlet red eyes, his entire body feeling like it was in a state of rampage. His eyes glued onto Yi Yuan, and he said with a wild laugh, "How is it, Yi Yuan? Now, receive my judgment. Also, I remember that sentence, your woman, she's mine." Yi Yuan still had a calm and collected look. Lin Chao's Astonies. Plusing aura did not affect him the least bit. Hearing Lin Chao's words, Yi Yuan's gaze turned cold, but he said with a slight smile, "This is your trump card? You make me somewhat disappointed." Lin Chao brandished his curved blade and said with a cold sneer, "Stop pretending. In order to master the blood transformation, I suffered all kinds of torture in these 10 years. Every day was a life worse than death. And this was all in order to take revenge on you. Now that I broke through to Tao Profound Realm, my heretic cloud bloodsaber's power will increase at least 100 times. This time, I see what you used to block it." After breaking through, Lin Chao's confidence swelled. At least, facing the first-level phaseless Yi Yuan, he was teeming with confidence. He completely could not think of what kind of measures Yi Yuan could use to block his heretic cloud bloodsaber. Even the half-dragon physique could not either. When Yu Jinxiu saw this scene, his face was also densely covered with a worried look. That Lin Chao was very sinister. If he really won, it was not a good thing. Yi Yuan's performance earlier made his eyes lit up. He really did not know that Yi Yuan's combat power was actually so formidable. It was just that Lin Chao broke through to Tao Profound. His entire person underwent a qualitative transformation. It was completely not possible for Yi Yuan to be his match by relying on the half-dragon physique as well. Also, those few people below the stage, Yu Jinxiu heightened his vigilance too, informing clansmen in secret to increase vigilance. Those few people concealed extremely deeply, mixing among ordinary martial artists inconspicuously. Even he did not notice either. But Yi Yuan was actually able to perceive them among countless martial artists with one glance. He really did not know how this brat noticed it. At this time, he could not help looking over towards Yu Mengli. He discovered that Yu Mengli was still calm as before. "Lier, aren't you even a little worried about Yi Yuan? Or does he still have some trump card that he hasn't used?" Yu Jinxiu said. Yu Mengli shook his head and said, "I don't know about Big Brother Yuan's trump cards, but there's no way he would lose." Yu Jinxiu was thoroughly defeated. This sort of groundless trust was really not reliable at all. He really could not figure out what kind of measures the first-level phaseless Yi Yuan could use to defeat Lin Chao. Yi Yuan looked at Lin Chao and said full of pity, "Lin Chao, you and I are not of the same world at all. That so-called pride of yours is not worth mentioning at all in front of me. Since you want to look, I'll let you take a look at what's called a true genius." Yi Yuan's hand raised up. The Star Moon sword was in his hand. He slowly closed his eyes, pointing at Lin Chao while holding the Star Moon sword just like that. There was clearly not a hint of dangerous aura coming off of Yi Yuan's body. But no idea why. All the hair on his body stood on its end. Lin Chao clenched his teeth. The blood chi on his body billowed to the skies once more. Berserk Tao Profound Realm pressure concentrated on his curved blade. A shocking aura made the martial artists below the stage practically unable to open their eyes. One made his move, while the other remained still. It was an extremely strong contrast. Lin Chao's aura was shocking. This blade, cleaving down, it seemed like regardless of what it was, it could be split into two halves too, while Yi Yuan did not have any aura at all, as if his entire world belonged to serenity. Yet, the one who was able to sense Yi Yuan's threat was only Lin Chao alone. In other people's view, Yi Yuan was being pretentious and did not have the least bit of threat at all, because they could not sense it at all. What's Yi Yuan doing? Putting on a pose like this, there's no threat at all. Lin Chao's blade momentum was already formed. Yu Jinxiu was no longer composed too. Right at this time, Yi Yuan finally had movements. Two entirely different auras suddenly emitted off of Yi Yuan's body, one black and one azure. The two auras circled around Yi Yuan and started revolving vigorously, forming a vortex. This vortex became stronger and stronger, gradually forming a storm. Seeing this scene, Yu Jinxiu revealed a dumbstruck look. This is... But Lin Xiao could not care that much anymore. His blade momentum was already formed, and he abruptly slashed the saber out, carrying an incomparably fierce and swift bloodlight as it rushed towards Yi Yuan. Crack! 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 Cracks actually appeared on the protective grand array on the arena under this slash of his. One could imagine how powerful the might of this slash of his was. Yu Jinxiu's expression could not help changing when he saw the situation, and he said sternly, "Quick, strengthen the array formation. Otherwise, the grand array is going to collapse." Actually, no need for him to instruct others. The Yu family's two formation emperors already leaped out and fired out countless spells towards the grand array. Very soon, the grand array was stabilized. The Yu family's formation masters also did not think that the Bright Moon Compet, Tian's final battle, would actually be fought to this sort of degree. Even the grand array they laid down already almost could not be sustained. These two formation emperor powerhouses' strengths were very strong. Under their consolidation, the grand array was already not in danger of collapsing. But right at this time, Lin Xiao's saber already arrived within 10 feet of Yi Yuan as well. A hint of the delight of revenge flickered across the corners of his mouth. Yi Yuan's move had yet to form. He believed that this saber of his was absolutely able to cleave Yi Yuan into two. At least, it also had to make Yi Yuan heavily wounded and on the verge of death. As long as he could win this match, Lin Xiao, would still be the winner. However, just as his saber arrived within 3 feet of Yi Yuan, he discovered to his astonishment that his curved blade was actually unable to advance an inch further. Yi Yuan still maintained the pose of wielding a sword, virtually pinged together with Lin Xiao's blade point. However, Lin Xiao's saber had no way of advancing another step forward. Huff huff! Around Yi Yuan, the one black and one azure storms became increasingly fiercer. Originally, Lin Xiao's saber momentum was way more powerful than Yi Yuan's aura. Yet, Yi Yuan's aura became more and more powerful. The radius of the storm also became greater and greater. Gradually, it actually pushed Lin Xiao's body back. Right at this time, Yi Yuan suddenly snapped open both eyes. A terrifying aura instantly swept across the entire square. Supreme True Intent Fusion. Virtually at the same time, Zhou Jia, Yu Jinxiu, Han Tong, these pinnacle powerhouses cried out in alarm. Chapter 950, Spirit Horn Shattering Mirror. Chapter 950, Spirit Horn Shattering Mirror B. Not good. Lin Xiao is in danger. Han Tong's expression changed drastically. His entire person dashed over in the direction of the stage like an arrow that left the bow. Yu Jinxiu gave a cold snort and said, "Your esteemed self is truly looking down on my Bright Moon City too much." At the same time, Yu Jinxiu's figure suddenly vanished from where he was. When he appeared again, he was already blocking in front of Han Tong. Han Tong's face fell, and a mirror actually appeared in his hand. The moment the mirror was displayed, it erupted with an outrageous aura. Yu Jinxiu originally came carrying flames of wrath, wanting to teach Han Tong a good lesson. But seeing that mirror's power, his expression involuntarily changed drastically, and his figure retreated explosively. Right then, Yi Yuan's aura became more and more stonies. Plussing. The two strands of azure and black forces suddenly rolled together, forming a terrifying attack. Don't! Lin Xiao did not have the chance to escape at all at this time, and could not help giving off a cry of despair. Spirit Extinguish. Plussing Azure Cloud Sword. Yi Yuan gave a light cry. Sword Chi flashed and disappeared, heading straight for Lin Xiao. This streak of sword chi alternating between azure and black contained two types of supreme, true intent. One was the Azure Dipper Floating Zero Sword. The other was the Slaughter Supreme True Intent. Two kinds of supreme true intent fusing. The power of this sword actually tore a large rift in the void. Rumble. The powerful sword chi directly made the defensive Grand Array shatter, blasting the Yu family's two formation emperors flying out. Under this sword, Lin Chao was dead for sure. But right at the final juncture, a figure suddenly cut in between the two people. Han Tong scared away Yu Jinxiu with one move and blocked in front of Lin Chao with the fastest speed. Spirit Horn, Shattering Mirror. Break for me. Han Tong gave a fierce cry. The mirror in his hand erupted with shocking power. Rumble. Terrifying azure black sword chi actually gradually became faint under this mirror's illumination and finally vanished from sight. Yi Yuan's certain kill sword was actually extinguished just like this. Lin Chao plopped onto the ground, his face incomparably ashen. His eyes were dull and lifeless. Clearly, he had not walked out of the fear of death yet. Yi Yuan's face fell, and he looked at Han Tong as he said icily, "Divine artifact." Everyone was staring fixedly on the mirror in Han Tong's hands. This mirror was actually a divine artifact of the legends. To be able to repel Yu Jinxiu, this level of pinnacle expert, it had to be a divine artifact. Divine artifact? It's actually a divine artifact. Didn't think that this trip to Bright Moon City, I'd actually see a divine artifact come into being. Just what background does this divine martial hall have? To actually possess a divine artifact? Divine artifact coming into being, could it be that divine Tao is going to descend again? The martial artists watching the fight were all shocked to their core. They did not think that coming to watch the Bright Moon compet. 1. Taiyan actually saw a divine artifact come into being. Today's battle situation was simply where developments of the situation kept reaching new heights. First was Yi Yuan transforming into half-dragon physique. Then it was Lin Chao's blood Ji. De-transformation directly breaking through to Tao Profound. Following that was Yi Yuan actually fusing supreme true intents. Lastly, even a divine artifact actually came into being as well. In the beginning, it was still okay, but fusing supreme true intents, that was something that divine king powerhouses did. The disparity between divine king powerhouses lied on this supreme true intense fusion. Only by fusing supreme true intents could it allow a divine king's strength to Serpa S other divine kings. The reason why the 10 great divine kings were powerful was that they fused several kinds of powerful supreme true intents. That was how they were able to show disdain on all under the heavens. But Yi Yuan, this youngster who was just at first level phaseless realm, he was actually able to fuse supreme true intents already. When he broke through to divine king realm, how terrifying would he be? One could say that as long as Yi Yuan did not perish, he would inevitably become a 10 great divine king CLA's powerhouse in the future. As for the divine artifact, Spirit Horn, Shattering Mirror, that went even more without saying. Ever since divine Tao dwindled to zero, divine artifacts no longer appeared as well. Even the 10 great divine kings only used transcendent grade holy artifacts too. But today, the divine artifact actually came into being once more. How could this not astonish them? Han Tong did not answer Yi Yuan directly. His expression was likewise solemn as he said, "Truly didn't expect that at your young age, you're actually able to fuse supreme true intents already." It was this Han who miscalculated instead. Since Lin Chao is already defeated, your esteemed self is the victor. Why is there a need to exterminate ruthlessly? Our divine martial hall will just concede. At this time, Lin Chao abruptly startled awake and suddenly let out a loud laugh and said, "Ha, I'm not dead yet. I'm not dead yet." Yi Yuan, so what even if you fused supreme true intents? Aren't you still unable to kill me? Lin Chao's state was as if he went mad, shouting at the top of his voice, venting the negative emotions in his heart. Yi Yuan looked at Han Tong and said coolly, "If I, Yi Yuan, want to kill people, you can't stop it. Today, Lin Chao must die." Hearing Yi Yuan's words, the people all sighed unceasingly. A divine artifact coming into being. Even if Yi Yuan had 3 heads and 6 arms, it was also not possible to kill Lin Chao. As long as there was Han Tong around, their divine martial hall was in an impregnable position. Didn't he see that someone as powerful as Yu Jinxiu also kept a good distance away in the face of a divine artifact? Yi Yuan's words were clearly putting up a bold front. Han Tong sneered coldly when he heard that and said, "What an arrogant brat. I want to see just how you break through the spirit horn shattering mirror in my hands." Huh. The spirit horn shattering mirror can shatter all attacks. Unless you're an expert on the level of the 10 great divine kings. Otherwise, forget about wanting to break through. Just the likes of you want to kill me too? Lin Chao said haughtily. At this time, Yu Jinxiu slowly came to Yi Yuan's side as well, and said to Han Tong, "Since you all have a divine artifact in possession, I'll spare you all from death today. Bring your people and immediately get lost for me." Han Tong chuckled and said to Yu Jinxiu with cupped fists, "It's still City Lord Yu who knows better. This Han will take his leave here. Yi Yuan, your talent Serpa. SES others, but desperately upholding your face. The one who loses face can only be you." Done talking, Han Tong brought Lin Chao was just about to leave. "Halt," Yi Yuan said in a cold voice. Han Tong turned around and said indifferently, "What? What guidance do you still have? Did I let you guys go?" Yi Yuan said coolly. Yu Jinxiu also did not think that Yi Yuan would pester so unreasonably. The other party was holding a divine artifact in his hand. Once they lost all decorum, Bright Moon City would definitely suffer heavy casualties. Even if they could strike down the other party, in the end, the losses outweighed the gains too. Yi Yuan, as long as the Green Hills remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. Better let them leave first. The might of a divine artifact is not what you can contend with. Yu Jinxiu urged. "Ha ha! He who understands the times is a wise man. Yi Yuan, you even use supreme, true intent fusion. Could it be that you still have some trump card?" Han Tong said with a laugh. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "I, Yi Yuan, always mean what I say. If I want Lin Chao to die, then he has to die today." Seeing Yi Yuan still hara. S with an unreasonable demand, Han Tong was finally truly enraged. Humph. Truly refusing face when it's given. If not for Sherry's. Plussing divine essence. You'd already become a dead man earlier. Is it possible that you really think I don't dare to kill you? Rumble. Yi Yuan did not speak. 2 streams of black and azure force formed around him once again. He was actually going to use the spirit extinguish. Plussing azure cloud sword once more. Reckless and blind thing. Since you're seeking death yourself, then I can't save you either. While talking, Han Tong brought out the spirit horn shattering mirror. Spirit extinguish. Plussing azure cloud sword kill. One sword unleashed, shook the world. Fool. It's all the same outcome, even if it's repeated 1,000 times. Spirit horn shattering mirror, break for me. Han Tong shouted. But right at this time, an enormous pag. Descended from the sky, cruise. Plussing toward Lin Chao. Chapter 951, went missing. Chapter 951, went missing B, the vast heaven pag. That carried the might of heaven and earth, and it appeared behind Han Tong unexpectedly. This scene was too sudden. Everyone did not expect that Yi Yuan actually still had such a trick. Rumble. A loud crash was heard. The people felt the earth was trembling. The vast heaven pag. Did directly smash towards Lin Chao, cruise. Plussing him in a mincemeat. Over here, Han Tong used the spirit horn shattering mirror to extinguish Yi Yuan's attack. But Lin Chao still died. Another divine artifact. My G.O.D. What on earth is happening to this world? Fool, that pag. Isn't a divine artifact, but a quasi-divine artifact. But even if it's a quasi-divine artifact, it already infinitely approaches divine artifact too. Yi Yuan, this boy, He actually had such a heaven-defying, fortuitous encounter to be able to obtain a quasi-divine artifact. With this ingenious move to gain the upper hand, it really let him kill Lin Chao. The vast heaven pack. Oh, Da's appearance stirred up a commotion among the crowd once more. Today, these martial artists really broadened their horizons. Fusing supreme, true, intense, divine artifact, quasi-divine artifact, one appeared after another. It simply refreshed their three views on life. What shocked them the most was still Yi Yuan. This young man was too scary. His own strength was terrifying to the extreme. Furthermore, he even had innumerable contingencies. Han Tong wielded a divine artifact and was incomparably arrogant. But he ultimately still suffered a loss at Yi Yuan's hands. Yi Yuan raised his palm. The vast heaven pag. Oh, to return to his palm. He put the vast heaven pag. Oh, Do Wei, and said to Han Tong nonchalantly. So what if divine artifact? If I, Yi Yuan, want to kill people and... Oh, body can stop it. All right, now you guys can scram. Done talking. Yi Yuan turned around to leave, flying over in Yu Mengli's direction. Han Tong was infuriated until he clenched his jaws tightly, his entire body quivering continuously. Looking at Yi Yuan's back view, he made no effort to conceal his killing intent in the slightest. At the same time, several auras already locked onto him. As long as he moved, what awaited him would be a terrifying blow. Although he possessed a divine artifact, his scruples were also a lot. Finally, he still gave a cold snort and said to Li Hun and the others, "Let's go." Yu Mengli walked gracefully and went to greet Yi Yuan and hurriedly supported him, using the spirit extinguish. H.I. Plussing azure cloud sword twice in a row, the burden on Yi Yuan's body was tremendous. The current Yi Yuan was already on the verge of collapsing. Big brother Yuan, it was hard on you, Yu Mengli said in relief. Outside Bright Moon City, Han Tong and the others were walking unhurriedly. A bunch of reckless things. They also don't use their brains to think properly. Is a divine artifact what they can covet? Han Tong said to a subordinate. Han Tong exposing the divine artifact would naturally draw the covetous eyes of forces everywhere. At present, there were 7 to 8 major and minor factions targeting them. These people were wary of the divine artifact in Han Tong's hands, and also apprehensive of other forces benefiting from their struggle. Hence, that was why they exercised restraint and did not make a move. They're naturally aware. It's just that the temptation of a divine artifact is too great. Li Hun said with a cold smile. Han Tong said solemnly, "Draw them towards a place with less people. Spare no one." Lin Chao mastering the blood G. Oh, D-transformation. The divine martial hall attached a great deal of importance to him. Coming to Bright Moon City, this time, also had the intention of experiencing trials. But he did not expect that he was crushed by Yi Yuan just like that. The current Han Tong had a stomach full of rage that just happened to have nowhere to vent. But these guys delivered themselves to the doorstep one by one. If they did not have the strength to protect a divine artifact, how would they dare to reveal it? Actually, everybody understood the logic. It was just that how many people were able to endure the temptation of a divine artifact? A day later, inside a forest where few people tread, corpses were strewn all over the ground disorderly. Among these corpses, the strongest one actually had late-stage, Dao, profound realm strength. However, their strengths were not worth mentioning at all in front of Han Tong and his people. "Your Excellency, these tail ends are already taken care of. What should we do now?" Li Hun patted his hands and asked Han Tong. Han Tong said with a solemn face, "The objective of this trip is the Sun-Moon heavenly pupil. Since we're already unable to enter with conventional means, then we can only use force. There's still a few days away from the opening of the vast Sun Bright Moon realm. We'll hide first and wait for the right time to take action." Then, the matter of Lin Chao being killed, Li Hun said, rather hesitantly. The moment Han Tong heard, his expression became even darker, and he said, "Yi Yuan, that brat, will definitely enter the vast Sun Bright Moon realm. At that time, we'll settle the scores together." After Yi Yuan rested for a day, he recovered to his peak state. When he exited seclusion, he discovered that there were already quite a number of people waiting for him. The first one he had to meet was naturally Yu Jinxiu. He was Liu's father. This face had to be given. Seeing Yi Yuan again, Yu Jinxiu stared at him for a long time, as if it was his first time seeing Yi Yuan. City Lord Yu, does he have flowers on his face? Yi Yuan could only voice out. Yu Jinxiu froze, then said, this emperor has lived for many years. I can't tell how many young geniuses I've met, but someone unfathomable like you, it's still my first time encountering. Yi Yuan, you won the Bright Moon Compet. Tian, we're considered as a family as well. Can you give me an explanation as to just what kind of relations? I plus P is between you and the Soul Martial Divine King? Yi Yuan looked at Yu Jinxiu and said with a smile that was not a smile, Soul Martial Divine King? This you don't know him. The more Yi Yuan pretended to be profound, the more Yu Jinxiu could not figure him out. The more firmly Yi Yuan denied it, the more certain Yu Jinxiu was that he and Zhong Zizhen's relations. I plus P was not shallow. But this sort of thing, there was no way for Yi Yuan to admit it personally. He and Zhong Zizhen's relations. I plus P was indeed not shallow. But it was definitely not that sort of relations. I plus P Yu Jinxiu they all thought. But this sort of influence, Yi Yuan did not mind borrowing it. Then, the quasi-divine artifact in your hands. To talk about what Yu Jinxiu wanted to know the most, it was naturally still the vast heaven pag. Oh, Das information. Quasi-divine artifact. This kind of thing was too sensational in the divine realm. Although the vast heaven pag. That could not compare to a genuine divine artifact. The might of a quasi-divine artifact was already sufficiently daunting. More importantly, the one who possessed the quasi-divine artifact was even his, Yu Jinxiu's, prospective son-in-law. Yi Yuan smiled and said, City Lord, you didn't go and chase that Han Tong, but come and ask about my pag. Where's the logic? No matter what, my pag. They can't compare to his spirit horn shattering mirror either, right? According to what I know, the spirit horn shattering mirror is an ancient divine artifact. Its power is extremely formidable. Furthermore, it even has a terrifying ability, which is that it's able to shatter SPAC. In my view, although those people retreated for the time being, they probably won't withdraw easily either, right? What Yi Yuan thought of. How could Yu Jinxiu not think of it? Hearing Yi Yuan bring it up, he heaved and sighed. He then said, after the Bright Moon Compet, 1. Tian, I sent a Yu family's expert to follow their tracks. As a result, Yi Yuan's face fell slightly, and he asked, as a result what? News just came. Inside a dense forest 30,000 miles north of Bright Moon City, over 100 corpses were discovered. Among them had that disciple of my Yu family. Those people's traces have already utterly gone missing. Yu Jinxiu said solemnly. Yi Yuan drew a deep breath. Did not expect that this bunch of people were actually so foolproof when doing things. Looks like the vast sun Bright Moon realm opening this time. It probably wouldn't be too peaceful. Chapter 952. Sun and Moon Joint Brilliance. Chapter 952. Sun and Moon Joint Brilliance. When Yi Yuan and Yu Jinxiu were conversing in the inner chamber, Yu Mengli's side was already thoroughly being assaulted. Liu, your uncle Janya has doted on you dearly since young. The medicinal pills you ate when you were young, a lot of them were refined for you by Uncle Janya. In a while, when our son-in-law comes out, can you let your Uncle Janya meet him? Bulls. HI plus T. Back then, when you heard that Liu found a lower realms B, you had no lack of objections. Liu, to talk about doting you, it's still your Uncle Jinxiu who's most fond of you. When you were young, Uncle Jinxiu often carried you. I say, elder brothers, all of you stop fighting. This younger brother's illness is deadly and brooks no delay. Yu Jianfeng shouted. This period of time filled Yu Jianfeng with burning anxiety. Yi Yuan's words on that day were constantly lingering beside his ear, making him live in the midst of depression the whole time. He wanted to find Yi Yuan to inquire just what it actually was, but Yi Yuan was too busy. First was helping Yu Mengli to refine the soul-separating pill. Immediately following, that was closed seclusion. Then, after coming out, was taking part in the Bright Moon Compet. One time, these were all important matters concerning the family clan. How could he squeeze inside? Now, the dust of the Bright Moon Compet. 1. Taiyan finally settled. He came over to find Yi Yuan straight away. But Yi Yuan was too in demand right now. A large group of people was waiting and lining up here. Seeing this group of uncles arguing to see Yi Yuan, Yu Mengli felt honored because of it too. Uncles, not that Lier isn't helping you all, but it's really that Lier is unable to make the decision for Big Brother Yuan. Who he wants to meet, it's best for him to come and decide himself after he comes out, Yu Mengli said with a flattering smile. Just as they were talking, Yu Jinxiu and Yi Yuan came out from the inner chamber. The hall quietened down all of a sudden. Yu Jinxiu's expression was rather ugly. Yi Yuan was simply impervious to everything. He did not obtain any useful information at all. Rather, Yi Yuan's lysis made him faintly worry about Han Tong and his group. Yu Jinxiu swept a glance over everyone and did not say anything either, and he directly left. The moment he left, a group of people crowded around all at once, chirping nonstop. "All right, all shut up for me," Yi Yuan shouted coldly. These people stopped very obediently. If an ordinary junior dared to talk this way to them, a tight slap would have been smacked over long ago. But Yi Yuan was different. He did not even show respect to Quan Xingzi. Furthermore, Yi Yuan was an alchemy and martial duel prodigy. In the future, he would absolutely have terrifying accomplishments in alchemy and martial arts. Perhaps Yi Yuan would be the next sole martial divine king. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, "You Jianfeng stay, the rest all leave. Tomorrow, I'll open a forum and give a sermon. Whatever questions you all have in alchemy, you can seek guidance from me at that time. Each person only has one chance. Go back and think carefully about what to ask." The moment everyone heard this, they could not help being overjoyed. They took their leave one after another. The group of alchemy emperors was like students in front of Yi Yuan, incomparably respectful. Yi Yuan and Yu Mengli exchanged a glance, and could not help revealing a hint of helplessness. This outcome could be predicted. The alchemy path strength that Yi Yuan displayed already far surpassed said ordinary alchemy emperor powerhouses. As the saying went, those who reached first were the teachers. Receiving these alchemy emperors soughting after was also within reason. About that, son-in-law, my body, just what kind of problem occurred? Yu Jianfeng clasped his hands and consulted. Yi Yuan sat on the seat of honor's position carelessly and said coolly, "Blue Sky spirit root is very scarce. I believe that your Yu family's reserves aren't many either. If my conjectures are right, it should be another alchemy emperor in your Yu family who took the liberty to change the Blue Sky spirit root into Brahma's secret leaf, right? In his previous life, Ji Qingyan wrote a prescription for Yu Jianfeng before. As long as Yu Jianfeng ate the medicine according to the prescription, the Yangqiao meridian injuries would naturally heal. Blue Sky spirit root was a type of spirit medicine in the prescription. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Yu Jianfeng was incomparably shocked. Yi Yuan did not even need to take his pulse and already knew his prescription. This was also too freakish, right? Furthermore, what Yi Yuan said did not have the slightest error. The Yu family's Blue Sky spirit root was indeed pretty much depleted by him very quickly. Forced under the circumstances, Yu Jianfeng could only take the prescription and ask for help from a family clan's alchemy emperor elder. As a result, that alchemy emperor elder decided without consulting others to change the Blue Sky spirit root to Brahma's secret leaf. Son-in-law is truly Oh, do you like to actually even know about this? The Yu family's Blue Sky spirit root was only sufficient for me to use for half a year's time. Compelled by the circumstances, I went to Elder Ling Tao to ask for help. He looked at the prescription and said that I could use Brahma's secret leaf to replace the Blue Sky spirit root. Hence, the Elder Ling Tao out of Yu Jianfeng's mouth was a middle-rank alchemy emperor elder in the Yu family, whose status was revered. Yi Yuan nodded when he heard that and said, The medicinal effects of the Brahma's secret leaf and blue sky spirit root indeed has interchangeable aspects in this prescription. It is also indeed able to treat Yangxiao meridian injuries. But there is still another supplementary medicine in this prescription, green jade heavenly star GRAS. Mixing together with the Brahma's secret leaf to brew into medicine will produce a slow-acting toxin which will paralyze the martial artist's mind at indeterminate intervals. As time passes, when the toxins ACCU mutilate to a certain level, it can even make the person utterly insane. It's this reason that you find it hard to meditate and why your essence energy would also occasionally get interrupted. Yu Jianfeng's expression could not help changing drastically. Back then, when Elder Ling Tao helped him to alter the prescription, he discovered that the medicine effects were not very different from before and even thanked Elder Ling Tao with tears in his eyes. He did not expect that this Brahma's secret leaf actually had such severe consequences. What to do about it? The moment Yu Jianfeng heard this, he thoroughly lost all social graces. Yi Yuan said, "If it were others, I couldn't care less. But I know that you've shown extra considerations towards Liu these few years. On account of Liu's face, I naturally won't leave you be. I'll write a prescription for you. Take the medicine according to the prescription. Within 10 days, you'll definitely be cured." Yu Jianfeng could not help being overjoyed the moment he heard that and said, "Thank you so much, son-in-law. Thank you so much, son-in-law." Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, "You're Liu's elder. Naturally, you're my elder too. This kind of solemn respect's best to drop it in the future. I can't bear it." Getting the prescription, it was like Yu Jianfeng obtained a priceless treasure, and he left in great spirits. Yu Mengli let out a sigh and said, "Big brother Yuan, it's really hard on you." Yi Yuan and her both knew what the other was thinking and was naturally aware of what Yu Mengli was referring to. Yi Yuan was once a peak existence that everyone looked up to. Yu Jianfeng, this kind of Tao profound realm powerhouse, would also have to be extra respectful towards him. But now, getting burdened by her, he had to lower his status and call these people uncle. But Yi Yuan said with a smile, "I said before long ago, Qinyan Zi is already past cloud and smoke. The one before your eyes now is just 8B. Kin who ascended from the lower realms. As for those vain glories, as long as your strength is sufficient, it will naturally come in a throng." The following 2 days, Yi Yuan opened a forum and gave a sermon at the Yu family, answering every one of those alchemy emperor's queries. In 2 days, these alchemy emperor powerhouses all started to respect a puny little alchemy venerable from their hearts. His alchemy, Tao understanding, was completely not what they could compare to. The disparity was too great. One evening half a month later, the moonlight in the skies of Bright Moon City suddenly became abnormally bright, illuminating the entire city like it was daytime. At the same time, vast Sun City's sun even shone with a boundless radiance, as if it was going to shoot through the horizons. The sun and moon joint brilliance finally arrived. 0. Starting from this chapter, there will be some capitalization rules to be standardized. Referring to people as a form of address, such as Aunt, Master Yi Yuan, and City Lord, Yi Yuan is coming will be capitalized. But when not referring them as a direct form of address, such as that group of alchemy emperors and city lords, and my master, no capitalization. Check out AP capitalization rules. Similarly, the way of referring to self, such as this seat and this emperor, will not be capitalized. But for terms such as Tao or divine Tao or alchemy Tao, they will be capitalized, but not alchemy path. Chapter 953. Doing one thing under cover of another. Chapter 953. Doing one thing under cover of another. Deep under the light of boundless radiance, it illuminated a radius of 10,000 miles of the two vast sun and bright moon city, turning the dusk sky into daytime. Gradually, clouds of multicolored mist rose upwards, thoroughly covering the skies. At this instant, it was as if vast sun city and bright moon city became a mortal world paradise. This kind of wondrous sight could only be seen once every 300 years. Sun and moon joint brilliance. The vast sun-bright moon realm is finally going to see the light of day once more. I wonder this time, who can obtain the ancestors' favor and acquire the spirit spring to wash their eyes? Up in bright moon city sky, in between the multicolored immortal chi, a gap actually slowly split open in the S.P. as if it was somebody's eye, slowly opening. That was the vast sun-bright moon realm's entrance. At the same time, a rift similarly appeared in the skies above Vast Sun City. That rift belonged to Vast Sun City. Many martial artists all closed in on the rift area. Very clearly, they all wished to get a slice of the cake. This kind of grand event occasion that would only open every 300 years, who would be unmoved? It was just that each time the Vast Sun Bright Moon realm opened, Vast Sun City and Bright Moon City absolutely prohibited others from encroaching on it. The entrance area would be heavily guarded. Several figures slowly rose up, arriving in front of the entrance. The one in the lead was precisely Yu Jianfeng. Unauthorized people, quickly back away. Otherwise, will capture and summarily execute. The Vast Sun Bright Moon realm opening. Bright Moon City's permanent residents, martial artists under the skeletal age of 300 years old, and whose strength reached phaseless realm. After receiving inspections at designated venues in the city, you can enter. Yu Jianfeng said coldly. Entering the Vast Sun Bright Moon realm was not the Yu family's members' exclusive right. Though the Yu family was strong, one Yu family could not support such a big rank, one holy land. Hence, the Vast Sun Bright Moon realm would also be open to the martial artists in the city. However, wanting to obtain the qualifications to enter the Vast Sun Bright Moon realm, one must be a permanent resident of Bright Moon City. Of course, wanting to obtain the qualifications of permanent residency was very difficult. The conditions were extremely harsh. These people were either pledged loyalty to the Yu family for generations or swore a heavenly Tao oath to swear lifelong fealty to the Yu family. One does not allow benefits created by one's own work to accrue to others. The Yu family naturally would not let others get the Vast Sun Bright Moon realm's quotas easily. Yi Yuan slowly opened his eyes, waking up from a meditative state. When he saw Yu Mengli, he could not help jumping in fright as well. Lear, it's only been a few days of not seeing. Actually broke through already? Innate battle soul physique indeed lives up to its reputation. Yu Mengli was exceedingly talented, even a notch above Zhou Yan. It was just that after her innate battle soul physique flared up, her cultivation realm remained at a standstill all along. These dozen over years, her cultivation realm did not advance but fell instead. It even dropped quite a few realms. From when she recovered until now, it was merely half a month's time. Not only did Yu Mengli's cultivation realm recover to its peak state, it even scaled to new heights, and she broke through to 9th level phaseless. Such cultivation speed was simply too shocking. Yi Yuan's understanding of the innate battle soul physique was also merely limited to the records. But now, only when he saw Yu Mengli's cultivation speed with his own eyes did he know how terrifying this spirit physique was. When Yu Mengli cultivated to Divine King realm, coupling with the innate moonlight heavenly eyes ocular arts, it was simply killing G.O.D.S. when encountering G.O.D.S., killing Buddha when encountering Buddha, two kinds of heaven-defying physiques being born in the same person. This was simply heaven's joke. After experiencing suffering, Yu Mengli finally dispelled the clouds and saw the bright moon. Lear smiled sweetly and said, "Isn't this still all thanks to Big Brother Yuan? Without you, Lear would have long become withered bones in a graveyard. How could I have today?" Yi Yuan said with a smile. "Look, you're at it again. Looks like the Vast Sun Bright Moon realm is already opened. Should we prepare a bit to enter inside?" Yu Mengli smiled and said with a nod, "Coming to find Big Brother Yuan is precisely for this matter. Father has already decided. Tomorrow at noon, the pious Sageway should be able to thoroughly stabilize. At that time, we'll enter inside together with Bright Moon City's martial artists." Yi Yuan said with a nod. That's fine. But Hantong, that bunch of people, we had no news the entire time. I'm afraid that they will cause trouble. Just what Yi Yuan knew at present. There were two divine artifacts in this world. One was the sacred dragon token in his hands. The other was the spirit horn shattering mirror in Hantong's hands. The might of a divine artifact. Only Yi Yuan had a clear understanding. Once a divine artifact was infused with divine essence, the strength of its power was unimaginable. Father is also worried about this matter and already arranged a large number of forces around the entrance. There's absolutely no way for them to barge inside, Yumingli said. Yi Yuan nodded his head, but felt that this matter probably would not be so simple. At noon the next day, Bright Moon City side had 1,000 people gathered at the entrance. These people have already been through Bright Moon City's stringent screening. They would enter the vast sun Bright Moon realm to seek out that glimmer of good luck. If they could obtain a spirit spring to wash their eyes, not only were they able to obtain powerful ocular arts, it would also be greatly beneficial to their cultivation. Of course, if they were able to have heaven-defying fortuitous encounter and obtain the sun-moon divine spring of the legends, there was even a possibility that they could obtain the sun-moon heavenly pupil. It was just that these 100,000 years, there had yet to be anyone who was so lucky. Rumor has it that inside the vast sun bright moon realm, there was only one sun-moon divine spring. Furthermore, the location was erratic. In 100,000 years, there had actually been someone who found the sun-moon divine spring before. It was just that, sadly, he did not acquire the sun-moon heavenly pupil. Jianfeng, entering the vast sun bright moon realm this time, you'll be leading the team. This time is different from in the past. It might be more dangerous. You got to be more careful, Yu Jinxiu said. Although the vast sun bright moon realm was Vast Sun City and Bright Moon City's private property, inside was not a straight path. On the contrary, the perils inside were not lesser compared to ordinary mystic realms. Hence, each time they entered the vast sun bright moon realm, there had to be a Yu family's important figure holding down the fort. This time, the Yu family sent out Yu Jianfeng. Yu Jianfeng received the order and said, Jianfeng understands. Family head, please rest assured. Yu Jinxiu nodded and said, And if I didn't trust you, I wouldn't have sent you either. I don't care about the others, but Yi Yuan and Li Er, you must ensure that you bring them out safe and sound. Yu Jianfeng's expression turned sharp as he said with a nod, Jianfeng will definitely lay down his life to serve. After Yu Jinxiu was finished with the orders, Yu Jianfeng brought the group of martial artists and were planning on entering the vast sun bright moon realm. But right then, an abnormality suddenly occurred. An intense light shot out from the void, bombarding onto the multicolored immortal chi. Rumble. The S.P.A.C. emitted a series of fierce tremors. The martial artists in the air were actually somewhat staggering unsteadily on their feet. DAM minute. It's the spirit horn shattering mirror. They are actually planning on forcefully opening up a gap in the S.P.A.C. and entering the vast sun bright moon realm. Yu Jinxiu said in a cold voice. Asterisk tear, asterisk. Under the bombardment of the spirit horn shattering mirror, a gap actually really appeared in the sky. Several figures dashed out from within the void and directly entered the vast sun bright moon realm. With this, even Yu Jinxiu was taken by surprise too and had no time to stop it at all, helplessly watching Han Tong and the others entered the vast sun bright moon realm. But this was not over yet. The moment this breach was opened up, the martial artists in Bright Moon City could not hold back anymore as well, pouring over there frenziedly. Chapter 954, Decay Spring. Chapter 954, Decay Spring B. People who were quick to take advantage of the opportunity already arrived at the entrance of the Pious Sageway at this time. Yu Jinxiu's face was very grim, and he snapped coldly, Go and guard the Pious Sageway. Whoever dares to go in, kill without mercy. Under the order, the Yu family immediately had a powerhouse lead a team and charge over towards that Pious Sageway opening. It was just that at this time, there were already a large group of martial artists who entered the Pious Sageway. Want to stop, it was already too late. Irrelevant personnel, quickly back off. Any more people who barge into the vast sun-bright moon realm will be killed without mercy. Warn the Yu family's powerhouse. But the scene right now already completely lost control. How could those martial artists willingly let go of such an opportunity? The human traffic still poured over in the direction of the Pa-S. Sageway opening, getting more and more. Kill. Seeing that warnings were ineffective, the Yu family's powerhouse started to mean business and began suppressing with Y measures. But among those martial artists, there are also quite a few Dao profound realm experts. Plus, the numbers were many. The Yu family's powerhouse could not finish it all. Seeing this scene, Yu Jianxiu's face fell, and he said with a cold snort, refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. While talking, Yu Jianxiu smacked a palm over into the crowd. Rumble. Yu Jianxiu's casual palm directly slaughtered a large number of martial artists. Once a divine king became enraged, floating corpses would span 1,000 miles. Under this palm, those martial artists finally knew fear and gradually did not dare to rush towards the Pa-S Sageway opening anymore. They stopped far away, looking at those martial artists who already rushed into the Pa-S Sageway with envious looks. Since the vast sun-bright moon realm came into being, there's never been anyone who opened up another Pa-S Sageway to enter inside before. Today, it really broadened my horizons. What a terrific divine martial hall. This Yu has remembered it. Yu Jianxiu said in a cold voice. Today's incident was an unprecedented humiliation to the Yu family. How could Yu Jianxiu not take it to heart? Furthermore, a martial artist carrying a divine artifact entering the vast sun-bright moon realm increased a great deal of variables. Family head, what should we do now? Yu Jianfeng could not resist asking. That Hantong's strength was very formidable. Furthermore, he had the spirit horn shattering mirror, this level of divine artifact, in his hands. Once they met, he was not a match at all. Yu Jianxiu said solemnly, "You lot enter inside first. Later, I'll send Elder Ling Yu to enter the vast sun-bright moon realm to lend you a helping hand. If you run into that Hantong, capture and summarily execute." Yu Jianfeng's expression changed, not expecting that family head actually made such a firm decision this time. Yu Lingyu was a Yu family's elder and also Yu Jianfeng's aunt, the other divine king powerhouse of the Yu family. Sending her into the vast sun-bright moon realm, this was making up his mind to make Han Tong stay. Inside the vast sun-bright moon realm, birds sang and the flowers were fragrant. It was a quiet and peaceful atmosphere. It was just that the Yu family members were all aware that this place actually concealed many killing intents. "What is it, big brother Yuan?" Yu Mengli discovered that Yi Yuan had knitted brows, and she could not resist asking. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "Nothing. I just feel that this place is rather strange." "Strange? Our Yu family and Zhou family have already entered the vast sun-bright moon realm who knows how many times. We've never discovered anything amiss here before." Yu Mengli said wonderingly. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Maybe I was thinking too much." At this time, Yu Jianfeng said to everyone, "Now everybody disperse. Seek out your own lucky chance respectively." Except that this time, everybody saw it too. The situation is a little different. Everyone needs to be careful. If you see people apart from the two Yu and Zhou families, if it's within the scope of your abilities, everybody must cut them down. The prestige of the Yu family does not tolerate these people to come and blaspheme. Understood? Understood. Voices of A.S. sent that shook the heavens echoed out. These 1,000 martial artists all had extremely deep connections with the Yu family and naturally stood on the Yu family side. After everyone dispersed, Yi Yuan and Yu Mengli also headed towards the deep areas of the mystic realm to seek out their own lucky chance. Inside the vast sun-bright moon realm, the so-called lucky chance was the eye-baptizing spirit springs. If a martial artist found an eye-baptizing spirit spring site, they could jump in the mouth of the spring. The spring waters would cleanse the martial artist's marrow. Of course, the most important function of this spirit spring was to cleanse the eyes. It could let the martial artist's ocular arts evolve, achieving the postnatal vast sun flame heart pupil or moonlight heavenly eye from there. This vast sun bright moon realm was opened up together to your two families. I've always been curious why the bright moon city's martial artists, what they obtained were all moonlight heavenly eye powers. Along the way, Yi Yuan asked curiously. It's said that this is because of Bright Moon City's moonlight. Martial artists who stay in Bright Moon City for a long time, their bodies will carry the aura of the moonlight heavenly eye. When they enter the vast sun bright moon realm to acquire eye-baptizing spirit springs, they would naturally obtain the powers of the moonlight heavenly eye, Yu Jianfeng said. The others all scattered respectively. But Yu Jianfeng followed Yi Yuan and Yu Mengli, protecting the two of them. Like that, huh? Most likely, this is the means of a deity realm powerhouse. Deity realm powerhouses are truly what body can imagine. Yi Yuan sighed with admiration. Ha! I found an eye-baptizing spirit spring. Right at this time, an excited voice came over from not far away. The three people looked over following the voice, only to see that a martial artist found the mouth of a spring the size of a well, and he was abnormally excited. With a splash, that martial artist directly jumped into the mouth of the spring. Ark! A miserable cry transmitted over. That martial artist did not have his eyes cleansed by the spirit spring, but it was like he was boiled by that spirit spring instead, steaming hot. The three people, their judgments were good. They watched that martial artist struggle a few times, then immediately went silent. That martial artist was actually directly melted by the spring waters, without even leaving behind scraps. This scene made people's hair stand on end. Fool! Can't even distinguish between a spirit spring and decay spring, and also dare to barge into the vast sun bright moon realm. Yu Jianfeng said with a cold sneer. Decay spring? Yi Yuan asked curiously. Inside this vast sun bright moon realm, there are two kinds of spring. One type is the eye-baptizing spirit spring, greatly beneficial to martial artists. The other type is this decay spring. Its corrosive powers are extremely strong. Even if a Tao profound realm powerhouse entered inside, it's a certain death too. That person just now wasn't a member of the Zhou and Yu two families. He must be a martial artist who entered from that passageway. Only the permanent residents of Bright Moon City would know these secrets, Yu Jianfeng said. Yi Yuan also sighed endlessly when he heard. The Yu family and Zhou family operated for countless years by the two of them. Clearly, there were many secrets that the outside world did not know. Yi Yuan came beside the decay spring and saw that the water surface was calm. It was as if nothing had happened earlier. Yi Yuan, let's go. The eye-baptizing spirit springs are also split into good and bad. The truly good spirit springs are still in the deep areas of the mystic realm. Han Tong, those people, definitely headed to the depths of the mystic realm. We'd better not lose time. Yu Jianfeng saw that Yi Yuan was interested in the decay spring and could not resist urging him. However, it was like Yi Yuan did not hear it. He still stared at the decay spring. Yu Jianfeng was about to open his mouth again, but saw Yu Mengli making a hush hand gesture at him, saying softly, "Don't interrupt big brother Yuan. Let him look. Maybe he had noticed something." Yu Jianfeng could only drop it, but he was still rather disdainful in his heart. A decay spring that claimed people's lives? What was there to study? Yi Yuan was currently looking, when he suddenly leaped, jumping down into the decay spring. Seeing this scene, Yu Jianfeng and Yu Mengli's expression both changed greatly. Chapter 955, Reverse Life Spirit Spring. Chapter 955, Reverse Life Spirit Spring B. Splas. H. Plus Yi Yuan landed inside the mouth of the spring, Splas. H. I. Plussing up a wave. Big brother Yuan, don't. Yu Mengli screamed. However, it was already too late. Yi Yuan's entire person submerged inside. When the two people rushed to the spring, how could they still see Yi Yuan's figure? The spring water was clearly transparent, but one completely could not see Yi Yuan. Yu Mengli actually wanted to directly jump into the water without even thinking, but was held back by Yu Jianfeng. Lier, don't. This is a decay spring. Even if I fell inside, There's no way to come out alive either. Yu Jianfeng said. Yu Mengli's tears flowed out all at once. She completely did not think that Yi Yuan actually directly jumped inside. What Yu Jianfeng said was right. Even if a Dao profound realm powerhouse like him jumped in, it was also impossible to survive, let alone Yi Yuan. Now, the surface of the water already recovered its tranquility. But Yi Yuan's head did not even pop out. Most likely, Yu Mengli did not dare to imagine anymore. She could not understand. Yi Yuan clearly saw that person's outcome earlier. Why did he still want to jump inside the decay spring? Splosh. H. Plus a wave splashed. Yi Yuan's head tunneled out from inside the mouth of the spring. When Yu Jianfeng and Yu Mengli saw this scene, their eyes were filled with disbelief. Yi Yuan actually came out perfectly unscathed. Logically, at this time, Yi Yuan should have long been thoroughly melted down. Yi Yuan, you're actually all right. Yu Jianfeng's eyes widened, and he said. Yi Yuan said smilingly. Indeed, as I expected, this so-called decay spring is actually also a type of spirit spring. It's just that the method people draw from it is incorrect. That's all. Let's not talk first. I feel like I'm going to break through. All of a sudden, with Yi Yuan as the center, a fierce essence energy storm surged. Yu Jianfeng and Yu Mengli hurriedly retreated. The two people exchanged a glance, both seeing the astonishment in the other party's eyes. Since ancient times, there had never been anyone capable of surviving inside this decay spring. Not only was Yi Yuan fine, but he also obtained tremendous benefits inside the decay spring instead and directly broke through. Looks like our Yu family's understanding of the vast sun-bright moon realm is still too superficial. Looking at Yi Yuan breaking through, Yu Jianfeng said with a bitter smile. Before long, the essence energy storm ceased. Yi Yuan successfully broke through to second-level phaseless. After Yi Yuan left the decay spring, the mouth of that spring could actually be seen disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye, finally becoming an area of flatland. Big brother Yuan, just what on earth is going on here? Yu Mengli also came forward to ask impatiently. Yi Yuan's actions earlier completely subverted their understanding. They never knew that this decay spring actually still had such an effect. Yi Yuan smiled and said, this decay spring is actually a type of ancient spirit spring called reverse life spirit spring. Reverse life spirit spring. Yu Jianfeng and Yu Mengli both had blank looks. Clearly, they had never heard of this name before. You guys can't be blamed for not knowing either. The reverse life spirit spring has long disappeared in the divine realm already. I also saw it inside an ancient record. That was how I recognized it. I didn't expect that inside this vast sun, bright moon realm would actually have this kind of thing, Yi Yuan said with an emotional sigh. But Yu Jianfeng became anxious and asked, just what is the reverse life spirit spring that you mentioned? Why would others be melted down when they enter the decay spring, while you're completely fine? Yi Yuan explained, the reverse life spirit springs is born from heaven and earth, containing powerful, yet violent essence energy. Legend has it that as long as one drinks a mouthful of reverse life spirit spring, it could directly let a first-level Dao profound martial artist break through to third-level Dao profound. Of course, the prerequisite is that you're not immediately stuffed by this violent essence energy until you explode. What? This is also too exaggerated, right? That you just now. Yu Jianfeng nearly jumped up, a look of disbelief written all over his face. To the majority of martial artists, after breaking through to Dao profound realm, each breakthrough of a minor realm needed to expend several hundred years, even 1,000 years of time. But one mouthful of spirit spring could let a first-level Dao profound martial artist break through to third-level Dao profound. This sort of spirit spring was also a bit too terrifying. More importantly, what Yi Yuan said was one mouthful of spirit spring. But that decay spring, just now, was a small pool. Although Yi Yuan broke through cultivation realm, the effects were far from as horrifying as he said. Yi Yuan said with a smile, do you think that reverse life spirit springs are cabbages on the roadside? There can be one randomly? That reverse life spirit spring earlier has been diluted goodness knows how many times. If there was really such a large reverse life spirit spring, do you think that I'd dare easily go into the water? Yu Jianfeng's old face could not help turning red, aware that he was overthinking it. This vast sun bright moon realm had D knows how many decay springs. If it was really all reverse life spirit springs, then it would be even more precious than the sun-moon heavenly pupil, Big Brother Yuan. Then this reverse life spirit spring, why would people be melted away when they go into it? Yu Mengli said doubtfully. The moment Yu Jianfeng heard, he could not help perking his ears up too. This was the area he was most curious about. Yi Yuan said smilingly, reverse life spirit springs have a distinguished plusing trait. That is, when absorbing, one mustn't revolve it according to normal cultivation methods. Otherwise, it would become strong, corrosive poison, directly melting people away. One must reverse their cultivation methods to revolve before they can absorb the essence energy inside. Reverse life spirit springs got its name from this as well. Not knowing the inside story and rashly absorbing the spirit spring is no different from seeking death. Yu Jianfeng duo marveled endlessly when they heard. Creation was indeed miraculous. There was actually still such a bizarre spirit spring in this world. If one did not understand beforehand, who could have known that this terrifying decay spring was actually a heaven and earth rare treasure? Yu Jianfeng sighed incessantly when he heard, and said, the vast sun bright moon realm has existed for so many years. Our Yu family is sitting on a treasure, but weren't aware of it ourselves. What irony! Yi Yuan sighed as well, and said, truly envious of the martial artists in the Divine Tao era. Most likely, many heaven and earth rare treasures utterly scattered and disappeared along with the disappearance of Divine Tao. This reverse life spirit spring is a heaven and earth rare treasure to Tao profound realm martial artists. But when placed in the Divine Tao era, it's also nothing more than this, right? First level Tao profound to third level Tao profound sounded scary. But if deity realm powerhouses still existed in the world, this was also merely SOSO. This degree of essence energy to deity realm powerhouses was probably also just trying to put out a cartload of burning logs with a cup of water. This reverse life spirit spring was already extinct in the divine realm. No one was able to find any traces at all. Even records that recorded it were extremely, extremely rare. Although the Medicine King Hall was the super holy land with the most shallow foundation, the depths of its bedrock was what the average person could not imagine. For several thousand years, Ji Jingyang explored who knows how many mystic realms and obtained quite a number of extremely valuable records. In order to pursue the paramount alchemy D realm, Yi Yuan browsed through D knows how many of this type of records. His knowledge and understanding were not what ordinary martial artists could compare to at all. But in the Divine Tao era, this level of heaven and earth rare treasure probably would not be as scarce as presently. Yi Yuan did not say so without reason as well. His goal was never the divine king realm, but that paramount deity realm. This sort of emotions, probably only the Yu Mengli whose heart was linked with his could understand. All right, continue the journey then. If we run into reverse life spirit springs again, the two of you can also go in to absorb it, Yi Yuan said. Chapter 956, Struggle for Spirit Springs. Chapter 956, Struggle for Spirit Springs. Yi Yuan trio headed towards the deep areas. Along the way, it was peaceful as well. The vast sun bright moon realm was extremely vast, but the number of spirit springs was very scarce and not that easy to encounter. As for who could obtain it, it would have to depend on their respectively lucky chances. Of course, apart from the eye-baptizing spirit springs, there were still many heaven and earth rare treasures within the mystic realm. Those with good luck would similarly reap significant harvests. When the three people walked to a region of mountain valleys, suddenly, the place ahead was covered in mist, like a mortal world paradise. Yu Jianfeng could not help being overjoyed as he said in exhilaration, "It's an eye-baptizing spirit spring. Furthermore, the grade isn't low. Lier, let's go and check it out. If it's a top-grade spirit spring, it will be yours." Eye-baptizing spirit springs were divided into 5 grade, respectively: low grade, middle grade, high grade, top grade, and the legendary heaven grade. It was said that if a martial artist acquired a heaven grade spirit spring, it would produce a spirit physique second only to the innate moonlight heavenly eye physique, with exceedingly powerful ocular powers. It was just that heaven-grade spirit springs were too rare. The Yu family entered the vast sun bright moon realm so many times and also merely obtained it a measly few times before. Hence, if Yu Mengli could obtain a top-grade spirit spring, it was already expressing thanks to heaven and earth. Top-grade spirit springs were also not that easy to run into. It's indeed a top-grade spirit spring. Luck this time is really not bad. Just entered the mystic realm for 2 days' time, and we ran into a top-grade spirit spring. Lier, you quickly enter the spirit spring. With this top-grade spirit spring, your ocular powers will have hopes of approaching the divine Luo realm. Yu Jianfeng said delightedly. Ocular arts was a type of magical, yet mysterious technique, equivalent to adding an auxiliary martial technique for the martial artist. Powerful ocular arts could exterminate the opponent with a wave of one's hands. Moreover, it was impossible to guard against. Ocular arts were not just the vast sun flameheart pupil and moonlight heavenly eye, these 2 types. The divine realm's ocular arts had a wide variety. There were all sorts of abilities. It was just that these 2 types of ocular arts were the most renowned in the divine realm. However, no matter what kind of ability the ocular art was, the strength of the ocular art were divided into relative superiority or inferiority. Ocular arts did not have an bully or lowliness, but ocular strength had its own division of realms. Regardless of what kind of ocular art, they were all divided into mortal embryo, profound dipper, purple essence, spirit indulgent, divine luo, these 5 great realms. 1 to ocular art martial artists with postnatal physiques. The highest realm they could reach was spirit indulgent. And in reality, ocular art martial artists capable of reaching spirit indulgent realm were exceedingly few. Unless they obtained a heaven-grade eye-baptizing spirit spring, otherwise there was basically no hope in this lifetime. The vast majority of ocular art martial artists all stopped at profound dipper and purple essence, these 2 realms. Yu Jianfeng's ocular powers were already very strong, but it was also merely purple essence realm, while an innate moonlight heavenly eye physique like Yu Mengli's, the moment they were born, it was spirit indulgent realm. This aspect was what all postnatal martial artists could not compare to at all. One had to know that a peerless expert like Yu Jinxiu, his ocular powers realm, was also merely just spirit indulgent realm. Eye-baptizing spirit springs, martial artists could only use once in their lifetime. Hence, what grade of eye-baptizing spirit spring Yu Mengli used was very particular. Top-grade eye-baptizing spirit springs were Yu Mengli's lowest needs. Otherwise, it would be wasting her innate spirit physique too much. If she could reach the legendary divine Luo realm, then Yu Mengli's moonlight heavenly, I would be terrifying. However, Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "Lier, don't go in." Yu Jianfeng's expression changed, and he said, "Yi Yuan, what's the meaning of this?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "Just a top-grade spirit spring. Even if Lier used it, it's also not possible to reach divine Luo realm. It's too wasteful." Yu Jianfeng could not help choking up and said crossly, "Do you think that divine Luo realm is that easy to reach? My Yu family, your Yu family produced a total of 58 innate moonlight heavenly eye physiques in these 100,000 years. But only 1 person reached the divine Luo realm." Yi Yuan interjected first. Yu Jianfeng did not think that Yi Yuan was actually so familiar with the Yu family's domestic affairs, but still said huffily, "Since you know this, you should know how hard divine Luo realm is to attain. Why do you still want to stop Lier?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "A great era is coming. Powerhouses will definitely gather. Your Yu family's past experiences are already useless. If somebody is able to reach the divine Luo realm in this age, it's bound to be Li Er. Or how do you know that she can't acquire the legendary sun, moon, heavenly pupil? Yu Jianfeng drew a deep breath. He did not think that Yi Yuan's ambition was actually so great. Sun, moon, heavenly pupil, something that he did not even dare to think about. Yi Yuan actually had his eyes set on this. Yi Yuan looked at him and said smilingly, "You think that Han Tong they all did not scruple to expose a divine artifact and also had to enter the vast sun, bright moon realm? It would be for the sake of this mere top-grade spirit spring, right? Or perhaps a heaven-grade spirit spring?" Yu Jianfeng's expression was incomparably ugly. His mouth was dry as he said, "They did it for the sun, moon, heavenly pupil." Even an outsider had ideas on the sun, moon, heavenly pupil. But your Yu family itself don't even dare to think about it. Yi Yuan said with a smile. Yu Jianfeng could not help choking up. Yi Yuan's words rendered him speechless. At this moment, he felt like his setup were seriously too small and not as far-sighted as a junior's way of looking at things. Since you guys don't care for a measly little top-grade spirit spring, then give it to us brothers, suddenly a boorish voice sounded out. Several figures suddenly dashed out, surrounding Yu Jianfeng trio in the center. The one in front was a very skinny man. Looking from the aura exuding off his body, he was actually already a 5th-level Dao profound powerhouse. Behind him were 5 to 6 people, all 1st-level and 2nd-level Dao profound martial artists. This group of people's strength was very formidable. Seeing that skinny guy, Yu Jianfeng's expression changed as well, and said solemnly, "W. N. Jiao, are you making an enemy out of my Yu family here? Even if we let you obtain the top-grade spirit spring, are you sure that you can escape the Yu family's pursuit?" 5th-level Dao profound powerhouses were all ill. Yu. S. Trice existences. This W. A. N. Jiao, Yu Jianfeng naturally recognized. Previously, Han Tong opening up a pass, Sageway, this W. N. Jiao was the group that saw the opportunity arise the quickest and also the group with the most formidable strength. W. A. N. Jiao knew that the Yu family definitely would not allow outsiders like them to go in unchecked. So after entering, he got involved with this group of people for the sake of dealing with the Yu family's members. Yu Jianfeng's strength was very strong. Originally, W. A. N. Jiao did not want to clash with him either. But seeing this top-grade spirit spring, it was not up to him to not be moved. Haha, man dies in pursuit of wealth, birds die in pursuit of food. With this top-grade spirit spring, breaking through to 6th-level Dao Profound is also in sight. Why would I not take this risk? W. A. N. Jiao said with a cold smile. Yu Jianfeng said in a solemn voice, "The spirit springs within the vast sun bright moon realm all belong to the Yu family and Zhou family. You, an outsider, wants to get a share too? I want to see how much capability you have. Yi Yuan, you bring Li Er and escape first. Wait until I dispose of W. N. Jiao, then I'll catch up with you guys." Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said with a helpless look, "Escape? Just a bunch of trash. Why do we have to run? You fight yours. Our side here don't need you to care." My brothers, he, a phaseless realm brat, is looking down on us. What should we do? W. A. N. Jiao said with a smile that was not a smile. What should we do? Of course, it's teaching this brat how to respect people, said a 2nd-level Dao profound powerhouse with a cold smile. Footnotes. CH 956 footnote 1. Don't worry. No need to remember these names. They never appear again. LOL. Chapter 957. Battle Soul Awaken. Chapter 957. Battle Soul Awaken. Yi Yuan, don't mess around. I know that your combat strength is shocking. But 2nd-level Dao Profound, you guys are not a match. Yu Jianfeng said anxiously. In the bright moon compet. 1. Tian. Although Yi Yuan defeated Lin Chao, But Lin Xiao had merely just entered Dao Profound Realm. With Yi Yuan's strength, beating 1 or 2 Dao Profound Realms was doable. But dealing with 6 people all at once, among them even had a second-level Dao Profound Realm powerhouse, it was completely out of the question. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, "You fight yours. What do you care so much for?" Yu Jianfeng could not help choking up. This brat really made people worry. He gritted his teeth and suddenly made a move, going straight for that second-level Dao Profound. But W.A.N. Jiao was long prepared and said with a cold laugh, "Your opponent is me." His figure moved and directly clashed with Yu Jianfeng. The two people's cultivation realms were more or less the same. Their strength difference was not great. Even if Yu Jianfeng drew support from ocular powers, it was also very hard to defeat W.A.N. Jiao within a short time. But at this time, that second-level Dao Profound slowly closed in on Yi Yuan and said with a mocking laugh, "Brat, don't think that by defeating a rookie who just broke through to Dao Profound Realm, you think that you're invincible under the heavens? Brothers, give this little brother a good lesson. Let him know what Emperor Realm experts are." These people all saw the scene of Yi Yuan killing Lin Xiao before, and were indeed taken aback by shock. However, Lin Xiao only barely managed to break through to Dao Profound Realm in the end. Compared to a genuine first-level Dao Profound, there was still some gap, let alone that there was even a second-level Dao Profound here. Those few people immediately surrounded over. But Yi Yuan retreated to one side calmly, leaning against a large tree with folded arms. Hey, when did I say that I'm invincible? Don't get it wrong. Your opponent is her, not me." Yi Yuan nudged at Yu Mengli with his mouth. Everyone froze, their gazes casting towards Yu Mengli. That second-level Dao Profound suddenly burst into laughter and said, "Haha, are you making a joke? Who in the world doesn't know that the Yu family's eldest miss got an incurable illness? Even if it's cured, she hasn't cultivated properly all along these few years. You're making her fight with us? Spineless coward, to actually hide behind a woman. Eldest miss you fell for a man like this?" Another person said with a snicker. One had to admit that towards Yu Mengli, these few people still maintained a certain respect. Yu Mengli's beauty was like death of the heavens, making people unable to bear to profane. It was just that Yi Yuan's performance made them feel like a fresh flower was stuck onto cow manure. But Yu Mengli said coolly, "You all aren't worthy to make Big Brother Yuan take action." The moment these few people heard, they could not help exchanging glances and immediately bursting into laughter. "Haha, miss, you must be joking. The likes of you aren't a match for the few of us yet. A man like this isn't worthy of you in trusting. Yeah, miss you'd best quickly withdraw. Us uncles are all boorish people. Once we fight, we don't want to hurt your fair and beautiful face. Miss you, this brat is posturing himself, but makes you charge and storm the enemy ranks. Better dump him. Ha 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 ha." Over there, Yu Jianfeng was entangled in battle with W.A.N. Jiao on one hand. On the other hand, he also divided his attention to pay attention to the situation here. He saw that Yi Yuan actually retreated to one side and ignored matters, and could not help panicking as he said, "Yi Yuan, don't mess around. Lear's body has just recovered and has neglected cultivation for a long time. It's totally impossible to be their match." But W.A.N. Jiao chortled with laughter when he saw the situation and said, "Yu Jianfeng, your opponent is me. The matters at the lower levels, let them settle it themselves." "Ha! Relax. Miss Yu is the Yu family's apple of the eye. They won't do anything to her. But as for that brat, that's up in the air." W.A.N. Jiao knew the prowess of the moonlight heavenly eye, so he only tangled with Yu Jianfeng and did not fight to the bitter end with him. As long as the people downstairs finished Yu Mengli off, then took Yu Mengli as hostage, would he still be afraid that Yu Jianfeng would not submit obediently? W.A.N. Jiao also knew the power of the Yu family, so before coming out, He had long thought of a surefire plan. Although he would offend the Yu family like this, he would not offend beyond repair. But if he killed Yu Mengli, the consequences would be too ghastly to imagine. Even if he obtained a spirit spring, facing the Yu family's pursuit all over the world, there was also absolutely no chance of survival. But towards Yu Jianfeng's roar, Yi Yuan turned a deaf ear to it and only said coolly, "Hey, the few of you, don't blame me for not warning you guys. If you underestimate Lier, the price you pay will be your lives." Yi Yuan had a leisurely and relaxed appearance, not at all worried about Yu Mengli. "Haha, since Miss Yu is so impressive, then us brothers have to seek guidance properly. Quan Sheng, you go and challenge Miss Yu." The second level, Dao Profound said with a sneer. "All right, Miss Yu, this Quan will have to offend." That first level, Dao Profound, called Quan Sheng, rubbed his fists and wiped his palms, an appearance of cornering Yu Mengli, only to see him extend a hand and grab. An enormous claw, condensed from essence energy, grabbed towards Yu Mengli. The momentum was extremely shocking. No martial artist able to cultivate to Dao Profound realm was mediocre. Even if Lin Chao was really compared to this Quan Sheng, it was at most also evenly matched. Experienced first-level Dao Profounds were not that easy to defeat. Crossing realms and defeating Dao Profound realm martial artists, that was only something that extremely few people were able to accomplish. At least in other people's view, it was impossible for Yu Mengli to have this capability. But right at this time, that originally warm and good-natured Yu Mengli temperament suddenly changed. A fierce aura surged towards the skies. Behind Yu Mengli, a gigantic phantom actually appeared. This phantom was exactly alike Yu Mengli, but the disposition was completely different. That phantom's expression was very cold, but its body exuded a powerful battle intent. It was as if that phantom was born inherently for battle. Dharma, idol, heaven, and earth. How is this possible? Everyone looked at that phantom with incomparable astonishment. Quan Sheng's grab was so laughable in front of this Dharma, idol, heaven, and earth. Chi, Yu Mengli pointed a finger out. The Dharma idol behind her similarly pointed a finger out. An incomparably swift and fierce white light tore right across the sky, shattering the claw Quan Sheng condensed into smithereens. Rumble. Quan Sheng did not even get to cry out miserably and was smashed in a paste by this finger of white light. This Dharma idol was too powerful. The remaining few martial artists retreated several steps in a row, all frightened by the scene just now. A veteran first-level Dao Profound actually could not even withstand the power of a finger and was directly eradicated. Didn't they say that the Yu family's Mrs. already did not cultivate for over a dozen years? How could she possibly be so strong? Even Yu Jianfeng and W.A.N. Jiao also stopped the fighting at this time, looking at this scene in disbelief. They clearly did not think that the all-along delicately built Yu family's eldest miss actually had such powerful strength. TSK, innate battle soul physique indeed lives up to its reputation. This isn't some Dharma idol heaven and earth, but Liur's innate battle soul physique. Incubating for so many years, she finally awoken. Yi Yuan looked at that colossal figure and sighed with endless admiration. Chapter 958. Yuling Yu. Chapter 958. Yuling Yu B. Innate battle soul physique. After the spirit and flesh fusion reach a certain degree, the martial artist's innate battle soul would awaken. A sentence circulated during the ancient era. Once the battle soul emerges, who can contend for supremacy? The battle soul was born for the sake of battle. It was inherently peerlessly powerful. Yu Mengli's battle soul had just awakened not long ago. Currently, it was just a phantom. When her strength gets increasingly more profound and the spirit and flesh fusion degree gets higher, the battle soul strength would also become more powerful and become all the more corporeal as well. Battle soul? Innate battle soul physique. There's actually really such a terrifying spirit physique in this world. Furthermore, She's even of the innate moonlight heavenly eye physique. If she cultivates to the divine king realm, who else can contend with her? Hearing Yi Yuan's words, W.A.N. Ji Yao was fear-stricken with shock. He had apparently heard of the innate battle soul physique before. Regarding this spirit physique's might, he had somewhat heard of it before. But after he recalled that Yu Mengli still had another type of terrifying spirit physique in her, he was no longer able to remain calm. Someone like this was simply born with a golden spoon in her mouth. Yi Yuan shot him a glance and said with a faint smile, "Looks like you still have some knowledge to actually know about the innate battle soul physique." W.A.N. Ji Yao was startled and suddenly thought of something. He looked at Yi Yuan like he had seen a ghost and said, "No wonder this girlie has always been plagued by a serious illness. Turns out it's that these two types of spirit physiques were unable to coexist. An existence like this, even heaven is jealous too. It was rumored that this girlie's illness was cured by you. You're actually able to do such a thing." With this, Yi Yuan was also rather surprised. This W.A.N. Ji Yao actually knew so much. This knowledge not what the average person could have. No wonder this guy could charge into the mystic realm at the first moment. This W.A.N. Ji Yao was not simple. Really couldn't tell that what you know is really quite a bit. Why? Still want the spirit spring now. Yi Yuan looked at W.A.N. Ji Yao with a smile that was not a smile as he said, W.A.N. Ji Yao's face fell, and he suddenly smacked a palm out. It actually headed straight for Yu Mengli. W.A.N. Ji Yao, you're courting death. Yu Jianfeng did not expect this guy to suddenly deal a preemptive strike, his figure moving, rescuing at once. Right at this time, W.A.N. Ji Yao barked, "Go!" When he said this, his figure already arrived 10,000 feet away. That second-level Dao Profound's reaction was the fastest. He was the first one to turn tail and run. The others were slightly slower. But at this time, Yu Mengli did not have the intention of defending at all, pointing a finger out once more. Arc! A bolt of white light flashed past. Another Dao Profound Realm powerhouse died miserably under the battle soul. Rumble. At the same time, Yu Jianfeng also arrived just in time, resolving W.A.N. Ji Yao's attack. However, it was already too late to want to catch up to these people. Those were all Dao Profound Realm powerhouses. All of their movement techniques were exceedingly swift, already vanished. H.I. Plussing from the three people's sight. Yu Jianfeng looked at Yu Mengli, like it was his first day knowing her. "Lier, turns out that you're already so incredible. You really concealed so bitterly from Uncle Feng." Yu Jianfeng said with a bitter smile. Yu Mengli said with a smile, "Lier didn't have the intention of hiding from Uncle Feng, but I just awoke in the battle soul the other day under Big Brother Yuan's help. Honestly speaking, when I just experienced the battle soul strength, I had a good scare too." Yu Jianfeng involuntarily looked at Yi Yuan, his eyes filled with disbelief. This son-in-law seemed like there was nothing that could stump him. Yi Yuan said smilingly, "No need to look at me with this sort of expression. The innate battle soul physique actually doesn't need me to teach at all. Once the battle soul awakens, it's like the demon race awakening their inheritance memories. Lier's strength will grow with each pas sing day. With her around, it's also not impossible for the Yu family to become the divine realm's #1 family clan in the future. The sun-moon heavenly pupil is merely adding flowers to embroidery." Hearing these words, Yu Jianfeng's entire body involuntarily trembled as he said in amazement, "This innate battle soul physique is actually so incredible." Yi Yuan said smilingly, "It will only be more incredible than you imagine, although the hope is very bleak. Maybe by relying on this innate battle soul physique, Lier will be able to break through the fetters. Of course, this is just my guess." Actually, Yi Yuan was also very much looking forward to just what level Yu Mengli could attain. After all, The innate battle soul physique already had not appeared for at least 200,000 years. Whether Yu Mengli could rely on the spirit and flesh union to break through the fetters, body could say, for sure either. Yu Jianfeng sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Yi Yuan's words implied the birth of a deity realm powerhouse. If it was really like that, then the Yu family would become the divine realm's #1 family, without a doubt. Yu Jianfeng's emotions only calmed down after a long time. He took out a small pot, muttering incantations under his breath. That top-grade spirit spring was actually harvested away just like that. The vast sun-bright moon realm would only open once every 300 years. If they could only wait for the mystic realm to open before they could obtain spirit springs, they would have been destroyed long ago. This sort of pot was specially refined in order to collect spirit springs. Using it to bring spirit springs out of the mystic realm, one could save it for other people to use. This top-grade spirit spring, as long as one brought it out, it was a great merit. The three people got their things in order and were just about to leave when a figure arrived with a whistle. A beautiful middle-aged woman appeared in front of the three people. The beautiful madam looked to be 30 over years of age. Although she had lost some of her charms, she still retained her graceful bearing and was very elegant and poised. Between her brows bore some resemblance to Yu Mengli. When she was young, she was definitely an unrivaled beauty as well. I've seen elder Ling Yu. Seeing this beautiful madam, Yu Jianfeng immediately bowed down to greet. Granny Ling Yu, Yu Mengli also said happily, while Yi Yuan stood at one side, casually, without the slightest intention of greeting. This beautiful madam was Yu Jianfeng's aunt, Yu family's elder, Yu Ling Yu. At present, the Yu family's Ling character generation's elderly folks were basically all reclusive and did not emerge. If not for encountering the mystic realm being breached, this sort of major matter, Yu Jinqiu also would not summon Yu Ling Yu out. One Yu Ling Yu nodded her head at the two people, but said with Yi Yuan with knitted brows, "You, this child, should be Yi Yuan, right? Truly don't know manners. Since you've already walked together with Li'er, don't you know how to call Granny?" Yi Yuan said with a smile, "I was afraid of making you out to be old, wasn't I? Although you are Li'er Granny generation, you don't look much older than her either. I feel that calling you elder sister is more appropriate." Yu Mengli shot a reproaching glare at Yi Yuan, simply overflowing with flirtation. But she knew that wanting to make Yi Yuan call Yu Ling Yu Granny, that was something impossible. Although Yu Ling Yu was a divine king powerhouse, Yi Yuan's previous life status was much higher than hers. Talking this way was already looking on the account of her face. Yu Ling Yu originally pulled a long face, but hearing Yi Yuan's words, she chuckled and batted her eyes at Yi Yuan as she said, "You, child, are really honey-mouthed. If you were to call me elder sister, wouldn't it thoroughly mess up the seniority? But these words, I like to hear it." Yi Yuan immediately climbed up along the pole and said with a smile, "How can I? To each his own. I see that you're so young. If I really have to make you out to be old, I really can't get out of my mouth." Hee hee. Yu Ling Yu was tickled by Yi Yuan, giving off silver bells-like laughter. Footnotes. Ch 958 footnote 1 So. Every male in Yu Jinqiu's generation will have Jian in their name. The females seem to have Ling. Not uncommon for the more traditional Chinese families. Chapter 959, Ninth Heaven, Ageless Pill. Chapter 959, Ninth Heaven, Ageless Pill. B by the side, Yu Jianfeng's expression was incomparably ugly. Yi Yuan calling Yu Ling Yu elder sister. Then wouldn't he have to call Yi Yuan uncle? This seniority was jumbled until... But in front of Yu Ling Yu, Yu Jianfeng could not lose his temper either. He could only sulk at one side. "Hee hee, you child, really know how to talk. Done, call whatever you like. But I'll say the nasty things first. If you're not good to our family's Li'er, I won't let you off." Yu Ling Yu said half-jokingly. Yu Mengli was startled and hurriedly said, "Granny Ling Yu, what are you saying? If not for Big Brother Yuan, Li'er would already be a dead person now. How could he not be good to me?" Yu Ling Yu did not know Yi Yuan's ident. One tie. If she got on Yi Yuan's nerves, then she would be caught in the middle. Who knew that Yu Ling Yu's face fell, and she said, Silly lass. This is this, that is that. He saved you. Doesn't mean that he has to be nice to you. Men are all unfaithful. You got to keep a closer eye. You're our you family's darling. No matter which family's brat gets together with you, they all have to coax and fawn on you. If this brat dares to bully you in the future, just tell Granny Ling Yu. Grandin will definitely beat him until his bottom splits open. Yu Ling Yu was already getting on in years, but had no shame at all. Even someone as collected as Yu Mengli also could not quite endure it anymore. She was just about to stop Yu Ling Yu from continuing to speak, but heard Yi Yuan say, "What is elder sister Ling Yu saying? Lier and my heart is connected together. I won't let her down in this life. Not only am I going to treat her well, I also have to be good to elder sister Ling Yu, right? When my cultivation realm reached, I'll definitely refine a ninth heaven ageless pill for elder sister Ling Yu, and let elder sister Ling Yu be forever young." Yu Ling Yu's eyes suddenly erupted with rays of brilliance, but looked at Yi Yuan with a doubtful face as she said, "You know how to refine the ninth heaven ageless pill? You aren't bragging, right?" Ninth heaven ageless pill was a high-grade tier 9 medicinal pill. The ingredients for refinement were extremely precious. The level of difficulty was exceedingly high as well. The divine realm only had that few peak alchemy emperors who had the ability to refine it. Furthermore, the ninth heaven ageless pill's pill formula, there were barely anyone who knew it. She seriously did not dare to believe that this 20-plus years old lad in front of her was able to refine the ninth heaven ageless pill. Ninth heaven ageless pill, it could drive any woman in the divine realm mad. Not only could it let an old granny like Yu Ling Yu return to the height of her youth and vigor, with everlasting youth, it could even extend her longevity by 1,000 years. A heaven-defying medicinal pill like this, who would not go crazy? Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Whether it's boasting or not, you'll know at that time. However, the spirit medicines that this ninth heaven ageless pill requires, elder sister Ling Yu will have to pull it together yourself." Yu Ling Yu clearly still did not believe, and could not help turning her gaze towards Yu Jianfeng and Yu Mengli, clearly seeking their opinion. In contrast, she still believed the Yu family's people more. Yu Jianfeng was also incredibly shocked in his heart. Ninth heaven ageless pill, he naturally knew as well. But to say that Yi Yuan could refine it, he still felt that it was still bragging a little too much. However, if Yi Yuan did not have this ability, how could he possibly see through the chronic illness within his body at one glance? Seems like this Yi Yuan could not be measured using common sense at all. Elder Ling Yu this. Yi Yuan probably have this ability. At least, this nephew feels that the family's alchemy emperor experts are all inferior to him. Yu Jianfeng told the honest truth, but Yu Mengli smiled sweetly and said, "Granny Ling Yu, don't doubt anymore. Big brother Yuan says that he can refine it, means he definitely can refine it. Just put your mind at ease and boldly prepare the spirit medicines." Gotta be kidding, if even Yi Yuan could not refine the ninth heaven ageless pill, then absolutely no one in the divine realm could refine it. Yu Ling Yu looked at Yu Mengli with great astonishment, uncertain where her confidence came from. But she watched Yu Mengli grow up since young and knew that this lot S would never dupe her on this or a matter. Furthermore, although Yu Jianfeng said it tactfully, he also acknowledged Yi Yuan's alchemy path strength immensely. This boy actually had such heaven-defying alchemy path strength? Just what background did he have? Fine. If you can help this elderly self refine a ninth heaven ageless pill, this elderly self will gift you the mountain and amp, river state painting. Yu Ling Yu said, "Transcendent grade holy artifact, mountain and amp. River state painting was an imitation divine artifact, possessing unimaginable power. It was much more powerful compared to ordinary transcendent grade holy artifacts. It was just that Yi Yuan already possessed a genuine divine artifact currently, and even had the vast heaven steel and soul-suppressing pearl whose grades were uncertain. How could he still take a fancy on the mountain and amp, river state painting? No need for that. Elder sister Ling Yu is Lier's grandaunt. Refining medicinal pills for you is ought to be. How can I want your stuff?" Yi Yuan said with a light chuckle. But that hint of disdain in Yi Yuan's eyes still deeply I see, Ked Yulingyu. She could tell that Yi Yuan really did not care for the mountain and river state painting, and was not deliberately being generous. Yu Mingli suddenly burst out laughing. Yu Jianfeng also stifled his laughter. The moment Yu Lingyu saw, she could not help becoming even more puzzled, and said, "What are you guys laughing at? Could it be that my mountain and river state painting can't even match up to a ninth heaven ageless pill?" Yu Mingli said with a smile, "Granny Lingyu, your elderly self has been in close seclusion all along, and still don't know the events that happened during the Bright Moon Compact. One time, Yi Yuan he used a quasi-divine artifact to kill his opponent, winning the Bright Moon Compact. One time, although your mountain and river state painting is good, it can't compare to a quasi-divine artifact no matter what is well, right?" Yu Lingyu lightly drew a breath, wanting to calm the agitation in her heart. She had just exited seclusion and only inquired briefly regarding the Bright Moon Compact. Times matters, and had no time to understand in detail at all yet. This Mr. Right, that Lier found seemed to be remarkable. No, wait, it should be rather mysterious. Refining a high-grade Tier 9 medicinal pill, owning a quasi-divine artifact, this was not something that an ordinary youth could do. Elder Sister Lingyu, you're here to chase Han Tong, right? If you still don't chase after, they'll be entering the deepest areas of the mystic realm soon. Yi Yuan was not willing to get tangled up on this problem and reminded. Yu Lingyu had her head all muddled up by Yi Yuan, her head filled with the ninth heaven ageless pill, and actually forgot official matters for a moment. Only after being reminded by Yi Yuan did she suddenly come to a realization. Yes, official business is important. Your speed is too slow. I'll bring you all. Not waiting for the three people to answer either, Yu Lingyu flicked her sleeves grandly and disappeared carrying the three people. Just half a day, and the four people flew a distance of several tens of millions of miles. Teleportation arts are unable to be displayed inside the vast sun bright moon realm, which delayed some time. Hearing from Jinxiu that Han Tong is merely 6th level Dao profound. Calculating according to the distance, he shouldn't have reached here yet. If Han Tong really came for the sun-moon heavenly pupil, then he definitely has to come to Yellow Millet Mountain. We can just lie and wait here. Yu Lingyu said coolly. Currently, the scenery ahead was already completely different. This place was akin to the sun at high noon, and after a light screen ahead, it was covered under the canopy of the moon and stars, where night had fallen. That light screen seemingly isolate the two worlds. Over at the light screen was a stretch of mountain ridges in an unbroken chain. It should be the Yellow Millet Mountain Yu Lingyu talked about. Chapter 960, Might of a Divine Artifact. Chapter 960, Might of a Divine Artifact. Beat before the light screen gathered more and more martial artists. People who were able to arrive here, their strength were all very formidable. They were basically all Dao profound realm martial artists. These martial artists had the Yu family, Zhou family, and even 4 martial artists. But the 4 martial artists were clearly all very wary of Yu Lingyu. Although they came here, they avoided far away. But Yu Lingyu did not have the intention of going forward to look into it. Only then did these people let out a sigh in relief. Yi Yuan and company were currently meditating over here when another batch of people made it before the light screen. The Yu Lingyu who had her eyes shut the whole time to rest her mind finally opened her eyes this time, her gaze locking onto an old man. The old man was as thin as a rake, but was in good health, his body exuding an unfathomable aura. Behind the old man, a youngster looked at Yi Yuan with an unfriendly expression, with sheer hostility. This young man was precisely Zhou Yin. "Zhou Bopping, you're too slow," Yu Lingyu said to the old man. This Zhou Bopping was also a reclusive divine king powerhouse of the Zhou family. Bright Moon City and Vast Sun City were merely 10,000 miles apart. Things that happened here, there was no way the Zhou family would not know. Therefore, the Zhou family sent out a divine king powerhouse too, to prepare for the worst. Zhou Bopping said coolly. Something happened along the way, got delayed. Although his words were dull, Zhou Bopping's faint look of delight could not be concealed. Yu Lingyu swept her gaze towards the Zhou Yan behind him, and discovered that Zhou Yan's gaze was deep, with a kind of berserk aura bursting out. Zhou Yan was very pleased with himself inwardly. Their group of people found a top-grade eye-baptizing spirit spring along the way. After he used it, he already underwent a thorough transformation. Now, his first-level Dao, profound, already utterly consolidated. The ocular powers of the vast sun flame heart pupil also broke through a major step, stepping into middle stage spirit indulgent. Zhou Yan discovered that Yu Mengli's ocular powers did not seem to have much changes. Clearly, the Yu family did not obtain a top-grade spirit spring. He originally thought that Yu Lingyu would be surprised, but she did not have any indication. She just said to Zhou Bopping indifferently, "Since you've arrived, should we make a move? That group of people haven't reached yet. If we delay, it might bring about an unforeseen accident." Towards Yu Lingyu's attitude, Zhou Bopping was also somewhat surprised. He knew that Yu Lingyu's personality was eager to outdo in everything. Now that the Zhou family took the first strike, she actually did not have any indication, as if Yu Mengli had nothing to do with her at all. If it were before, Yu Lingyu would definitely burn with jealousy. But now, she already knew the terror of Yu Mengli's innate battle soul physique. Towards Zhou Yan's little lucky chance, she turned her nose up at it. Furthermore, Yu Mengli was simply disdainful to use a top-grade spirit spring. But the Zhou family treated it like a treasure. This also made her very amused in her heart. And these words are reasonable. Let's begin. Zhou Bopping's nonchalant voice sounded out. Two horrifying auras shot towards the sky. Two mighty divine king auras were fully released. The process was incomparably shocking from start to end. That group of martial artists who secretly ventured in were all deathly pale at this time. Turns out that it was not that Yu Lingyu was not planning on settling scores with them, but waiting for the Zhou family to arrive and settle it together. It was just that they did not understand. With Yu Lingyu's strength, it seemed like there was no need to wait for Zhou Bopping to come. Quickly run. These people reacted very quickly, turning tail and running. On this stretch of open ground gathered 100 foreign martial artists. Fleeing helter-skelter all at once, the momentum was not weak either. Right at this time, another aura billowed to the sky among the foreign martial artists. In terms of aura, it was actually not the slightest bit weaker compared to Yu Lingyu and Zhou Bopping. Everyone looked at this scene in astonishment. Did not expect that there was actually a divine king powerhouse concealed among the foreign martial artists. Yu Lingyu, Zhou Bopping, you guys don't push people too far. The one talking was a middle-aged martial artist with sloppy and ordinary looks. Throwing into a pile of people, it really was not the least bit conspicuous. Only then did everyone come to a realization. No wonder Yu Lingyu did not make a move all along. Turns out that she had long discovered this middle-aged martial artist hiding in the crowd. Waiting for Zhou Bopping to arrive at this time and fighting 2-on-1, the assurance of dealing with this middle-aged martial artist was much greater. Ruan Shuangzhou, you infiltrating the vast sun-bright moon realm is provoking the Zhou and you two families. Now, you're actually saying that we're pus. Plussing you too far? Zhou Bopping said coolly. Heaven and earth priceless treasures are obtained by those fated for them. Since somebody breached the vast sun bright moon realm, why can't we enter? Ruan Shuangzhou said. Since that's the case, then you'll have to suffer the fury of our two families. Yu Lingyu did not waste her breath either. Extending her hand and beckoning, an enormous painting suddenly unfurled, covering the sky and obscuring the sun. It's the Mountain and Amp, River State painting. Quickly run. However, it was already too late. An enormous suction force transmitted over, directly wanting to suck the martial artist trying to escape into the painting. Even Ruan Shuangzhou's figure was also teetering unsteadily at this time. Clearly, he was almost unable to resist the Mountain and Amp, River State painting suction force either. Zhou Bopping's eyes flickered. A terrifying flame power erupted around Yuan Shuangzhou. Zhou Yan's vast sun flame-heart pupil, compared to Zhou Boping, simply paled in comparison. The power could not be mentioned in the same breath. Being pincer-attacked by two might divine king experts, Yuan Shuangzhou's pressure was clearly immense. He looked as if it was too much for him to withstand anymore. Once taken into the mountain and amp, river state painting, Yuan Shuangzhou would become even more passive. Although this mountain and amp, river state painting was an imitation divine artifact, its power was immense in Yu Lingyu's hands too. Once sucked inside, one would be suppressed by the mountain and amp, river state painting's laws. Furthermore, Yu Lingyu would not suffer any influence when battling inside. When one aspect was weaker, the others would be stronger. No matter how formidable Yuan Shuangzhou was, it was also not possible to be Yu Lingyu and Zhou Boping's match. Swoosh! Yuan Shuangzhou needed to divide his attention to deal with Zhou Boping's vast sun flame-heart pupil. Finally, he could not hold out anymore and was sucked inside the mountain and amp, river state painting. Yet, right at this time, a change suddenly occurred. A terrifying light beam tore through the void, slamming onto the mountain and amp, river state painting with a momentum like a sudden peal of thunder, which left no time for covering ears. Under this attack, the mountain and amp, river state painting's restraining powers were greatly diminished. Yuan Shuangzhou's essence energy abruptly erupted, directly breaking loose of the fetters. Crack! Crack! The mountain and amp, river state painting actually produced a trace of a crack under this attack. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. This was a transcendent grade, holy artifact. It actually produced a crack under one blow. Whoosh! One figure after another was spat out by the mountain and amp, river state painting. These people all secretly heaved a sigh of relief at getting lucky to actually survive with their lives. Yu Lingyu's expression changed. Reaching her hand out and beckoning, she took the mountain and amp, river state painting back. What a fine spirit horn shattering mirror. This grudge today, this elderly self has remembered it. Yu Lingyu's heart was dripping blood. This imitation mountain and amp, river state painting had followed her for D knows how many years. Today, actually had a crack blasted out. How could she not be furious? At this time, several figures appeared in the people's line of sight. The one in the lead was precisely Han Tong. Han Tong came to Yuan Shuangzhou's side slowly and said with a smile, "Divine King Yuan, since you're not tolerated by the Yu and Zhou Tu families, why not form an alliance with this Han? How about it?" Hearing these words, Yu Lingyu and Zhou Boping's expressions both changed. A divine king powerhouse, and one wielding a divine artifact in his hands. Once these two formed an alliance, matters would become troublesome. Chapter 961. Entering Formation. Chapter 961. Entering Formation, Yuan Shuangzhou's expression was very ugly. He nodded his head and said, "Seems like at present, this Yuan has no better alternatives as well." One sentence pledged that this temporary alliance was established. Han Tong said, "You two divine kings, are you fighting a round first, or is everybody entering Yellow Millet Mountain, each relying on their good luck?" Yu Lingyu and Zhou Boping's expressions were equally ugly. The might of a divine artifact, they both had experienced it just now. An attack blasted out a crack on a transcendent grade holy artifact. There was no way to fight at all. But letting them enter just like this, the duo were also not reconciled to it. For a moment, the two people were silent and did not speak. Clearly, they could not make up their minds. What's there to fight, harming the harmoniousness? Since everybody already came in, why not enter Yellow Millet Mountain together? As for who can obtain the sun-moon heavenly pupil, everybody each rely on your own ability. Yi Yuan suddenly spoke up. The moment these words came out, everyone's eyes turned towards Yi Yuan collectively. This boy's gall was also too fat, right? A conversation between divine kings. He actually dared to interject too. Zhou Boping's face turned black, and he said, "Brat, who the I do you think you are? Do you know what the sun-moon heavenly pupil signifies to the Zhou and Yu Tu families? You say it easily, But if it's really S and ATC, head away by outsiders, can you bear the responsibility? Zhou Yin sneered coldly by the side. Yi Yuan, sticking his head out at this time. Wasn't it asking for trouble? Forget about Zhou bopping. Even Yu Lingyu probably would not show him a good ATTI. Toot either. Indeed, he saw Yu Lingyu's face turn cold and utter. Zhou bopping. Yi Yuan is my Yu family's son-in-law. Even if it's lecturing, it's not your turn either. He naturally has his reasons in saying so. It's not too late to speak after you finish hearing it. When the people waiting to watch a good show heard this, they nearly broke down. They never would have thought that Yu Lingyu actually started fighting with Zhou bopping for Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan said with a smile, Han Tong has a divine artifact in his possession. His strength absolutely doesn't lose to the two of you. Class, I plussing bitterly here right now, and body can gain anything either. But the two of you don't forget, the both of them are each harboring their own ulterior motives. This alliance was only formed under the pressure of you guys as well. Instead, if you let the two of them go inside, if we really run into the sun, moon, heavenly pupil, they will probably start fighting among themselves. At that time, you just have to sit and profit from the snipe and clam fighting. Yi Yuan's words were said very loudly, without the intention of avoiding Han Tong and company at all. But uttering these words, even Han Tong themselves had no way of retorting. One should not prohibit crudely when encountering problems, but should guide systematically. It was this meaning. Yu Lingyu could not help giving a soft smile and said, "It's still you, boy, who are clever. All right, we'll listen to you." Zhou bopping opened his mouth, but did not say anything either. Looking at the current situation, if they really fought, it would probably end up with both parties sustaining great losses. Since that was the case, might as well let them enter. This boy has such deep scheming. One sentence made our newly formed alliance teeter. Han Tong gritted his teeth and said, Ruan Shuangzhou originally formed an alliance with them due to the pressure, and he could just nice make use of him a little. But Yi Yuan pointing it out so clearly, the Ruan Shuangzhou's wariness would definitely be heavier. Some things would not be easy to do then. Everyone arrived in front of the light screen, but Body dared to take a step forward, because this light screen was a grand array with exceedingly powerful might. Those present were all not mediocre and could naturally perceive the actual situation. The reason why they had been waiting outside of the light screen all along was because they were waiting for Han Tong's arrival. Han Tong wielded a divine artifact and could even shatter the mystic realm's SPAC. Presumably, breaking this grand array should be nothing difficult. Yin-Yang Reversal Grand Array. This is a peak Tier 9 Grand Array, unless the Grand Yin Divine King is here. Otherwise, who dares to easily go over? Han Tong said with a laugh. Ruan Shuangzhou said, What conditions does your esteemed self have? Give it to us straight. Han Tong smiled and said, It's easy to have dealings with smart people. Brother Ruan, since you and I have already formed an alliance, we'll naturally advance and retreat together. Bringing you in as ought to be. Except, this Han only wants the sun, moon, heavenly pupil. Other things, even if Brother Ruan takes 10,000 articles, it's none of this Han's business either. If there's a need to, this Han will even make a move to help out. What do you think? Ruan Shuangzhou's face fell, and he said with a cold snort, Your esteemed self really calculated well. Those who came here, which one isn't aiming for the sun, moon, heavenly pupil? Otherwise, with my strength, why would I need to take the risk of offending the Zhou and you two families and venture in here? This matter is off the table. Worst comes to worst, we don't cooperate anymore. At most, this Ruan will retreat here and now. I believe those two don't make things too difficult as well. As for you, that will be hard to say. Ruan Shuangzhou was an itinerant divine king, who came and went freely. If he really could not obtain the sun, moon, heavenly pupil, there would not be any losses either. But Han Tong even took out a divine artifact. He could not bear the loss. This point, how could Ruan Shuangzhou not perceive it? Wanted to need him through the light screen. How was that possible? Han Tong smiled and said, All right then, since that's the case, Looks like it won't do if this Han doesn't bring Brother One inside. Fine, at that time, we'll each just rely on our own capabilities. Originally, Han Tong had his own schemes, but being exposed by Yi Yuan with a flurry of words, wanted to make Ruan Shuangzhou to exert himself to the utmost was not too likely anymore. Hence, he wanted to threaten Ruan Shuangzhou through the light screen, hoping to be able to force him to give in. Who knew that this Ruan Shuangzhou was not easy to knead either, and actually counter with a bite. Han Tong came in front of the light screen and said to everyone around him, "In a while, I'll activate the Spirit Horn Shattering Mirror. You guys stick by my side and be careful." "Yes, Your Excellency," everyone answered. Yi Yuan, this Yin-Yang Reversal Grand Array's power is limitless. You and Lier follow closely in a while. At this time, Yuling Yu also instructed Yi Yuan, but Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, "Elder Sister Ling Yu just have to care about bringing you Jianfeng over. Lier and I don't need you to worry." Yuling Yu froze and said, rather disbelievingly, "Even those Dao Profound Realm experts don't dare to easily enter the Grand Array. You're confident?" "Yeah, relax, Elder Sister Ling Yu. I'm afraid it's rather taxing for you to bring the four of us along, right? That way, everybody will be in danger instead. Might as well we do it ourselves." Yi Yuan said with a laugh. Rumble. Right at this time, Han Tong deployed the divine artifact and actually forcefully opened up a pious sageway in the light screen. "Go!" Under Han Tong's order, he took the lead and entered inside together with Ruan Shuangzhou. The others followed closely behind. When those four martial artists saw the situation, they immediately charged into the pious sageway swiftly. However, the Yin-Yin Reversal Grand Array's restoration ability was extremely powerful. It finished repairing the pious sageway from before very quickly. For a moment, miserable cries echoed together. Those Dao Profound Realm experts actually persevered for less than a second inside this Grand Array before being utterly garrote. This Grand Array contained Yin and Yang, two forces, interconverting nonstop. People who did not understand array formations would be torn into shreds by the violent Yin and Yang, converting forces very quickly when landing inside. "Let's go in too." Yi Yuan lightly said a sentence and brought Yu Mengli in with a lift of his leg. In this area, the Grand Array actually did not stir up the slightest bit of wave. Seeing this scene, Yuling Yu's expression could not help changing. A Grand Array that even middle-stage Dao Profound Realm martial artists were unable to break through. Yi Yuan actually went in so effortlessly. Chapter 962. Who fell into an illusion? Chapter 962. Who fell into an illusion? Swaz. H. Plus Yi Yuan and Yu Mengli had just came out from inside the Yin-Yang Reversal Grand Array when a figure suddenly dashed out and unleashed an attack at the two of them. Rumble. Yi Yuan's reaction was extremely quick. He took out the vast heaven pag, Oda, and directly mowed that figure down. This green-robed man's strength was not weak, already reached Dao Profound Realm. But under the suppression of the vast heaven pag, Oda, he was still directly blotted out. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly and said, "Inside this yellow millet mountain actually still have other people." This green-robed man was totally not those people outside previously. Therefore, Yi Yuan was very curious. Lier said, "Yellow Millet Mountain's name comes from Dream upon Yellow Millet. Sup 1/sup, the illusion in the S. P. A. C here is very formidable. Even divine king powerhouses have a likelihood of falling into the illusion too. In the S. P. A C here, one might fall into an illusion at any time and any place. Once they are unable to extricate themselves, they will be forever Ned inside the illusion, becoming a set of walking corpse." Yi Yuan was very surprised. An illusion capable of making divine kings sink into it. How powerful should it be? It was said that the sun-moon heavenly pupil could see through everything false and intangible, and was also able to make people sink inside forever. Looks like the saying was not false. No wonder everyone all thought that the sun-moon heavenly pupil was at Yellow Millet Mountain. Turns out that it was this reason. Yi Yuan looked over and discovered that there were human heads swaying faintly in the mountain. Looks like they were all martial artists who had utterly sunk inside the illusion. The vast sun bright moon realm had existed for at least 100,000 years. Even if it opened once every 300 years, the walking corpses this Yellow Millet Mountain ACCU. Mulat was also a terrifying number. After all, each time it opened, there would always be some people who harbored the mentality of getting lucky, thinking that they could obtain the sun-moon heavenly pupil. But in the end, they got bogged down here. The Yu family has already prohibited Yu family disciples from entering the Yellow Millet Mountain. But every time the mystic realm opens, there are still people who go in. Yu Mengli said with a dim expression. There were quite a number of these walking corpses that were her clansmen. She naturally felt awful in her heart when she saw. Yi Yuan consoled. Maybe after acquiring the sun-moon heavenly pupil, we'll be able to rescue them. The light screen flickered. There were people walking out from inside the Yin-Yang reversal Grand Array again. It was precisely Han Tong and company. They entered the Grand Array first compared to Yi Yuan, but came out even slower than Yi Yuan. Seeing Yi Yuan, looks of surprise also flashed across Han Tong and company's faces. Han Tong looked at Yi Yuan with an unkind expression and was just about to make a move when the light screen flickered again. Yu Lingyu also exited the Grand Array. Han Tong secretly lamented it. If Yu Lingyu came out a bit later, he would be able to make a move to capture Yi Yuan. The quasi-divine artifact in Yi Yuan's hands, he was very covetous too. Let's go. Han Tong gave a cold snort, bringing everyone, and faded into the moonlight. Ahead, waves of powerful essence energy undulations transmitted over from time to time. Clearly, Han Tong, they all already came to blows with those walking corpses. Not long after, Zhou Boping also brought Zhou Yin and walked out from inside the Grand Array. Looking at the time, one could also determine that Zhou Boping's strength was likely still slightly inferior to Yu Lingyu. Let's also set off for the main peak. Everybody be more careful. Don't fall into the illusionary realm. On Yellow Millet Mountain, divine king powerhouses are unable to fly too. We can only go on foot. For 100,000 years, there has yet to be anybody capable of walking up the main peak. Also not sure whether we can reach it or not. Yu Lingyu said with a slightly solemn expression. Behind them, there were still many martial artists with formidable strength thrusts. Plussing the formation. But whether or not they were able to walk out would have to depend on their own luck. Inside this S.P.A.C., even experts on the level of Yu Lingyu might not be able to protect themselves either. They also seriously had no energy to go care about others. Along the way, it was all Zhou Boping and Yu Lingyu, the two people blazing the trail. Yi Yuan and the rest were happily idle. But Yi Yuan discovered that the roadside scenery seemed to be exactly alike. It had not changed the entire time. He had constantly maintained heart like monolith heart realm, and could confirm that he was not seeing hallucinations. But the scenery wayside gave people an extremely unreal feeling. Actually, ever since entering the vast sun bright moon realm, Yi Yuan had constantly felt very strange his heart. But where it was odd, he himself could not put his finger to it either. Right at this time, Yu Lingyu's expression suddenly changed, and she said solemnly, "Not good. We seem to have fallen into a heavy encirclement. There are several auras which are very powerful." Zhou Boping, respond carefully. Zhou Boping's face was very grim as well. Nodding his head, he said to Zhou Yin, there are divine king powerhouses among these walking corpses. In a while, I might not be able to divide my attention. You be careful yourself." Zhou Yin nodded and said, "Rest assured, granduncle, Yin'er knows how to act appropriately." Yu Lingyu did not turn her head around, but instructed Yu Jianfeng, Yi Yuan, and Li Er will be left to you. "Yes," Yu Jianfeng said in a solemn voice. Very soon, a large group of dark silhouettes appeared indistinctly within the forest. Each and every one of these dark shadows' aura was very powerful. There were even two who already reached divine king realm. Yu Lingyu's face turned cold, and she suddenly smacked a palm out. Rumble. The palm of a divine king. The imposing momentum was incomparably shocking, directly killing a large swathe of dark shadows whose strength were weaker. Zhou Bopping was not resigned to playing second fiddle too. The vast sun flame-heart pupil suddenly erupted, similarly exterminating a large swathe. However, the surrounding walking corpses were seriously too many. Furthermore, those whose strength were formidable also avoided the two of their attacks. Yu Jianfeng, Zhou Yin, and Yu Mengli, each and every one of them were akin to facing a great enemy, all awaiting in full battle array. "Where are you guys going?" Yi Yuan suddenly spoke up, seeming so discordant. Zhou Yan's gaze swept over coldly, and he berated. "So many walking corpses. Are you blind?" "Walking corpses? Where are the walking corpses?" Yi Yuan said with nonchalance. Yu Lingyu and Zhou Bopping involuntarily became alarmed inwardly, each shutting their eyes, revolving essence, energy, and soul force to the limits. When they opened them again, there were still lots and lots of walking corpses surrounding them. This was not a hallucination. "Can't you see? We've already fallen into a tight encirclement," Yu Lingyu said to Yi Yuan. She was somewhat uncertain right now, just whether she fell into an illusion, or was it Yi Yuan himself who fell into an illusion. Zhou Bopping said solemnly, "This boy definitely fell into an illusion. Right now, powerful enemies lie ahead. We can't bother with him either. Whether he lives or dies will depend on himself." Done talking, Zhou Bopping leaped and directly charged over, facing off with a divine king powerhouse. Yu Lingyu's expression changed, and she said to Yu Mengli, "Lier, I have no time to take care of you guys right now. You look after Yi Yuan. Hope that we can charge out of the tight encirclement." Finished talking, Yu Lingyu also suddenly attacked Class H.I., plussing together with another divine king powerhouse. Two mighty divine kings attacking. The momentum was very shocking. But there were still even more other experts currently glaring like ravening tigers by the side, already pouncing over here. "It's okay, big brother Yuan. With Lier here, I won't let people harm you." Yu Mengli blocked in front of Yi Yuan and said resolutely. On the other side, when Zhou Yin saw this scene, he gnashed his teeth until it made grinding sounds. Chapter 963. Yi Yuan fell victim. Chapter 963. Yi Yuan fell victim. The two mighty divine kings were currently in the midst of fierce fighting, but Yi Yuan's expression was grim. The others all saw walking corpses covering the hills and plains. Only he alone could not see. They all felt that it was Yi Yuan who got hit with the illusionary art and fell into an illusion. Because Yi Yuan's strength was the weakest, and his cultivation was also the lowest. Bang! Zhou Bopping was struck by a palm from that divine king expert opposite, directly injuring him. But what was strange was that Yi Yuan actually saw that Zhou Bopping really sustained injuries, and even vomited a large mouthful of fresh blood. Yi Yuan drew a deep breath, aware that this illusion was extremely formidable, a mixture of truth and falsehood. What was authentic and fake were indistinguishable. If they kept fighting, the rest of them would lose their lives here, or become walking corpses. Yi Yuan slowly shut both eyes and revolved his essence energy to the limits. Forming a seal veiled in mystery in his hand, he suddenly gave a loud shout. "Jia!" Yi Yuan's voice spread out like rolling thunder, and actually had a kind of magical power that penetrated the soul, enlightening the benighted. Yu Mengli and Zhou Yin, who were beside him, were suddenly startled, as if they had woken up from a dream. All of the falsehood and ethereal before their eyes all disappeared. Yu Lingyu and Zhou Bopping similarly trembled all over, their eyes revealing a look of disbelief. With this shout of Yi Yuan's, all of the walking corpses vanished from sight. It was actually us who fell into an illusion, Yu Lingyu said somewhat disbelievingly. Two mighty divine kings actually fell into an illusion at the same time and did not know. How frightening did this illusionary art have to be? Furthermore, the Yu family's Moonlight Heavenly I was also originally known for illusionary arts. She actually also fell for it unknowingly. Yeah, this Yellow Millet Mountain's reputation is indeed well-deserving of its fame, Yi Yuan said with a slight pant. Just now, he directly scattered the illusionary art that the few people fell for with the Jie character inside the 9 characters true word formula. He himself also suffered a great loss of vitality. The Jie character could break myriad laws under the heavens. Yi Yuan cultivated for a long time. Although he could not achieve this level, if he went all out, breaking illusionary arts was still feasible. It was just that this way, he himself also had heavy losses in essence energy and needed to regulate his breathing properly for a while. Yi Yuan, how did you do it? This illusionary art is very formidable. I actually suck. You embed to the illusionary art and was not aware. You're actually able to not be affected? Furthermore, that word you spoke earlier seemed to contain the maxim of great Tao. What was that? Yu Ling Yu inquired, full of doubts and suspicions. Zhou Bopping and Zhou Yin also perked their ears up. Clearly, they were all very curious as to why only Yi Yuan was fine. Yi Yuan said coolly, although your cultivation realms are high, your heart realms are too low. The strongest is also merely heart like still water, while I've long stepped in a heart like monolith realm already. As for that word, it was a spell which I learned by accident. It can break myriad laws. All right, Big Brother Yuan's exhaustion is tremendous. Better let him rest a bit first. We'll stand guard for him. Yu Mengli defended Yi Yuan. Yu Ling Yu and Zhou Bopping exchanged glances, both endlessly shocked in their hearts. The Tao of Heart Realm was exceedingly difficult to cultivate because there was no approach at all. But Yi Yuan's Heart Realm had actually long stepped in a heart like monolith at a young age already. This was too terrifying, but it was also fortunate that Yi Yuan's means were heaven-defying. Otherwise, they thought about it and also felt endless fear after the event. Falling into an illusionary realm in this Yellow Millet Mountain, there was a very good chance that one would become a walking corpse. An outcome like this was not acceptable to them. Setting off on the journey once more, everyone were much more careful, fearful of falling into an illusion a second time. Treading carefully along the way, they finally arrived at the foot of the main peak. Right at this time, another group of people arrived at the foot of the mountain. They were none other than precisely Han Tong and company. It was truly enemies meet on a narrow path. Did not expect that when they reached the foot of the main peak, they actually ran into them once again. Except Han Tong and company looked to be in a wretched plight. Moreover, Wan Shuangzhou's figure was gone. Also no idea if they got separated or they ran into walking corpses on the way and got stuck inside. But no matter what, there was no way Yu Ling Yu and Zhou Bopping would let this opportunity slip by. Virtually right at the first moment he saw Yi Yuan and Co., Han Tong displayed his movement technique, escaping up the mountain frenziedly. How could Yu Ling Yu duo be willing to let him go? Their figures swept past, chasing after Han Tong immediately. The 3 people vanished from everyone's line of sight very quickly. This group of people who remained were also too weak to stand up to combat. 1. Taiyan in Yu Jianfeng's eyes. Yu Jianfeng also did not show the least bit of leniency. Directly Brandis. I. Plussing his sword and charging over. Over here, only Yi Yuan, Yu Mengli, and Zhou Yin were left. This time, Yi Yuan did not stop Yu Ling Yu duo and Yu Jianfeng. He just observed from his sidelines with a cold glance and did not say a word. Suddenly, Yi Yuan sucked in a deep breath and said to Yu Mengli with a profound meaning, "Who exactly is your esteemed self? To be able to make this Yi suck. You, and be to an illusionary art unknowingly, truly impressive." Yu Mengli was stupefied and said baffledly, "Big Brother Yuan, what nonsense are you saying?" "I'm Lier." Zhou Yan's expression changed too, and he reproached, "Yi Yuan, why are you going off your rocker again?" But Yi Yuan was unmoved and said calmly, "This Ye's heart realm has long reached heart like monolith already. But I still didn't notice when I fell for the illusionary art. Your esteemed self's measures are startling. But even more lifelike illusionary arts also have flaws. You can perfectly replicate other people's personality, bearing, words, but some things, you can't replicate them in the end. Yumengli had a panic-stricken look. Pulling Yuan, she said, "Big brother Yuan, quickly wake up. I'm really Lier. Just what kind of nonsense are you saying?" Yi Yuan gave a cold laugh and suddenly smacked a palm out with overwhelming force, directly slamming onto Yu Mengli's chest, sending her flying out. Poo work. Yu Mengli did not resist in the slightest. A mouthful of blood sprayed out, dyeing her clothes red. When Zhou Yin saw this scene, he could not help flying into a great rage. He pointed at Yi Yuan's nose and scolded. "Yi Yuan, Lier is head over heels in love with you. You actually bear to hurt her? I'll kill you." Yi Yuan said with a cold smile. "Kill me, is it? That will have to depend on whether you have that capability or not." A violent aura suddenly unleashed. Yi Yuan's slaughter concept and Azure Dipper, floating zero sword, intent burst forth spectacularly. A swift and fierce sword intent headed straight for Zhou Yin. Swiss. H. Plus Zhou Yin unleashed the vast sun flameheart pupil, but Yi Yuan's spirit extinguished. H. I. Plusing Azure Cloud Sword was too terrifying, directly blasting apart the vast sun flameheart pupil, slicing off Zhou Yan's arm. Lunatic! You lunatic! Zhou Yan looked at Yi Yuan and roared. But Yi Yuan looked at all this coldly and said to Yu Mengli indifferently, "All right, no need to act anymore. Since I've already seen through your illusionary art, no matter how pitifully and delicate you act, I won't be soft-hearted either. If you don't believe, I can kill you with 1 SLAs. H. Plus, Yu Mengli suffered Yi Yuan's palm and was originally lying on the ground in unbearable agony. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, she actually slowly stood up, as if she did not suffer any injuries at all, while at this time, the Zhou Yin by the side and the crowd fighting over there all vanished from sight, as if they had never appeared before. All of this was actually really just an illusion. When did you find out? Yu Mengli looked at Yi Yuan and said with a gleeful smile. Chapter 964. Matching Magic Powers. Chapter 964. Matching Magic Powers. Your illusionary arts indeed have no flaws to exploit. But inside the illusion previously, you said to me with you around, you won't let people hurt me. If it was the real Lier, she wouldn't say so. Yi Yuan said coolly. The fake Lier said with a smile, "Looks like it was me who made an unnecessary move." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "This illusion, everything is so lifelike. But the greatest flaw is yourself, because they're all illusionary, while you are real." The fake Lier sighed with admiration as she said, being hit with an illusionary art and actually still having such terrifying analytical abilities. You're indeed different from the rest. Even those 2 divine kings are much worse compared to you. It's just that even if you saw through the illusionary art, wanting to break free from inside the illusion can be done too. Seeing through an illusion and breaking free from inside the illusionary realm, these were 2 entirely different matters. How could an illusionary art capable of making Yi Yuan fall for it be that easy to resolve? Truly powerful illusionary arts was to let the martial artist clearly know that they got caught in an illusionary realm, but just could not break free. In the end, they would still sink inside forever. However, Yi Yuan did not seem to care about this. He just said coolly, "Where did you send Lier?" Although the words were calm, the killing intent revealed was a little short of materializing. The fake Lier said with a faint smile, "Don't be agitated, she's very safe. Everyone is safe. But want to meet her, you got to come out from inside the illusion first. However, you only have 3 days. After 3 days, she'll probably be staying in Yellow Millet Mountain forever." While talking, the fake Lier's figure slowly became faint, finally turning into nothing. Following her disappearance, this stretch of S.P. C became deathly still, making people S.H.I. plus ver without being cold. Yi Yuan's face fell slightly. He was ruminating over the meaning in fake Lio's words. Seemed like everyone who came to Yellow Millet Mountain fell to the illusionary art. If he was unable to break free from the illusionary realm within 3 days, Lier would likely sink into the illusion forever, becoming a walking corpse. No, wait, there should be one person who had not fallen to the illusionary art. Hantong. Hantong had the spirit horn shattering mirror in his hands. This divine artifact subjugated illusions the most. Wanted to make him fall into an illusionary realm was probably even harder than ascending to the heavens. Since he dared to head straight for Yellow Millet Mountain, this divine artifact was naturally not randomly brought along. Thinking up to here, Yi Yuan felt the pressure mounting. If he did not go out early, the consequences would be too ghastly to imagine. Also, just who in the world was this that made everyone fall into an illusion? Could it be the Sun Moon Heavenly Pupil? Sun Moon Heavenly Pupil. Just what kind of existence was it? Yi Yuan drew a deep breath, chasing away all the doubts in his head. Now was not the time to consider these. The urgent matter on hand was still breaking free of the illusionary realm. Yi Yuan also could not figure out just when did he fall for the illusionary art. The rest all fell for the illusionary art previously. Only he alone was clear-headed and even used the Jia character to wake everyone up. If the Jia character could break free from the illusion, then he suck. You bed to the illusionary art after that. If it could not break the illusion, could it be that he already suck? You bed to it before entering Yellow Millet Mountain? Dismissing distracting thoughts, Yi Yuan revolved essence energy to the limits and suddenly gave a fierce cry. Jia! The scenery before Yi Yuan's eyes blurred. The surroundings finally recovered signs of life. A bright moon hung above the main peak with indistinct shadows around. There were walking corpses moving about. Not far away, Yu Jianfeng stood here, his eyes completely blank. Clearly, he fell for the illusionary art too. But as for the rest, there were no traces to be seen. Yi Yuan's face brightened up. The Jia character really broke free from the illusionary realm. Breaking free of the illusionary realm, Yi Yuan suffered a great loss in vitality too. He hurriedly swallowed a medicinal pill to recover his strength. Could not care that much either. Yi Yuan used the Jia character once more, breaking apart Yu Jianfeng's illusionary magic. Yu Jianfeng's eyes finally recovered some spirit. Looking at Yi Yuan rather woodenly, he said absent-mindedly, "Why, Yi Yuan? What happened to me?" Consecutive usage of the Jia character, Yi Yuan's condition was very withered, but he still responded, "You got caught in an illusion. Carry me up to the main peak." Yu Jianfeng's expression turned fearful, and he carried Yi Yuan and dashed up the main peak. Seizing this opportunity, Yi Yuan swallowed a medicinal pill again, recovering vitality frenziedly. The scenery on both sides fell backward crazily, but Yi Yuan suddenly felt that something was wrong. "Put me down," Yi Yuan suddenly said solemnly. "And? What is it?" Yu Jianfeng was puzzled but still put Yi Yuan down. Yi Yuan's brows knitted together, and he said in a low voice, "No, wait. You're not Yu Jianfeng. I'm still inside the illusion." "What nonsense are you talking about? Didn't you just come out from within an illusion? How did you fall into an illusion again?" Yu Jianfeng said anxiously. Yi Yuan stared at him and said with a cold smile, "How did you know that I just came out from inside an illusion? Did I mention that before?" Yu Jianfeng involuntarily froze and argued with sophistry. "Didn't everyone falls into an illusion?" Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile. "How do you know that everybody fell into an illusion? Or did you originally already know my encounter inside the illusion?" Yu Jianfeng froze and suddenly laughed in spite of himself and said, "I didn't expect that you're actually so alert. You, boy, are indeed rather different. Since that's the case, then congratulations for successfully cracking it. Oh, forgot to tell you, a day's time is already past, said in the outside world. You're still left with 2 days now." Done talking, Yu Jianfeng's body disappeared once again. Yi Yuan's face was very grim. He revolved heart, like monolith heart realm, to the limits, forcibly calming down his state of mind. This illusionary realm was seriously too terrifying, one ring linked to another. It was totally impossible to guard against. Furthermore, that guy's grasp on the human heart was also extremely strong. He followed Yi Yuan's thoughts, planning on luring Yi Yuan to sink into deprivation step by step. If no accidents occurred, he would definitely still run into others subsequently along the way. Then, Yi Yuan would help them to break free of the illusionary realm one by one. The more it was so, the deeper Yi Yuan would sink into it. Earlier, during the process when Yi Yuan was recovering vitality, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration and felt that it was rather amiss. Too smooth. The matter seemed to be developing in the direction he predicted. He wanted to break free from the illusion. Hence, he broke free. He wanted to save Lier. As a result, Yu Jianfeng carried him up the main peak. Yi Yuan previously said that Yu Mengli was the other party's greatest flaw. Actually, how is she not Yi Yuan's greatest weak point too? The other party made use of precisely this point. That was how he made Yi Yuan sink deeper and deeper. When he thought that he broke free of the illusionary realm, his mind would relax step by step, finally sinking into deprivation forever. The other party could concoct countless lies, deceiving Yi Yuan all the way down the road, exactly alike with reality. More importantly, delaying this short while the day's time actually already pass, said in the outside world. No matter whether what the other party said was true or false, Yi Yuan could not afford to lose. Within 2 days, he must break free of the illusionary realm. Yi Yuan sat down cross-legged. He discovered that he still thought too simply of this illusionary realm. This was a great taboo inside an illusionary realm. Yi Yuan settled down to concentrate, purging all of the distracting thoughts in his head, and pondered about ways to deal with the situation. Chapter 965, Samsara of 100 Lifetimes. Chapter 965, Samsara of 100 Lifetimes. Pondering over and over again, Yi Yuan only had the choice to take the path of increasing his heart realm cultivation. But Yi Yuan's current heart realm boundary was middle stage heart like monolith. Even if he reached late stage, Yi Yuan felt that the chances of breaking free of the illusion were not great either. Much less that he had to reach late stage heart like monolith within 2 days. That was virtually something impossible. Even if he visualized the Lin character, it was also not possible to have such rapid improvement. Yi Yuan racked his mind swiftly. Fine sweat beads started to appear on his forehead. Behind his calm back was tremendous pressure. Suddenly, Yi Yuan slowly opened his eyes. His entire person's imposing momentum was swept away clean. The current Yi Yuan looked just like an ordinary person, without the slightest hint of essence, energy, undulation. Even heart, like monolith heart realm, was also utterly released. Since I'm not able to break free of the illusion, then let me sink into it thoroughly, Yi Yuan slowly said. The scenery before his eyes suddenly changed. On Yellow Millet Mountain's main peak was a flat platform. Currently on the platform stood full of people everywhere. Each and every one of these people all had their eyes tightly shut, seemingly deep in slumber. In the center of the platform, a young and handsome youngster was currently sitting on top of a high platform with his eyes closed. Suddenly, he slowly opened both eyes and looked toward a young man in front of him. This young man was shockingly the Yi Yuan who got caught in the illusion. The current Yi Yuan likewise had both eyes tightly shut and actually seemed like a puppet. Beside Yi Yuan was a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man held a mirror in his hand. It was shockingly the spirit horn-shattering mirror. Han Tong's entire body was trembling. A look of struggle appeared on his face, while Yi Yuan's face was serene, even carrying some enjoyment. The young man on the elevated platform smiled slightly and opened his mouth to say, "This boy is indeed extraordinary, to actually choose to banish himself. Unless one is great for it. 1. 2. They cannot achieve this step. It's just that this way, your chances of survival will also be very bleak. Whether it's a nirvanic rebirth or sinking into deprivation forever, this seat will wait to see it." As he said, he turned to the Han Tong beside and said with a cold smile, Spirit horn, shattering mirror. It's truly been ages since we've met. Even if the seat is no longer as valiant as back then, a mere Tao profound realm wants to make this seat submit just by holding it? Truly laughable. Looks like the host should emerge between these two people. Come on, this seat is very much looking forward to your performances. Finished muttering these to himself, the youth slowly closed his eyes again, an appearance as if everything was within control. On the main peak's platform, Yu Mengli, Yu Lingyu, Zhou Boping, Ruan Shuangzhou, and the rest were shockingly present. The martial artists who ventured into Yellow Millet Mountain were actually rounded up in one fell swoop by this young man. Yi Yuan thoroughly opened up his mind and instantly lost himself inside the illusion. Big brother Yuan, you finally woke up. Opening his eyes, Yu Mengli's gentle voice sounded out by his ear. Yi Yuan rubbed his head that felt like it was splitting and said, What happened to me? You obtained the sun-moon heavenly pupil inside the vast sun bright moon realm, then fell into a slumber all the way until now before waking up. You scare me badly, Yu Mengli said. What? I obtained the sun-moon heavenly pupil? Yi Yuan was startled and hurriedly sat up. Yi Yuan suddenly opened both eyes. One pupil emitted a dazzling light. A sun actually suspended on the pupil. But on the other pupil, a moon was suspended. Yi Yuan suddenly deployed the left eye. It was only to hear a boom, and the entire room was blasted into a pile of debris. With this, it attracted a large group of Yu family experts over. Yi Yuan's two eyes activating at the same time. A bizarre power spread out. Everyone actually had dull looks in their eyes. Yi Yuan felt like he was actually able to control each person. The sun-moon heavenly pupil was too powerful. Yi Yuan was unbelievably thrilled, but he released the illusionary art, letting everyone recover. Congratulations, big brother Yuan. With this sun-moon heavenly pupil, stepping into deity realm in the future might not be an impossibility too. Yu Mengli gave felicitations. I don't dare to think too much about deity realm. However, with this sun-moon heavenly pupil, Ji Kanglin's days are numbered. Yi Yuan said coldly. In the following days, Yi Yuan immersed in bitter cultivation. With the sun-moon heavenly pupil, his cultivation advanced at a tremendous pace. Only using 10 years' time, he broke through to the divine king realm. After 10 years, Yi Yuan brought along the similarly major accomplishment spirit, physique Yu Mengli, and charged up the Medicine King Hall. The Yi Yuan who possessed the sun-moon heavenly pupil, his power was incomparably terrifying. Plus a major accomplishment spirit physique Yu Mengli. How could the Medicine King Hall stop their footsteps? Finally, after a round of great battle without equal, Yi Yuan killed Ji Kanglin with his own hands. Avenging his great enmity, Yi Yuan fulfilled his lifelong wish and brought Yu Mengli along to travel the world. Their days spent were merry and carefree. Just like that, year after year, no idea how many seasons had passed. Said either, Yi Yuan and Yu Mengli, the husband and wife couple, became the divine realm's supreme powerhouses. Although they did not break through to deity realm, the two with their strength, no one dared to provoke them at all. But longevity would eventually come to an end. Yi Yuan and Yu Mengli already finally reached the day of pious, sing away in meditation. Yi Yuan was thin and emaciated, a far cry from his handsome and suaveness in those days long ago. Yi Yuan, having such a wife for a lifetime, what do I still need? This lifetime, we've experienced too many B.L.O.O.D.Y slaughters. I hope that in our next life, we could be a pair of ordinary couple. Yi Yuan looked at Yu Mengli and said with a calm expression. 2 rows of clear teardrops fell down Yu Mengli's face as she nodded and said, As long as big brother Yuan is willing, Li will definitely accompany lifetime after lifetime. Done talking, Yi Yuan's and Yu Mengli's physical bodies started to gradually decay, finally turning into a pile of ashes and dissipating within the heaven and earth. No idea how many years later, a mortal kingdom's capital, the princess went on an inspection tour. and was taken for a fairy. A young lad in cloth garment fell in love with the princess when he saw the princess's stunning looks. However, all the way until the day he died, the lad in cloth garment never saw the princess a second time again. If there's a next life, I must become a powerhouse that can hold up the heavens and marry the princess, the lad in cloth garment said before Paes sing away. Another lifetime, Yi Yuan and a wealthy family's young lady fell for each other and secretly pledged their love for life. Yi Yuan was looked down upon by this family, so he joined the army resolutely. Several years later, Yi Yuan returned in success and wanted to marry the young lady. Alas, fate made a mockery of men. The young lady actually killed herself because she was forced by her elders. Yi Yuan came before the young lady's grave, drew his sword, and cut his throat, committing suicide for love. In a blink of an eye, 100 lifetimes already Paes said, Yi Yuan, and you only incarnated into different items. 1. Ties and unfolded a series of love and hate entanglement, which lasted 100 lifetimes. After 100 lifetimes, Yi Yuan already completely lost himself. He lived in his own world, at times becoming a powerhouse, sometimes being reduced to a mortal. But no matter what, he wanted to go and find that girl in his dreams. This obsession had never changed, no matter what kind of person he was born as. The young man on the elevated platform looked at Yi Yuan, but his brows furrowed. Divine Soul has clearly already become faint long ago, but he's still able to maintain a final trace of clarity and not be extinguished. What in the world did this boy do? Chapter 966, Heaven-Man Unity. Chapter 966, Heaven-Man Unity. At the peak of a mountain, a swordsman stood in the air hugging his sword. Opposite him was an exceedingly beautiful woman. Must we contend for superiority between you and me? The man said. In this world, only you and I can be rivals. But in these 20 years, you and I have exchanged blows 19 times. Every time, it was my defeat. If I don't beat you in this life, what's the point of me living still? The lady said. The man heaved a sigh and said, Take a step back, and it's endless blue skies. In this world, other than victory and defeat, there are still many things. The lady said with a cold smile, Killing you, I'll have everything. Make your move. The man sighed slightly and said, Fine then, make a move. The woman's face turned cold and said, You're not even drawing your sword? Ho! Even if I don't draw my sword, you're not my match either. Wild arrogance. Watch out for my sword. The woman gave a cold cry, brandished her sword like a rainbow cutting across the sky, and charged in front of the man. Poochie. The long sword did not have the slightest sluggishness, directly piercing through the man's chest. Why didn't you draw your sword? What's the point in winning you like this? The woman lashed, but 2 rows of clear tears flowed down disappointingly. The man smiled, smiling very happily. The first time I saw you, I already fell for you. Although it was the first meeting, I felt like we've already known each other for very, very long. But in your eyes, there is only the martial path. Hence, I trained in the sword desperately, trained like I went mad, all for the sake of letting you look at me. Oh, I did it. The woman suddenly discovered that her heart was so painful. Turns out that she actually already fell deeply in love with his man, unknowingly. The woman could not bear it anymore. Tears gushed out. Why? Since you like me, why didn't you dodge this sword? The man smiled and said, Because I discovered that the more I trained in the sword, the more confused I became. The more powerful my sword got, the more and more I can't find myself. This is a samsara, an endless samsara. Competing like this, it's forever impossible for you to know my heart. I want to find myself, therefore sorry. I don't want an apology. I only want you to live. Sniff, sniff. The man lightly caressed the woman's face. With a look of satisfaction, he said with a light smile, You're still so beautiful when you cry. You are Liera, but who am I? Right at this time, a figure slowly walked out from within the void and came before the swordsman. The swordsman actually looked exactly the same as this person. Who are you? The swordsman asked. I am you. Or should I say, I'm your last ray of hope. You reincarnated 100 lifetimes and experienced all manners of hearts. H.I. plus P.S. in the human world. The love and hate entanglement with Lear also Pa.S. said through time. Now, I'll take back all of these 100 lifetimes of samsara. If I'm still unable to break through, you and I will sink into deprivation for all of eternity. Are you ready? Yi Yuan said coolly. But the swordsman's gaze looked towards Lier as he said, Then Lier and our divine souls have long become inseparable already. Therefore, even if it's reincarnating 100 lifetimes, she is also a most important part of our lives. Don't worry, as long as we can accomplish it, Lier will naturally be safe and sound, Yi Yuan said. The swordsman slowly nodded his head, gave a smile, and turned into a cloud of green smoke, entering inside Yi Yuan's body. The youth on the elevated platform suddenly snapped open his eyes, looking at Yi Yuan's gradually extinguish. H.I. Plusing divine soul, he sighed and said, Indeed still didn't pull through? Looks like there's only a final choice remaining. Done talking, his gaze looked towards Han Tong. Right then, the young man's expression changed, and he looked at Yi Yuan strangely. His divine soul was already on the verge of the final extinguish. H.I. Plusing state. At this time, it actually rebounded fiercely. Yi Yuan's divine soul became increasing stronger. His aura also became stronger and stronger. Heaven-man unity. He actually did it. Truly a genius without parallel. The young man said with an exclamation. Gradually, Yi Yuan entered a very profound state. The current Yi Yuan gave people an extremely unreal feeling. He was clearly standing right there, but his entire person seemingly already fused into one body with heaven and earth. At this moment, it was as if Yi Yuan had incarnated to become all of creation in heaven and earth. Rumble. Yi Yuan's aura abruptly soared. Violent essence, energy, closed in over here from all directions. At this moment, Yi Yuan's cultivation realm breakthrough was achieved without effort, reaching third-level phaseless in a blink of an eye. Following that, heavenly tribulation arrived. Transcending the heavenly tribulation, Yi Yuan broke through to fourth-level phaseless once more. Finally, everything settled down. Yi Yuan slowly opened his eyes, a pair of deep eyes, seemingly able to see through everything in this world. 100 lifetimes of samsara was H.I. Plusing away the guise of the secular. What it refined was the human heart. What I saw was the origin of the great Tao, heaven-man unity. So that's how it is. Sun-Moon Heavenly Pupil is known to be able to turn all of creation in the world into illusions. Indeed worthy of its reputation. It's just that the world probably never would have thought that the Sun-Moon Heavenly Pupil has long attained Tao already, cultivating into a primordial spirit. Yi Yuan looked at the young man and said slowly. Yi Yuan maintained his final trace of soul fire from extinguish. H.I. Plus-ing with a secret art, making himself sink into the illusionary realms samsara. This was harboring the ATT-I, tude to win or to die trying. If there was even a tiny bit of mishap, Yi Yuan would never be able to wake up again. However, experiencing 100 lifetimes of samsara, Yi Yuan's heart realm was tempered little by little, becoming incomparably powerful. Although this illusion was powerful, it also strengthened and tempered Yi Yuan. The young man looked at Yi Yuan, his eyes filled with pleasant surprise, as if he was admiring a piece of art. Yi Yuan said nonchalantly, Enjoy the might of the flame explosion properly. I want to accompany you. Fine, lad. You really surprised me. That guy is relying on the advantage of a divine artifact before barely managing to be able to contend with my secret illusion, heavenly realm. But you actually relied on your own comprehension abilities and broke through to heaven-man unity realm, breaking free of the secret illusion, heavenly realm. Truly too remarkable. For 100,000 years, you're the first person to be able to do it to this step. Boy, you should feel honored. The Sun-Moon Heavenly Pupil said, rather excitedly. Yi Yuan said coolly, Very sorry, I don't feel honored at all. What I'm going to do now is to kill you. Sun Moon Heavenly Pupil smiled faintly and said, Kill me, and your woman will be lost inside the illusionary realm forever. Not everyone can be like you. Comprehending Heaven-Man unity. Yi Yuan's expression changed, and he said coldly, What conditions do you have? His jet character's level of attainment was far from enough and was totally unable to help Yu Mengli. They all escaped the illusionary realm. Sun Moon Heavenly Pupil smiled and said, That's more like it. My conditions are very simple. Either you die or he dies. Choose one yourself. Yi Yuan's face fell, and he said, You chose me to be a host? Looks like you finally can't stand the loneliness and want to get out of the vast sun bright moon realm. Sun Moon Heavenly Pupil's expression suddenly turned cold, and he said, Those old undyings thought that by sealing me here, I'll have no way of getting out. They probably never would have thought that the divine realm would enter an age of declining laws, divine doubt dropping to zero. Without deity realm powerhouses, who can tie me up to be used by others? As long as I find a suitable host, with how vast the divine realm is, I alone reign supreme. Heaven has eyes, delivering you in front of me. Chapter 967. Initiative Changing Hands. Chapter 967. Initiative Changing Hands. Only then did Yi Yuan know that the Zhou and Yu Tu family's forefathers who obtained the Sun Moon Heavenly Pupil before had probably long realized that the Sun Moon Heavenly Pupil had problems. Therefore, before they set on, they set up this vast sun bright moon realm, using it to seal the Sun Moon Heavenly Pupil. It was just that they also did not expect the arrival of an age of declining laws, making everything changed. Without deity realm powerhouses, no one was able to harness the Sun Moon Heavenly Pupil anymore. In the course of time, it birthed a primordial spirit on its own and cultivated to an exceedingly high realm. The Sun Moon Heavenly Pupil's terrifying ocular arts, even divine king powerhouses did not have the strength to resist. Yi Yuan's face was grim as he asked, For 100,000 years, who knows how many experts had come here? Why did you choose me? Sun Moon Heavenly Pupil smiled lightly and said, Although their cultivation realms were higher than yours, their heart realm was far inferior compared to you. Without an exceptional high heart realm, there's simply no way of withstanding my powerful ocular powers. Wait until I wipe away your consciousness, adding on my ocular arts. The divine realm will be our world in the future. The Sun Moon Heavenly Pupil had cultivated for D knows how many tens of thousands of years here. His strength was unfathomable. Even if he did not reach the deity realm, his ocular arts had probably already achieved perfection. What he lacked was just a set of fleshly bodies suitable for him. Accurately speaking, the Sun Moon Heavenly Pupil seeking out a host was different from the ordinary seizing of possession. He only wanted to wipe away the martial artist's original consciousness, while the other abilities could be preserved perfectly. Cultivation realm could be cultivated if lacking, but the cultivation of heart realm was far too difficult. Hence, that was why he did not make a move all along, all the way until Yi Yuan's appearance. If I say no, Yi Yuan said in a solemn voice. Sun Moon Heavenly Pupil did not reveal a surprised look. He just said with a faint smile, You will agree, because apart from me, body can undo her illusionary magic. His gaze looked over towards Yu Mengli, his face revealing a smug smile. Yi Yuan fell silent. A look of struggle appeared on his face. You don't have much time. You really greatly surprised me by being able to break through to Heaven-Man unity within 2 days. However, that little girl is only left with at most 4 hours. Once the time is up, even I will be powerless to do anything too, Sun Moon Heavenly Pupil said with a smile that was not a smile. Yi Yuan's expression changed, and he said in a low voice, Unless you swear a heavenly Tao oath, otherwise, why should I believe you? Sun Moon Heavenly Pupil said with a faint smile, I won't swear a heavenly Tao oath. As for whether you believe or not, that's your problem, nothing to do with me. but I think that it seems you can only choose to believe me. Sun, moon, heavenly pupil seemed to savor this feeling of needing other people very much. An expression of walking on air surfaced on his face. He just quietly awaited Yi Yuan's choice and did not urge. Finally, Yi Yuan drew a deep breath and looked at the sun, moon, heavenly pupil as he said, "Hope that you keep your word. Come on." Done talking, Yi Yuan utterly opened up his mind, seemingly already resigned himself to fate. Sun, moon, heavenly pupil smiled and said, "Haha, he who understands the times is a wise man. Don't worry, I'll help her release the illusionary magic." He naturally would not tell Yi Yuan that once these people thoroughly immersed in the illusionary realm, they would become his slave, being manipulated at his will. Releasing Yumengli? That was impossible. On this yellow millet mountain, just the divine king powerhouses were numerous. Once such a force got out, it would probably become the 9th super holy land immediately. Sun, moon, heavenly pupil gave a light chuckle and transformed into a stream of flowing light, and entered inside Yi Yuan's body all at once. Yi Yuan's entire body trembled, instantly feeling that his 2 eyes swelled incomparably, seemingly on the verge of exploding. The sun, moon, heavenly pupil is matchlessly tyrannical. It's not that easy to endure. Now allow me to lead this body. In it, soul, suppressing pearl. How could you have the soul-suppressing pearl, this sort of thing? Sun, moon, heavenly pupil suddenly cried out miserably. Just as he was going to wipe away Yi Yuan's consciousness, a stream of gloomy light probed out from inside the soul-suppressing pearl. The sun, moon, heavenly pupil sensed a terrifying power. This power was plenty to utterly obliterate him. Right at this time, Yi Yuan's divine soul suddenly blocked in front of him. That ghostly light seemed to have intelligence, and actually directly withdrew back into the soul-suppressing pearl. The sun, moon, heavenly pupil was still suffering from the shock, his face seized with fear and trepidation. His gaze, when looking at Yi Yuan, was filled with a frightened look. He had long predicted that Yi Yuan definitely would not give in so obediently. It was just that he never thought that Yi Yuan's trump card was actually the soul-suppressing pearl. His primordial spirit body was similarly divine soul in nature. For the soul-suppressing pearl to want to exterminate him just now was merely an effortless matter. I didn't think that you're familiar with the soul-suppressing pearl too. It's easy to handle. Now, we can have a proper chat, right? Yi Yuan looked at the sun, moon, heavenly pupil with a smile that was not a smile, and said. The sun, moon, heavenly pupil's expression changed, and he said, "How can you possibly have the soul-suppressing pearl, this kind of thing?" Yi Yuan said nonchalantly, just casually picked it up. "That's not the main point. The main thing is, when are you planning on undoing Liur's illusionary magic?" The sun, moon, heavenly pupil's expression changed, and he said, "You let me go first, then we talk again. Otherwise, I won't undo the secret illusion heavenly realm." Not that the sun, moon, heavenly pupil did not wish to go out, but that he entered Yi Yuan's body and already reconstructed Yi Yuan's 2 eyes, and produced a bond with Yi Yuan's body. If he succeeded in taking possession, everything naturally could be discussed. But now, as long as Yi Yuan did not take the initiative to release this bond, his primordial spirit would be bounded up inside Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness, unable to break free. The current sun, moon, heavenly pupil had reached the point of being caught between the devil and the deep sea. With the soul-suppressing pearl around, his taking of possession was something totally impossible. But wanting to escape Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness needed Yi Yuan's approval. With this, the initiative completely landed in Yi Yuan's hands. The sun, moon, heavenly pupil's soul chip right now was Yumengli. Do you really take me to be a fool? I'm giving you one last chance. If you don't agree, I'll make the soul-suppressing pearl wipe away your consciousness and let you return to origin. It is a little troublesome, but at that time, your 100,000 over years of cultivation will be ruined overnight. Yi Yuan sputtered nonsense. He was unable to mobilize the sun, moon, heavenly pupil at all. He was just swindling the sun-moon heavenly pupil, that was all. But Yi Yuan guessed that the soul-suppressing pearl had extremely powerful abilities regarding divine souls. Presumably, wiping away consciousness, this sort of thing, was not a difficult thing to it. Indeed, the sun-moon heavenly pupil's expression changed, and he said solemnly, "If that's the case, that little girlie is dead for sure, too." Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently, "There's still 4 hours' time. I think it's sufficient for me to inherit the sun-moon heavenly pupil." The sun-moon heavenly pupil gnashed his teeth in hatred, but he could not do anything to Yi Yuan at all. Right now, the initiative was completely in Yi Yuan's hands. Right at this time, Han Tong's eyes suddenly snapped open, and he plopped down on the ground, his entire person perspiring profusely as if he had a great illness. "Huff, huff!" Han Tong gasped for air heavily, but suddenly jolted, being struck dumb with amazement by the scene and the surroundings. Looking towards Yi Yuan again, he actually discovered that Yi Yuan's 2 eyes were bleeding, and his expression involuntarily changed drastically. This boy obtained the sun-moon heavenly pupil? How is this possible? Han Tong said in disbelief. Chapter 968, Divine Artifact, Great Battle. Chapter 968, Divine Artifact, Great Battle. Looks like you expended considerable effort because of reconstructing my 2 eyes. That's how it allowed Han Tong to break free of the illusionary realm. Yi Yuan looked at the sun-moon heavenly pupil helplessly and said, "In this place, the only one who could contend with the sun-moon heavenly pupil was Han Tong, who wielded the spirit horn shattering mirror. But earlier, in order to reconstruct Yi Yuan's 2 eyes, the sun-moon heavenly pupil needed to expend a huge amount of effort. This also let the secret illusion heavenly realm loosen up somewhat. Han Tong finally made use of this opportunity and broke through the secret illusion heavenly realm in one stroke, returning to reality. When the sun-moon heavenly pupil saw Han Tong break free of the illusionary realm, he was not startled. He rejoiced instead and said to Yi Yuan, "Boy, release me. I'll deal with him on your behalf." Yi Yuan shot him a scornful glance and said, "Give it up. You'd better carefully think things through and release Lier. When I dispose of Han Tong, if you still haven't made a decision, I don't mind blotting you out." Talking to the back, Yi Yuan seethed with killing intent. The sun-moon heavenly pupil's expression turned fearful, and he hurriedly said, "He has a divine artifact in his hands. There's no way you're his match." Yi Yuan pursed his mouth and said disdainfully, "Just a divine artifact only. And you said it like I don't have one. You just wait here obediently." The power of the soul-suppressing pearl. I believe you're also aware without the need for me to expound. If you seek death yourself, then it can't be blamed on me. The sun-moon heavenly pupil could not help being speechless. A divine artifact only? Could what this brat be talking about, the soul-suppressing pearl? But with this boy's present strength, he was completely unable to utilize the soul-suppressing pearl, all right? Yi Yuan slowly opened his eyes. Rays of brilliance shot out from his eyes. Han Tong was currently staring at Yi Yuan's eyes and looking. When Yi Yuan opened his eyes, it actually sent him into a trance. He hurriedly turned his head over, not daring to look at Yi Yuan's eyes anymore. This boy definitely acquired the sun-moon heavenly pupil. Yi Yuan lightly wiped away the 2 rows of blood tears. Looking at this world again, it seemed to have become different. The first thing he did was put Yu Mengli, Yuling Yu they all away inside the vast heaven pag. Oh duh. As for the life and death of the others, it had nothing to do with him. "Boy, was the sun-moon heavenly pupil taken by you?" Han Tong said with a somber look. Yi Yuan said coolly, "So what if yes?" So what? Hand over the sun-moon heavenly pupil. This seat will spare you from death." Han Tong said with a cold snort. Yi Yuan looked at him and said disdainfully, "F***CK your bulls. HI+T. I want you to give me the spirit horn shattering mirror. Will you give or not?" Han Tong's face turned black, and he said in a deep voice, "Boy, do you think that you have the qualifications to pick a fight with me?" The pag. "Oh, in your hands is merely a quasi-divine artifact. If you really exchange blows with me, whether or not that pag, of yours can be preserved is an uncertainty. TCH, just a divine artifact. What's there to be KY about? You don't think that there's only the spirit horn shattering mirror, this one divine artifact, in this whole world, right? Yi Yuan said with a disdainful look and slowly took out the sacred dragon token. Han Tong originally had a look of contempt. If one was not haughty holding a divine artifact, then what else was there to be haughty over? Prior to this, divine artifacts had never appeared before in the divine realm, all right? But that instant when Yi Yuan took out the sacred dragon token, Han Tong's pupils constricted, his eyes filled with a look of astoundment. Although he did not recognize the sacred dragon token, the undulations coming off of the sacred dragon token was not any weaker than the spirit horn shattering mirror. No, wait, it should be that it was even stronger compared to the spirit horn shattering mirror. Similarly divine artifacts. The sacred dragon token was the dragon clan's paramount divine artifact. Its might was unimaginable. You actually have a divine artifact too. How is this possible? You have a quasi-divine artifact in possession, and actually still have a divine artifact. Han Tong broke down. This boy's fortuitous encounters were also too scary, right? These two items, casually taking out one, could shake the divine realm. But this brat actually drew to the moment he made his move. However, Han Tong's shock was far from comparable to the Sun-Moon Heavenly Pupil, because the Sun-Moon Heavenly Pupil recognized the Sacred Dragon Token. The Sacred Dragon Token was the Dragon Clan's supreme treasure. Along with the Dragon Clan's clan leader's disappearance, there was already no more news. However, over 100,000 years had passed. Said the Sacred Dragon Token actually saw the light of day once again. Who on earth is this boy? Sacred Dragon Token, soul-suppressing pearl. Any one of these is an item that can make the divine realm tremble. They are actually all in his hands. The Sun-Moon Heavenly Pupil's astonishment could not be any greater. These two items, as long as one obtained an article, it was already sufficient to enjoy a lifetime. But this boy actually acquired two all at once. No, wait. Han Tong said earlier that this boy still had a quasi-divine artifact. The Sun-Moon Heavenly Pupil suddenly felt that this world was too crazy. Hang on, it was he who was too crazy to actually find such a person to be a host. Wasn't this complaining that his lifespan was too long and he was tired of living? The current Sun-Moon Heavenly Pupil, other than anguish, it was still anguish. One truly could not find an adjective to describe his current emotions. Finally managed to cultivate into a primordial spirit and thought that he could come roaring into existence. In the end, he screwed himself to death before even stepping out of the door. Yi Yuan looked at Han Tong and said smilingly, You joker. Could it be that only you're allowed to have a divine artifact? Other people aren't allowed to have divine artifacts? Just a divine artifact. Is there a need to kick up a fuss over nothing? Just a divine artifact? You, boy, are truly too arrogant. Han Tong said with a somber face. Yi Yuan's words sounded arrogant, but actually, he really had the capital to say so. Putting aside the soul-suppressing pearl, the vast heaven steel inside the vast heaven pag. There was the truly formidable item. Although he did not know what grade of a treasure it was definitely more impressive than ordinary divine artifacts. Han Tong's gaze suddenly revealed a look of extreme greed and said, Brat who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Since you came to deliver a divine artifact to this seat will kindly accept it. Han Tong suddenly raised the spirit horn shattering mirror. A ray of dazzling light instantly shot out. A terrifying power made the entire main peak quake. Yi Yuan chuckled coldly and also injected divine essence into the sacred dragon token. Rumble. Two terrifying attacks abruptly collided, giving off a dazzling light. Waves of energy rippled out, directly leveling the main peak to flat ground. The entire main peak forcefully had a large chunk shaved away. Those martial artists who were still inside the illusionary realm were directly sent flying by the enormous blast wind. The weak ones were even directly blasted to death. Poor Yi Yuan was also sent flying immediately by this Ma's Civ impact force, spitting out a large mouthful of blood. Han Tong was not much better either. He also did not think that the divine artifact in Yi Yuan's hands was actually so formidable. But his own strength was immense. Even though he was sent flying, his injuries were not as severe as Yi Yuan's. You actually have divine essence. Obtaining a divine artifact was one thing. Whether or not one could activate a divine artifact was another thing. A divine artifact was unable to be deployed by essence energy. Even when mobilized, the power unleashed was also very limited. Only by using divine essence could one unleash the power of a divine artifact to the greatest degree. Yi Yuan was actually able to unleash such terrifying power. It showed that he definitely had divine essence. He was only able to deploy the divine artifact because he had the Hall Master's bestowal. Then Yi Yuan's divine essence. Where did it come from? This boy was truly divulging mystery from head to toe. Chapter 969. Merging with Heaven and Earth. Chapter 969. Merging with Heaven and Earth. The level of difficulty of finding divine essence was not the slightest bit less than finding a divine artifact. Following the disappearance of divine Tao, divine essence, this sort of thing already became lesser and lesser in the divine realm. One could say it decreased with each use. Only inside the grotto left behind by deity realm powerhouses could one find divine essence, this sort of thing. These divine essences were all energy that deity realm powerhouses used to maintain the operation of the grotto. Along with the Pa-S, Sing of Time, divine essence would get lesser and lesser too. Furthermore, the grotto of deity realm powerhouses, the degree of danger went without saying. Even if divine king powerhouses entered, it was also 9 chances to die and 1 chance to live. The strength of deity realm powerhouses was completely not what Tao Profound Realm could try to fathom. With Yi Yuan's current cultivation realm, there was no way to obtain divine essence at all. But Yi Yuan just had divine essence. With divine essence, the cultivation realm gap between him and Yi Yuan could basically be ignored. What they were contending right now was their respective divine artifact. That divine essence, is it? I have plenty of this thing. Right now, are you scramming yourself, or are you letting me teach you a good lesson? Yi Yuan said with a snicker. Han Tong's face turned black, and he said, Humph, even if you have divine essence, how much can you have? I don't believe that your divine essence can sustain several divine artifact attacks. Want to use this sort of method to scare me away? Too childish. Plus, scare you away, is it? Open your dog eyes wide and watch. Yi Yuan did not say another word. Injecting divine essence into the sacred dragon token once more, a terrifying attack was unleashed a second time. Han Tong's expression changed, and he could only meet the attack Pa-S. Sively. Rumble. Another loud bang. The main peak had a large section shaved off by these 2 terrifying attacks once again. For some time, scattered rocks flew everywhere. Yi Yuan was blasted flying once more, but his fleshy body was incomparably powerful. Circulating the Tyrant Dragon regeneration art, he deployed the Sacred Dragon token again and unleashed an attack. Only a fleshy body like Yi Yuan's could withstand such a heavy load. If it were others, deploying a divine artifact so crazily, they would be crushed to death by the divine artifact's pressure first. Bang, bang, bang. Again and again, Yi Yuan's divine essence seemed to be picked up for free, deploying the Sacred Dragon token crazily. Han Tong cried bitterness in his heart. At this point, how would he still doubt Yi Yuan? How could this guy have so much divine essence? Several powerful attacks in Han Tong also suffered considerable internal injuries. Even more Nabal was that competing in divine essence so crazily, he already did not have much left. While Yi Yuan's divine essence seemed to be inexhaustible, could not be used finish at all. This way of usage made people too freaking jealous. One should not look at how Han Tong took out the spirit horn shattering mirror at the slightest provocation to scare people. The times where he truly utilized divine essence were not many. Divine essence, this sort of thing, even the Hall Master did not have much either. What was bestowed to him naturally would not be much either. But this Yi Yuan was just like a prodigal son squandering the family fortune, not taking divine essence seriously at all. Stop. Quickly stop. I concede. Taking advantage of the interval, Yi Yuan adjusted his breathing. Han Tong was finally defeated in battle and opened his mouth to admit defeat. However, Yi Yuan said with a cold smile, "You fight when you want, and throw in the towel when you want to admit defeat. Who gave you this authority? When we stop is up to me." Again, finished regulating his breathing, Yi Yuan deployed divine essence once more and smashed over towards Han Tong. The divine essence Fong Tian left behind was really quite a bit. This bout of indiscriminate bombing merely depleted 1,000th of the divine essence. The current Yi Yuan was a living prodigal son, using the incomparably precious divine essence out of spite. Of course, Yi Yuan's true objective was naturally not acting out of spite, but he wanted to try if he could finish Han Tong off. Spending some divine essence and obtaining the spirit horn shattering mirror was still very worthwhile. Bang, bang, bang. Several more clashes again. Yi Yuan did not give Han Tong any chances to catch his breath at all, unleash. Plussing attacks desperately. Han Tong's face was deathly pale. This was caused by an excessive loss of blood. Class. Plussing again and again, his body already almost could not endure it anymore. He really could not understand how Yi Yuan kept it up. At this time, the main peak, which originally towered into the clouds, actually had half of its height shaved away already. These two people's divine artifact battle was seriously too frightening. No way, can't carry on fighting. There's already not much divine essence left. Continuing to fight is seeking death. This punk is really too difficult to tangle with. Got to think of a way to get away. Han Tong thought to himself. Rumble. Yi Yuan's attack arrived again. Han Tong forcefully held back the impulse to vomit blood and injected divine essence into the spirit horn shattering mirror once more to deal with Yi Yuan. Han Tong was blasted out by the recoil force again. His vital energy and blood churned, feeling like his internal organs were almost churning out. But this time, Han Tong forcefully suppressed his internal organs' injuries. All of a sudden, a blood light shone resplendently. He was actually fleeing toward the distance with extremely swift speed. Han Tong's speed was inconceivably fast. He was actually much faster compared to ordinary middle stage, Dao, profound realm experts. When Yi Yuan saw this scene, he did not reveal a surprised look. He just smiled coldly and said, "Want to escape? That will also have to depend on whether or not you have this capability." While talking, Yi Yuan's figure suddenly vanished from where he was. Han Tong used a secret art. His movement technique surged, and he was currently running with his tail between his legs. All of a sudden, there was a blur before his eyes. Yi Yuan's figure actually already arrived in front of him at who knows when. Han Tong was alarmed inwardly and forcefully twisted his body, escaping in another direction. Yi Yuan took a step out once more and vanished from where he was at. Han Tong was currently escaping when Yi Yuan actually ran in front of him again. This time, he finally knew that he could not escape anymore. You're actually able to merge with heaven and earth. How is this possible? You comprehended heaven-man unity? Han Tong suddenly thought of something, his expression changing drastically as he said. At this time, his eyes showed an expression of despair. If Yi Yuan comprehended heaven-man unity, then he had absolutely no chance of survival today. But how could this brat possibly comprehend the heaven-man unity realm? Yi Yuan said nonchalantly, "At least you have some knowledge." That's right, this young master just comprehended heaven-man unity not long ago. Are you sticking your neck out for the executioner's blade? Or making a final struggle? Getting a definite answer, Han Tong's eyes revealed a look of despair. He gritted his teeth and suddenly deployed the spirit horn shattering mirror, rumbling over towards Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was long prepared. The sacred dragon token activated at virtually the same time. SMAs. H.I. Plussing over at Han Tong. Rumble. The two people were blasted flying once more. But Yi Yuan did not stop in the slightest. This time, without even adjusting his breathing, he deployed the sacred dragon token once again and smashed towards Han Tong. However, Han Tong's divine essence was already thoroughly expended cleanly during that time, just now. A tragic cry transmitted over. Han Tong directly turned to nothing under the bombardment of the sacred dragon token. Bang! The spirit horn shattering mirror fell from the sky and dropped onto the ground. But Yi Yuan did not care about it. His consciousness sunk into a sea of consciousness once more and said to the sun, moon, heavenly pupil coldly, "How is it? Thought through yet? This is the last time I'm asking you." The sun, moon, heavenly pupil's expression changed. That great battle just now. He took it into his sights in its entirety and had a deeper understanding towards Yi Yuan's might. Chapter 970, Escaping Through the Void. Chapter 970, Escaping Through the Void. All right, I'll help them undo the secret illusion heavenly realm. Although extremely unwilling, the current situation already did not allow the sun, moon, heavenly pupil to carry on biting the bullet. Compared to 100,000 over years of cultivation being reduced to nothing, undoing the secret illusion heavenly realm did not seem to be much. The sun, moon, heavenly pupil also perceived that Yi Yuan seemed to have the intention of sparing his life. Looks like he wanted to obtain something from him. In the days to come, think of ways to dance around with Yi Yuan would do. Yi Yuan released Yu Mengli, Yu Lingyu, and the rest. The sun, moon, heavenly pupil said, "I've already fused into becoming one with you. Casting the spell requires borrowing your pair of eyes." Yi Yuan nodded his head and handed control of his pair of eyes to the sun, moon, heavenly pupil. This current sort of situation, the sun, moon, heavenly pupil was already simulating inside Yi Yuan's body. It was just that the authority to pilot was entirely Yi Yuan's. As long as Yi Yuan was not willing, the sun, moon, heavenly pupil was not able to utilize his pair of eyes at all. Yi Yuan only felt his two eyes heat up. A strange power flowed out from within his two eyes. Yu Mengli, Yu Lingyu, and the rest suddenly startled awake. "Big brother Yuan, I even thought that. I'd never see you again. This illusionary art is so formidable. I clearly know that I got caught in an illusionary realm, but I wasn't able to break free." Even with Yu Mengli's composure, she was also filled with lingering fear after almost being caught in the illusionary realm forever. Yu Lingyu was similarly still badly shaken. She did not think that with her strength, she would also be caught inside the illusionary realm so easily. Yi Yuan lightly embraced Yu Mengli and consoled. "All right, everything is over. With big brother Yuan around, it will be fine." Yu Mengli nodded her head, but hugged Yi Yuan even tighter. "Yi Yuan, is it you who saved us?" Yu Lingyu said rather hesitantly. Although she already had an answer in her heart, she still felt that it was inconceivable. Yi Yuan only had phaseless realm strength, but was the only clear-headed one among them. This was too bizarre. Furthermore, Yu Lingyu discovered that Yi Yuan actually already broke through to middle stage phaseless realm at who knows when. These divine king experts, were all neck-deep in trouble, but Yi Yuan obtained a lucky chance here, breaking through two minor realms consecutively. This was simply inconceivable. Yi Yuan said smilingly, "Could it be that there are still other people here?" Yu Lingyu drew a deep breath and asked again, "The one who made us fall into the illusionary realm should be the sun, moon, heavenly pupil, right? Now that we woke up, could it be?" When asking this question, Yu Lingyu could not help having the jitters. The sun, moon, heavenly pupil, which had not come into being for 100,000 years, could it have been obtained by Yi Yuan? Yi Yuan smiled, but did not speak, and had an inscrutable look. Yu Lingyu could not help choking up, also aware that she was rather rash. This sort of thing, in Oh, body would easily admit it. Yi Yuan did not say. Yu Lingyu could not very well press too hard either. Some things, when pointed out, would affect the situation as a whole instead. The Zhou and Yu, two families, viewed the vast sun-bright moon realm as their private property. Once they knew that the sun-moon heavenly pupil was obtained by Yi Yuan, it probably would not end well. At that time, it probably could not dispense with a B.L.O.O.D.Y storm. Putting aside the Yu families and Yi Yuan's relations. H.I. plus P. Once they lost all decorum, the one who would be hurt the deepest would definitely be Yu Mengli. Even if the Yu family obtained the sun-moon heavenly pupil in the end, a war between the Yu family and Zhou family was likely unavoidable as well. At that time, it would probably be hard for these two great rank, one holy lands to maintain their present glory. In comparison, the sun-moon heavenly pupil being placed with Yi Yuan seemed to be a better option, at least with his relations. H.I. plus P with Lier, he would definitely stand on the Yu family's side. In an instant, Yu Lingyu's mind flashed like lightning and thought of a great deal of things. She still decided to bury this secret at the bottom of her heart. "Oh, right, where's that Han Tong?" Yu Mengli suddenly said. Hearing this, Yu Lingyu could not help secretly sighing in her heart. Indeed, women leaned outward. Yu Mengli was deliberately changing the topic here. She was clearly leaning towards Yi Yuan. But the moment she thought of Yu Mengli, Yu Lingyu was still greatly gratified in her heart. The innate battle soul physique might not be inferior to the sun-moon heavenly pupil. If she could cultivate to major accomplishment, she would likewise be the divine realm's pinnacle most expert. Seemed like this was the best conclusion. Han Tong is already dead. His spirit horn shattering mirror is over there. I'll go to take and then bring it over, Yi Yuan said with a smile. Yu Lingyu was startled inwardly. Han Tong cracked her mountain into amp. River State painting with one blow when he wielded the spirit horn shattering mirror. But now he was actually dead. Who killed him? Could it be Yi Yuan? Seemed like apart from this, there were no other possibilities. Just how on earth did this boy accomplish it? Yu Lingyu discovered that she could not see through Yi Yuan more and more. This boy was too shrouded in mystery. Yi Yuan picked up the spirit horn shattering mirror and started playing with it in his hands. Right at this time, a terrifying aura transmitted out from the spirit horn shattering mirror. Yi Yuan's expression changed, and he flung the mirror out. At the same time, he took out the Heavenly King Bell without the slightest hesitation. Rumble. A terrifying energy slammed onto the Heavenly King Bell, directly blasting Yi Yuan out. Poo work. Yi Yuan immediately spewed out a large mouthful of blood, already sustaining very serious injuries. While the spirit horn shattering mirror actually took advantage of this time and shattered the void and escaped immediately. Yu Mengli was taken aback by this unexpected change and hurriedly went forward to support Yu Mengli and said worriedly, "Big brother Yuan, are you all right?" Yi Yuan waved his hand and said weakly, "I didn't expect that there was actually still such a powerful restrictive force on this spirit horn shattering mirror. Looks like its true owner's strength is unfathomable. I'm rather curious now, just what kind of existence is this divine martial hall? Also, what is their objective?" Since Lin Chao appeared within the divine martial hall, this faction, then the endless world's matters definitely could not get away from them. Now, they came to have designs on the sun-moon heavenly pupil again. Seems like they were planning some major moves. An hour later, Yi Yuan finished recuperating and finally recovered some essence energy. The few people were currently walking when they suddenly discovered some people. Wan Shuangzhou, Zhou Boping, Zhou Yin, and the rest were all scattered at the foot of the main peak. Falling down from the top of the main peak was nothing much to them. But the tremors of the divine artifact Great Battle previously made them suffer considerable injuries. It was just that currently they could not feel the pain on their bodies at all because they were still inside the illusionary realm. They actually haven't died yet. Their lives are really tenacious. Yi Yuan said speechlessly. He even thought that these few people were dead for sure. So he did not expect that their bodies actually still had an aura of living. where the aftershocks of a divine artifact battle could be sent to end. Oh, body could control it either. A single mishap, and it was the outcome of having one's body pounded to pieces and bones ground to powder. But these few people's lives were actually so tenacious. Yi Yuan, Zhou Boping had also put forth considerable effort this time. Could you save him? Yuling Yu suddenly said. Yi Yuan did not reply right away, but looked at Yu Mengli and asked, Lier, what's your opinion? Chapter 971. Discussing Countermeasures. Chapter 971. Discussing Countermeasures. Lier will listen to Big Brother Yuan. Yu Mengli was a very clever girl. She threw the problem back to Yi Yuan like practicing Tai Chi, sup, 1/sup. With Yi Yuan's intelligence, how could he not perceive Yu Mengli's unwillingness? The Zhou and Yu two families were like birds of a feather, and always had advanced and retreated together. Although Zhou Yan's actions in the past made Yu Mengli very unhappy, he was after all the Zhou family's successor. If he died inside the vast sun bright moon realm, it would surely stir up a mighty uproar, let alone that there was even divine King Zhou Boping. Yi Yuan could not give a hoot, but the Yu family could not disregard the Zhou family's attitude. Yi Yuan said smilingly, Since that's the case, spare their lives then. However, this is also the last time. If Zhou Yin dares to provoke again, he'll have to suffer my wrath the next time. Even if Zhou Jia comes, it won't cut it either. The pitiful sun-moon heavenly pupil could only release Zhou Boping and Zhou Yan's illusionary magic under Yi Yuan's despotic might. But before that, Yi Yuan put Ruan Shuangzhou away into the vast heaven pag. Oh duh. But Yi Yuan instructed the sun-moon heavenly pupil to preserve his life. Zhou Yin abruptly startled awake from inside the illusionary realm, appearing very ragged. When he saw Yi Yuan and the rest clearly, he heaved a sigh in relief. Yuling Yu, what's going on here? Zhou Boping's face was very grim as he asked. He actually got caught in an illusionary realm unknowingly. The perils involved naturally need not be said, but now it was actually calm and peaceful already. He obviously had to inquire about just what happened. Yuling Yu said, This matter can't be explained in a few words. It was all thanks to Yi Yuan. But Han Tong is already dead, so our mission is already considered completed. It's a shame that the spirit horn's shattering mirror escaped through the void, and we lost the opportunity to seize a divine artifact. Zhou Boping was alarmed in his heart, but noticed the main peak that was already shaved away by half, and was even more astonished. To be able to shave away half of this enormous main peak, how horrifying did the battle previously have to be? Even if he gave it his all, he might not be able to accomplish it too. Humph! The spirit horn, shattering mirror, escaped through the void? It wouldn't have been hidden away by some people, right? Zhou Yin suddenly said with a cold snort. The moment these words were uttered, Yuling Yu's and Zhou Boping's faces changed. Slap! A crisp slap sounded out. This slap was actually struck by Zhou Boping. Talk any more nonsense, and you'll go back and face a wall to reflect for 20 years. Also, the bright moon compet. 1. Time is already over. In the future, you're not allowed to pester Lier anymore. This matter, I'll tell your father. I believe he won't refute me either. Zhou Boping said coldly. Zhou Yin receiving a slap. His cheek already swelled up. Zhou Boping was his great-uncle. He did not dare to be insolent. But his gaze when looking at Yi Yuan was filled with hatred. Yi Yuan had a calm look like he did not see it. As long as he did not come and court death, Yi Yuan could not be bothered to haggle over it with him. Zhou Boping's face fell slightly, his gaze also staring fixedly at Yi Yuan. Yuling Yu's words earlier, Zhou Yin did not perceive it, but he already discerned it clearly. Yuling Yu was warning him to not provoke Yi Yuan anymore. This situation currently was greatly related to Yi Yuan, which was also to say that Yi Yuan could not be provoked. The prowess of the illusionary realm, Zhou Boping had experienced it profoundly. The reason why they were able to wake up was likely related to Yi Yuan too. Zhou Yin capitalized on that he was a genius and looked down on Yi Yuan. But the current Yi Yuan could pinch Zhou Yin to death with one hand. At least inside this vast sun-bright moon realm, they could not make a move. Zhou Boping's and Zhou Yan's wounds were both very severe, while Yu Lingyu was perfectly unscathed. If they really made a move, the outcome could be imagined. After exiting the mystic realm, he would naturally inform Zhou Jia about this incident. What decision to make would probably need the Divine King Elders to come out and discuss together. Returning to the Yu family, Yi Yuan immediately chose to enter close seclusion. But the Yu family's 7 Divine King Elders plus the current family head, Yu Jinxiu, carried out a meeting that very night. These Divine King Elders all lived secluded lives and had little contact with the world, and had already not appeared in public for a very long time. But the impact of the vast sun, bright moon realms incident this time to the Yu family was too great. Yu Jinxiu had no choice but to invite them out. Yu Lingyu gave a detailed account of the vast sun, bright moon realm trip this time to everyone. But the matters of Yellow Millet Mountain, she did not speak in detail. Not that she did not want to say, but she also did not know herself. Starting from when she got caught in the illusionary realm to waking up in the end, what happened in this period of time, only Yi Yuan alone knew. Of course, she also had the intention of helping Yi Yuan conceal it. Many details, she did not say it out. Originally, she was planning on helping Yi Yuan conceal this incident. But since Yi Yuan agreed to save Zhou Boping pair, this matter could not be hidden at all. Although Zhou Boping did not know what happened, he definitely faintly had some surmises regarding Yi Yuan. Even though these guesses did not have any basis, this sort of thing, the Zhou family would probably rather kill 1,000 innocent than to let one off as well. Various elders, I'll state your views then. Towards Yi Yuan, what kind of attitude should our Yu family have? Yu Jinxiu said solemnly. Truthfully speaking, he himself also could not get a handle on it right now. This Yi Yuan was too mysterious. He could not figure out Yi Yuan's background at all. If Yi Yuan really acquired the sun, moon, heavenly pupil, he would definitely be extremely unwilling. What kind of attitude can there be? This boy very likely obtained the sun, moon, heavenly pupil. Hand it over, and he's still our Yu family's son-in-law. Don't hand it over, then he's our Yu family's enemy. An elder who was more hot-tempered said. Another elder said, this is likely inappropriate, right? Right now, everything is just conjecture. The sun, moon, heavenly pupil hasn't appeared in 100,000 years. To be able to break free of the illusionary realm, Yi Yuan might have other means. If he didn't obtain the sun, moon, heavenly pupil, then wouldn't we be maligning a good man by doing so? And maligning a good man? If he didn't obtain the sun, moon, heavenly pupil, how did Han Tong die? With just the likes of him, a phaseless realm, he can kill an emperor realm powerhouse who wield a divine artifact. The group of elders chimed in here and there, but each stuck to their own version. But the majority of the people still leaned towards finding trouble with Yi Yuan. After all, the allure of the sun, moon, heavenly pupil was seriously too great. Yu Jinxiu suddenly said, Elder Lingyu, you had the most contact with Yi Yuan this trip. In your view, how great is the likelihood of Yi Yuan obtaining the sun, moon, heavenly pupil? Yu Lingyu shook his head and said, Honestly speaking, I feel that it's virtually impossible. And? How do you mean? Yu Jinxiu said curiously. Yu Lingyu slowly said, Yellow Millet Mountain's illusionary realm can make divine king experts fall for it unknowingly. How powerful it is can be imagined. Yi Yuan is only phaseless realm. What right does he have to subdue the sun, moon, heavenly pupil? In my view, he definitely broke free of the illusionary realm with other means. As for that Han Tong, he was very likely killed by the sun, moon, heavenly pupil. Under the circumstances where there's no evidence at all, making Yi Yuan hand over the sun, moon, heavenly pupil is a bit too compelling. Furthermore, truthfully speaking, having witnessed Lier's innate battle soul physique, this elderly self already doesn't have much interest in the sun, moon, heavenly pupil anymore. Chapter 972, Swords Drawn and Bows Stretched. Chapter 972, Swords Drawn and Bows Stretched inside the vast heaven pag. Oh duh, Wan Shuangzhou, suddenly startled awake, sweating profusely all over. This dream was too long. When he saw Yi Yuan, his pupils constricted and he suddenly attacked, grabbing towards Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's face fell, and he said with a cold snort, refusing a toast only to drink to a forfeit. A terrifying aura came from within the void, instantly extinguished. I. Plusing Yuan Shuangzhou's attack. An enormous rock suspended in the air, akin to a sharp sword hanging high above. Under the pressure of the Civ rock, Yuan Shuangzhou felt that the bones in his entire body were almost splintering. Submit or die. Yi Yuan's voice was very calm, but Yuan Shuangzhou did not doubt in the slightest that as long as he even dared to mutter a word of dissent, that huge rock would fall. SMAs. Plusing him in a mincemeat. I am willing to submit. Yuan Shuangzhou gritted his teeth and said. The huge rock immediately concealed from view, as if it had never appeared before at all. Yuan Shuangzhou placed his hands on the ground, kneeling on the ground, panting heavily for air, his entire body like he was dragged out of the water. That Civ rock earlier was seriously too terrifying. Not reconciled to it? This life of yours was already picked up. If it wasn't for me, you'd have long already fallen into the illusionary realm at the vast sun bright moon realm forever. Yi Yuan said calmly. Yuan Shuangzhou was startled. Only now did his brain wrap itself around it. When he woke up from the illusionary realm just now, the moment he saw Yi Yuan, he instinctively wanted to make a move to restrain him. But he did not know that he had already come out of the vast sun bright moon realm long ago, and that he was taken into the vast heaven pag. Oh, to buy Yi Yuan. In here, Yi Yuan was the true sovereign. Even if he was a divine king expert, he had no choice but to lower his head too. Yuan Shuangzhou was also very smart. He sorted out his thoughts very quickly, but he suddenly thought of a possibility. He looked toward Yi Yuan in disbelief. You obtained the sun-moon heavenly pupil? And no, this is absolutely impossible. The sun-moon heavenly pupil already hasn't appeared for 100,000 years. Yuan Shuangzhou himself even somewhat doubted this conjecture. Yi Yuan said with a faint smile, Obtained it, huh? Considered so, I guess. Although this fellow isn't too well-behaved at the moment, he is indeed under my control. Getting a definite answer, Yuan Shuangzhou sucked in a cold breath. The sun-moon heavenly pupil really came into being. But he suddenly discovered something. That huge rock earlier seemed to be much more terrifying than the sun-moon heavenly pupil. That aura was simply able to decimate heaven and earth, which was also to say that the sun-moon heavenly pupil was merely adding flowers to embroidery to Yi Yuan. Just how many priceless treasures are on this young man in front of him? This life of yours is also considered saved by me. I'm a very fair person. Serve me for 1,000 years. After 1,000 years, I'll return your freedom. Yi Yuan said coolly. Yuan Shuangzhou froze, but did not expect that Yi Yuan actually only wanted 1,000 years of his time. Don't use that sort of eyes to look at me. Whether you have the qualifications to serve me after 1,000 years is still another matter altogether. Yuan Shuangzhou fell silent. These words coming out of the mouth of a phaseless realm martial artist was too arrogant. But he knew that Yi Yuan absolutely had the qualifications to say these words. 1,000 years later, just what kind of boundary Yi Yuan could reach, even he did not dare to imagine either. After a long time, Yuan Shuangzhou sucked in a deep breath and opened his mouth to say, Fine, I accept. In the Yu family's training room, several divine king elders were shockingly present. Inside the defensive array formation, two figures were currently in the midst of a fierce battle. The waves of terrifying energy emitted impacted the grand array. The few divine king elders looked at that beautiful figure inside the grand array, their eyes revealing a look of disbelief. The one fighting with Yumengli was a Yu family's third-level Dao profound martial artist. But currently, this third-level Dao profound expert did not have the slightest strength to retaliate under Yumengli's battle soul's attacks, and he was actually being overpowered. This is the innate battle soul physique. This is also a little too powerful, right? Lier is just 9th level phaseless. If we wait until she reaches Divine King realm, wouldn't she sweep across opponents in the same realm? Misfortune may be an actual blessing. Even if the sun-moon heavenly pupil was obtained by that boy, with Lier around, our Yu family need not worry within these 10,000 years. After these Divine King elders witnessed the terror of the innate battle soul physique, they finally changed their views. Tao Profound Realm, one level, one world. The disparity between each minor realm was even greater than the disparity compared to Phaseless Realm, an entire major cultivation realm. Without heaven-defying means, it was virtually impossible to leap realms and battle. But Yu Mengli directly crossed 3 minor realms to utterly suppress her opponent. This spirit physique was also a bit too terrifying. Yu Jianxiu suddenly said, "Did elders think about it? Yi Yuan already killed that Lin Chao without borrowing any external power. To talk about terrifying, that boy's potential is the most fearsome." The moment these words came out, everyone was startled. That sword of Yi Yuan's, if not for Han Tong blocking it, it would definitely be able to kill Lin Chao. But what Yi Yuan relied on was entirely concept comprehension, fusing supreme, true intents. That was something that only Divine King realms would mull over. Yi Yuan was just first-level phaseless realm at that time, and actually already comprehended it. With first-level phaseless boundary, he crossed a major cultivation realm to cut down his opponent. Such strength, thinking about it, made people feel frightened. This was not some divine traversing realm, heaven enlightenment realm, but phaseless realm cutting down Tao profound realm. This boy's 10-year agreement with Lier, he went from a lower realm's unknown junior and walked until today, and he still completed the agreement. I think he should be genuine towards Lier. Yi Yuan, this boy, once he steps into Divine King realm in the future, his strength would likely be unimaginable. Lier and his union. I think. Yu Jianxiu did not carry on talking, but he believed that the various Divine King elders already got his meaning. Each and every one of them fell silent. Clearly, they were evaluating the Yu family's gains and losses. But how are we going to give an account to the Zhou family side? Even though it's just a conjecture, the Zhou family side probably won't take things lying down, right? A Divine King elder said. His voice had yet to fade when several terrifying auras enveloped the sky of Bright Moon City. "Brother Yu, Zhou Jia came to visit. Please come out and meet." Zhou Jia's voice echoed out above the sky of Bright Moon City. Yu Jianxiu's expression darkened, and he said unhappily, "This Zhou Jia actually didn't even give a warning in advance, and he is shouting and wrangling in Bright Moon City." Yu Jianxiu brought the group of elders and flew up. Zhou Jia brought along several Divine King experts, but appeared in the skies of Bright Moon City. "Zhou Jia, what's the meaning of this?" Yu Jianxiu said in a solemn voice. Zhou Jia said, "Brother, you don't take offense. We're here only because we want to find little friend Yi Yuan to ask about some things. The matter is of utmost importance and in somewhat of a hurry." Yu Jianxiu's expression turned dark as he said, "In a hurry? Your lineup is clearly to force. Are you really bullying that my Yu family doesn't have people? Yi Yuan is my Yu family's son-in-law. You guys mobilizing forces like this. Are you going to interrogate my Yu family's son-in-law?" Zhou Jia just said indifferently, "The matter concerns the sun-moon heavenly pupil. I believe Brother Yu is able to understand." Yu Jianxiu gave a cold snort and said, "Yi Yuan didn't obtain the sun-moon heavenly pupil. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. As for meeting Yi Yuan, I think it's better to forget about it. Please return." Chapter 973, Divine King's Astonishment. Chapter 973, Divine King's Astonishment. Yu Jianxiu. The Zhou and Yu two families have always been birds of a feather. Do you really want to ruin our two families' 10,000 years of relations? I plus P for an outsider? Zhou Jia said solemnly. It was true that the two families were birds of a feather, but they were also not in perfect harmony. The compet, one, tie-in between two great family clans naturally could not be dispensed with. For 10,000 years, the two families coming to blows was also not rare. But Yu Jinxiu smiled coldly when he heard and said, Yi Yuan is not only my Yu family's son-in-law, he's even Liur's savior. Handing him over to you, wouldn't this you be ridiculed by everyone in the world? Furthermore, you came to capture people in all seriousness. When did you attach importance to our two families' relations? I plus P? You Jinxiu, looks like you're really going to fall out with the Zhou family today. With that attitude of yours, so what if we fall out? Could it be that my Yu family is scared of your Zhou family? Both parties were ready to jump at each other's throats. Over 10 divine king powerhouses stood in the air. It was seriously too shocking. Each and every one of the martial artists below did not even dare to breathe heavily. Body would have thought that the Zhou and Yu two families would actually get into such a mess for a junior. This battle was bound to be the outcome of mutual devastation. Oh, pretty lively. My goodness gracious. So many divine king experts. This he has truly broadened his horizons. Right then, an extremely discordant voice sounded out. Yi Yuan actually tore through the air and came, arriving in the center of a bunch of divine king experts. Bright Moon City's martial artists all involuntarily opened their eyes wide. This Yi Yuan was also too reckless, right? Up in the sky were all divine king powerhouses. The Zhou family's people were currently glaring at him like ravening tigers. This guy actually ran in the middle like body's business to tease a group of divine kings. When Yi Yuan appeared, Yu Jinxiu's expression changed, and he said with a cold snort, What did you come here for? Nothing to do with you here. Go back. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, Aren't they looking for me? How can it be nothing to do with me? Lord Father-in-law's protectiveness. This son-in-law has understood. But the Zhou and Yu two families falling out because of this Yi is not what I wish to see. Yu Jinxiu's heart could not help plummeting. Why did this brat's words have a hint of sacrificing oneself for justice? Stop messing around. It isn't your turn to meddle in the Zhou and Yu two families' affairs. Quickly go back for me. Yu Jinxiu said with a somber look. But Yi Yuan ignored Yu Jinxiu and said to Zhou Jia, Just spit out what you have to say. This young master's time is very valuable. Zhou Jia's face turned black, but he could not be bothered to argue with Yi Yuan. He asked in a solemn voice, The sun-moon heavenly pupil should be in your possession, right? Hand over the sun-moon heavenly pupil, and this seat will give you a way out. Sun-moon heavenly pupil? You're thinking too much. That thing has already not come into being for over 100,000 years. How could it be acquired by me? Yi Yuan said with an innocent look, If you didn't obtain the sun-moon heavenly pupil, how did you, a measly little phaseless realm, dispel the illusionary magic? Zhou Jia said with a cold sneer. Yi Yuan looked at Zhou Jia with a smile that was not a smile, and opened his mouth to say, Can I understand it like this? This Yi saved a divine king expert and the next patriarch successor of your Zhou family. But you guys are forcefully imposing a groundless crime on my head now. Turns out that your Zhou family are all a bunch of shameless people who repay kindness with ingratitude. The moment Yi Yuan said these words, the crowd burst into an uproar. Although the strong reigned supreme among martial artists, repaying kindness with animosity, this sort of thing, was still beneath contempt. Yi Yuan's words forced the Zhou family into a corner all at once. Zhou Jia snorted coldly and said in a low voice, Yi Yuan, don't use fine rhetoric. Everyone knows that the sun-moon heavenly pupil belongs to the vast sun and bright moon two cities. What capabilities do you, an outsider, have to occupy it? Yi Yuan said coolly, Outsider? Haha, with that attitude of yours, even if I really have the sun-moon heavenly pupil, why should I give you? My lord father-in-law is still here. You all, these shameless people, came to S.A.T.C.H. things. Do you really think that you're impressive? You finally admitted it. Brat, the sun-moon heavenly pupil is a misfortune and not a blessing to you. Better hand it over. A Zhou family's divine king elder said with a cold laugh. Yi Yuan gave him a sidelong glance and said, Do you have a pig's brain? I'm really skeptical with your intellect. How did you cultivate to the divine king realm? That Zhou family's divine king was a hot-tempered one at a glance. Being triggered by Yi Yuan like this, he immediately became greatly enraged. Stinking brat, I'll tear that mouth of yours. That divine king actually directly grabbed towards Yi Yuan in front of Yu Jianxiu. What a fine Zhou Bolong. You really dare to make a move. Yu Lingyu directly matched up against Zhou Bolong without another word. At a word of disagreement, both parties actually really exchanged blows. The great battle of divine kings. The commotion was incomparably shocking. Even when separated by a faraway distance, the martial artists below were incredibly shocked too. Elder Wolfing, you're responsible for taking Yi Yuan down. The others attack. Zhou Jia made a prompt decision and immediately instructed. In terms of strength, the Zhou family was indeed that tiny bit stronger than the Yu family, because the Zhou family's divine king experts were more than the Yu family's. Today, Zhou Bopping did not come. Presumably, it was because he did not have the face to meet Yi Yuan. But even so, the Zhou family still had one more divine king powerhouse compared to the Yu family. Yu Jianxiu's face turned cold and secretly cussed. Yi Yuan, this boy, was really insensible. If he hid inside the city, the Zhou family would not be able to do anything to the Yu family at all. But now, Yi Yuan was mixed up together with them. He could not run even if he wanted to. Yu Jianxiu was just about to go and protect Yi Yuan when Zhou Jia already rushed over at full speed. Your opponent is me. Yi Yuan sighed. You don't need to worry about it. Zhou Jia said with a loud laugh. In his view, Yi Yuan was simply a fool to actually deliver himself to the doorstep. It saved him some trouble, though. The Zhou family and Yu family were both very familiar with each other and knew that the other party's trump card was far from this. Therefore, him suddenly sending out divine kings today was in order to catch Yu Jianxiu by surprise. He did not think that it really worked out. As long as they brought Yi Yuan back, he naturally had the means to investigate whether Yi Yuan obtained the Sun Moon heavenly pupil or not. If he really did not, at most send him back later, then apologize to the Yu family. This matter would also be considered settled. As for the two families' rift compared to the Sun Moon heavenly pupil, it was seriously insignificant. Zhou Bluffeng, being unoccupied at this time, was not long-winded either. He directly waved his hand and was just about to capture Yi Yuan. This move looked casual, but actually, Zhou Bluffeng did not hold back. A divine king expert's utilization of essence energy already reached a transcendent realm. This wave of a hand already used essence energy to lock down the S.P. AC around Yi Yuan firmly. Even if he grew wings, he would not be able to escape too. But right at this time, Yi Yuan's figure suddenly vanished from sight and actually slipped away from his hands. Seeing this scene, Zhou Bluffing's expression changed drastically, and he said, merging with heaven and earth, heaven-man unity. The unexpected change that happened here landed in everyone's eyes. The divine king experts who were currently fighting actually all ceased. Even Yu Lingyu's pupils constricted too, looking at this scene in disbelief. She did not see how Yi Yuan killed Han Tong. This heaven-man unity, it was still Yi Yuan's first time displaying it in front of the public. S.P. A.C. vibrated. Yi Yuan's figure already appeared 10,000 feet away. He looked at the group of divine kings and said with a faint smile, all looking at me for what? Well, don't stop, carry on fighting. Chapter 974, Demon Race Messenger. Chapter 974, Demon Race Messenger, Heaven-Man Unity. It's actually Heaven-Man Unity. Those able to reach Heaven-Man Unity in the Heart Realm, in the Divine Realm, can be counted on one hand. This boy actually comprehended Heaven-Man Unity. Heaven-Man Unity, resonating with the Great Tao. One can merge with heaven and earth. Yi Yuan is merely 20 over years of age. How on earth did he cultivate? No wonder he can undo the sun, moon, heavenly pupil's illusionary art. Turns out that he actually comprehended Heaven-Man Unity. The group of divine kings looked at Yi Yuan with incredible shock, not daring to believe the scene that they saw earlier. Heaven-Man Unity. How many years has it not appeared in the divine realm? Today, it actually appeared on an over 20-year-old young man's body. This was too inconceivable. Heart realm, this sort of thing, was even harder to train compared to concept. Although concepts were hard, as long as one was willing to spend time, they could more or less still comprehend a little. The majority of divine king experts had their own supreme, true intent. But the heart realm cultivation of divine kings, very few people were able to break through to heart like monolith, let alone talk about heaven-man unity. Heart realm, this sort of thing, was too fleeting and ephemeral, unable to grasp it all. The divine realm had a myriad of cultivation methods, and it was also unheard of that anyone had a method to cultivate the heart realm. Zhou Jiao, what do you have to say now? I wonder if heaven-man unity heart realm can break apart the illusionary realm? Yu Jinxiu said with a cold smile. Zhou Jia's expression was very ugly. He never would have thought that Yi Yuan was actually able to comprehend heaven-man unity. This time, they really made a big fool of themselves. People knew that heaven-man unity was formidable, but just how incredible, extremely few people were aware. Even Zhou Jiao also did not know that Yi Yuan's heaven-man unity was completely unable to help others break free of the illusionary realm. But without a doubt, the higher the heart realm, the greater the immunity towards illusionary realms too. Heaven-man unity, this sort of realm, barely anyone in the divine realm had attained it before. Therefore, the way people saw it, heaven-man unity should be extremely incredible. Helping others break free of the illusionary realm should not be an issue. Zhou Jia sucked in a deep breath and knew that today could not carry on anymore, and could not help saying in a low voice, "Fine then. This matter is my Zhou family's fault. Brother Yu, the Zhou family will definitely give some compensation later. Let's go." Done talking, Zhou Jiao brought along the group of divine kings and left like a gust of wind. Today, the Zhou family could be said to have had an utter loss of face at Bright Moon City. With this incident today, the Zhou and Yu two families' honeymoon period was likely over already. From here on, how these two mighty rank one holy lands are going to get along was something worth pondering. Yu family, a group of divine kings, had their eyes glued on Yi Yuan. It was as if they were looking at a monster. Fusing supreme, true, intense, heaven-man unity, Yi Yuan's comprehension abilities were simply too terrifying. Oh, Yi Yuan, you comprehended heaven-man unity. Why did you say earlier? Yu Jinxiu said with a wry smile. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, "You didn't ask me either. Speaking of which, weren't you guys all concerned about the sun-moon heavenly pupil? Didn't you all get behind closed doors to discuss the moment I returned? Actually, inside the mystic realm, I fell for the illusionary art too. If not for comprehending heaven-man unity, I myself would also be doomed." Everyone could not help exchanging glances when they heard that. Looks like the Yu family's movement still could not hide from this shrewd brat. In that case, you really didn't obtain the sun-moon heavenly pupil. Yu Jinxiu said. Yi Yuan said helplessly, "Just what kind of form the sun-moon heavenly pupil is, you yourselves don't even know, so how would I know? It's an existence that has once accompanied deity realm powerhouses before. Do you all really think that the sun-moon heavenly pupil is so easy to obtain? Just breaking free of that illusionary magic, I was already at death's door. How would I still have the strength to go and subdue the sun-moon heavenly pupil?" Everyone exchanged glances once more. Thinking carefully, Yi Yuan's words were really reasonable. For 100,000 years in, body had seen the sun-moon heavenly pupil before it all, let alone talk about subduing it. You, boy, when telling lies, your face doesn't change and your heart doesn't beat faster, making it until even I myself almost believe it. But at least you have some knowledge and know that this seat isn't to be trifled with. Inside Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness, the sun-moon heavenly pupil howled. Yi Yuan made the sun-moon heavenly pupil restrain itself, causing his eyes to look no different from ordinary people. Hence, for others to want to see through anything from his two eyes, that was impossible. But Yi Yuan said coolly, "So what even if you're not to be trifled with? Aren't you still suppressed by me obediently? Put away that pride of yours, and best be well-behaved for me. Otherwise, what the consequences will be, you are aware of it yourself too." But the sun-moon heavenly pupil said lazily, "If you wanted to kill me, you'd have made a move long ago. Why is there a need to wait until now? You came from the ancient era, and most likely know quite a bit of secret. Killing you is a bit of a pity. However, this young master isn't as easygoing as you imagine. If you don't believe, you can very well give it a try." Yi Yuan still had an indifferent tone, but the killing intent exuding in those words made the sun-moon heavenly pupil S-H-I plus without being cold. His pupils constricted, but he did not dare to make a sound anymore. These few days, he had been observing Yi Yuan all along. Yi Yuan was definitely someone decisive in going for the kill. Those words earlier were not exaggerating things to raise the alarm. If he really had any devious thoughts, Yi Yuan would cut him down without the slightest hesitation. "Actually, I've already given you a chance. If you're still impervious to reason, then don't blame me for not being courteous." The sun-moon heavenly pupil was currently in a daze, but Yi Yuan's words made him shudder with fear. This boy is too astute. Can't hide anything from him. The sun-moon heavenly pupil hated Yi Yuan in his heart. The moment Yi Yuan opened his mouth, the sun-moon heavenly pupil knew what he was referring to. Actually, on that day, his reconstruction of Yi Yuan's eyes was not thorough at all and had a huge latent danger. If Yi Yuan kept using his ocular powers, as time said, it would cause a tremendous burden on the eyes. At that time, the sun-moon heavenly pupil's opportunity to get out would have arrived. He originally thought that this matter was done seamlessly. He did not think that Yi Yuan was actually aware of it already. How could he know that Yi Yuan was not only a martial path expert, but also his alchemy path strength was even more unfathomable? The matters of the eyes, he could hide from other people, but could not hide from Yi Yuan. Looks like it was us who had the yardstick of a petty man. Yi Yuan, you just have to stay in the Yu family. With me, Yu Jinxiu around, the Zhou family won't dare to do anything to you." Yu Jinxiu said. Right at this time, someone suddenly came to report. "Family head, there's a person outside who mentioned Yi Yuan by name and wants to meet him. He says that he's a member of the demon race." Demon race? Yu Jinxiu could not help being surprised. Yi Yuan actually had connections to the demon race too? But Yi Yuan's eyes lit up when he heard, and hurriedly made people bring him in. But seeing the arrival, Yi Yuan was disappointed. Yi Yuan thought that it was White Light who came to find him. But this middle-aged man before his eyes, he did not recognize him. That middle-aged man was also sizing Yi Yuan up, his eyes likewise revealing a look of disappointment. "Who is your esteemed self? What did you come looking for me for?" Yi Yuan inquired. That burly fellow gave birth to disdain in his heart, and his attitude towards Yi Yuan also appeared slightly haughty as he said coolly, "This one is by Pa. It was young patriarch White Light who made me come and look for Mr. Yi." Chapter 975, White Light's Predicament. Chapter 975, White Light's Predicament, and "You're really sent by White Light?" Yi Yuan said joyfully. Yi Yuan already did not have White Light's news for a very long time. If not for coming to save Yu Mengli, he would definitely have gone to find White Light straight away. Now that Yu Mengli was already saved, and he even obtained the sun-moon heavenly pupil unexpectedly, Yi Yuan was just planning on heading to the demon region to find White Light. He did not expect that White Light actually beat him to it and sent someone to come and find him. Bai Pai said, "Young Patriarch made me tell young Master Yi. Do you still remember that little white tiger in the endless forest back then?" The moment Yi Yuan heard, he could not help being overjoyed and said, "It's really White Light. You called him Young Patriarch? How is White Light doing now?" Back then, when White Light suddenly left, Yi Yuan was very unwilling to part too. The two of them started from the endless forest and had always depended on each other for survival and had never separated before. Who knew that White Light's departure would be several years? But no idea why. White Light seemed to have become the White Tiger clan's young patriarch. This made Yi Yuan very surprised. Yi Yuan had some understanding of the White Tiger clan and knew that the White Tiger clan had many branches. But there were 3 clans that were the strongest branches: Crimson Flame White Tiger, Suppression Martial White Tiger, as well as the Flowing Light White Tiger. These 3 clans each had their forte. The Crimson Flame White Tiger was the most adept at controlling the power of flames. Suppression Martial White Tiger had Herculean strength, while the Flowing Light White Tiger had speed as their forte. If White Light became the Tiger clan's young patriarch, it was very likely the Flowing Light White Tiger's young patriarch. Of course, there was still another type of possibility. That was White Light became the White Tiger clan's collectively venerated young patriarch. But Yi Yuan felt that a few short years of time, White Light probably could not accomplish to this extent. Yi Yuan was currently rejoicing by himself when he suddenly discovered that Bai Po's expression was not quite right, and his heart involuntarily sunk. Did White Light encounter any trouble? Yi Yuan asked. Bai Po nodded his head and said, "Actually, 2 months later, my White Tiger clan is going to choose its next young patriarch. Young Patriarch White Light is one of the candidates for Young Patriarch. My Flowing Light White Tiger has been declining for many years. Originally, there was no hope, but Young Patriarch White Light's appearance let us see hope anew. But didn't expect that they all racked up his past and attacked him with White Light's bloodline being impure as the excuse, right?" Yi Yuan followed up. Bai Po was stunned and could not help looking at Yi Yuan in surprise. How did you know?" The demon region was comparatively independent. Its news was also relatively out of touch to the divine realm. There was no reason for Yi Yuan to have heard of the White Tiger clan's matters. But this Yi Yuan actually blurted out the difficult circumstances that young Patriarch White Light encountered. Could it be that he was a seer? Yi Yuan did not answer, but asked instead, with White Light's cultivation realm, he probably already broke through to Tier 9, right? Bai Po nodded and said, "Young Patriarch White Light is a rare cultivation talent. At half a year ago, he already broke through to Tier 9. Currently, his strength is already not the slightest bit inferior to the other 2 clans' young patriarchs." Mentioning White Light, Bai Po was very proud too. The Flowing Light White Tiger clan had been on a declining trend for many years. White Light's appearance brought them glory. Yi Yuan said, "Then that's right. Do you know how many years White Light used to cultivate from Tier 9 to Tier 9? Bai Po shook his head blankly. White Light would never talk to them about past matters, so they also did not know what White Light experienced prior to returning to the White Tiger clan. If not for White Light making him come and find Yi Yuan this time, he would not even know that White Light actually still had a friend among the humans." 100 years? Bai Po said weakly. 100 years was not that Bai Po felt that it was too long, but felt that it was too short. Although the White Tiger clan had divine beast bloodline, they also required several thousand years before they were able to cultivate to Tier 9. Even geniuses needed at least several hundred years of time too. The other 2 clans' young patriarchs cultivated for around 500 years and were already considered very impressive. Bai Po discerned the meaning in Yi Yuan's words. White Light's cultivation speed should be very fast. Therefore, he boldly made a guess. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "You're looking down on White Light too much. The first time I met him, he was merely just Tier 1. That was merely something that happened more than a dozen years ago." The moment Bai Po heard, his pupils involuntarily constricted. He knew that young Patriarch White Light's talent was extremely strong. But he also did not think that he actually only used just over a dozen years to cultivate from Tier 1 to Tier 9. Such talent was truly too heaven-defying. Of course, if he knew that this freak in front of him also merely just used 10 years of time, and his strength was already comparable to Tao profound realm powerhouses, it was uncertain what he would feel. Furthermore, the reason why White Light cultivated so quickly was all thanks to Yi Yuan. If there wasn't Yi Yuan's medicinal pills, White Light would likely need at least 100 years of time to be able to cultivate to his present realm. Therefore, White Light's White Tiger bloodline will only be above the other 2 clans. This is probably also the reason why they joined hands to deal with White Light. And the only problem with White Light is that his bloodline is impure, Yi Yuan said coolly. Bai Po's eyes became wide saucers, looking at Yi Yuan in disbelief. He somewhat understood now the reason why young patriarch White Light wanted to find this young man. He only just spoke a few sentences from the start until now, but Yi Yuan already guessed the Tiger Clan's inner struggle close to the mark by relying on these few sentences. Such thinking, just thinking about it, made people feel afraid. You tell me about the White Tiger Clan's present situation first, Yi Yuan said coolly. Currently, Bai Po was already utterly convinced by Yi Yuan. Hearing Yi Yuan's instruction, he immediately did not hesitate either, hastily recounting the White Tiger Clan's present circumstances. The White Tiger Clan's current patriarch was from the Crimson Flame White Tiger Clan. The White Tiger Clan's elders association was also the Crimson Flame White Tiger Clan, and the Suppression Martial White Tiger Clan being in the majority. Although the Flowing Light White Tiger was one of the three great branches in name, they had actually gradually declined already and showed trends of being replaced by other branches. The demon race valued bloodline the most, especially the White Tiger Clan. This sort of clan, with extremely high divine beast bloodline purity, they were even more particular about this area. Yi Yuan had long discovered that White Light was somewhat different from the ordinary White Tiger Clan, but did not think that this aspect actually became the obstacle to White Light becoming young patriarch. Now, the elders' association raised suspicions about White Light's identity. One time, although the Flowing Light White Tiger Clan was extremely against this, nothing could be done, especially their power in the clan leaning to the weaker side. Right now, the pressure they experienced was tremendous too. If it carried on developing like this, forget about contending for the position of young patriarch. Likely whether or not he could stay in the White Tiger Clan in the end was another matter altogether. Yi Yuan's expression was calm and did not express anything. He just said to Bai Po, "You go back and rest first. Tomorrow morning, I'll follow you and head to the White Tiger Clan." Bai Po could not help being overjoyed the moment he heard that. Although Yi Yuan's strength was a little weak, this resourcefulness might really be able to turn back the raging tides. Sending away Bai Po, Yi Yuan went to find Umengli. Umengli and White Light had lived together for a long time. Their feelings were not shallow either. Furthermore, White Light was Yi Yuan's brother. She naturally would not stop Yi Yuan on this matter. She did not have the slightest hesitation as well and wanted to leave together with Yi Yuan immediately.